ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheers before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, go reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on stylish face. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping no one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoo. Righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your
Millions of players, thousands of teams, and 8 top teams, but only 6 will make it to playoffs. Will we see upsets or will it still be a dominating day for the scariest teams at the top? Let's find out as we bring you the Valorant Challengers Tour Philippines.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Brand new day for us and a brand new day for the teams that we have right here. Joining me today in the panel, OMG, that is so cute. Biscuit is what I am referring to. Welcome to the panel, Ilu and Rap. How are you guys doing?
Yeah.
He's so cute, man.
For a second, I thought you were talking about
No.
me, and I got my hopes up. Yeah, it's like I
had to make
realized
sure.
now. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we're feeling good. This little girl's in recovery, so I gotta watch over her. But yeah, exciting time as Team Secret is gonna be the next team that we're gonna be watching, and they're going up against Action PH. This is going to be another good rematch here because Action PH at the very top, they seem to have no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they finally got a really good victory under their belt, one that they can be proud of. So, should be an exciting game number 1.
Before we start, though, I just want to welcome you to the Updraft, presented to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. As we talk with the teams, or rather about the teams that we have for today, Ilu mentioned already about APH, but I just want to get back into what happened on the previous days that we are looking at. With yesterday's matches making us hold on to our chairs, but the gap is just getting closer and closer for the leaderboards. Ain't that right, Raf?
I heard nothing about what you said because I was too distracted by Biscuit. But on a serious note, Biscuit is an adorable dog. What isn't adorable and what is completely serious is the way our standings are looking. As you mentioned, there is a little bit of a shakeup. Some of these teams, they are in emergency mode already because we are so close to, well, witnessing the death of 2 teams, at least in this competition.
Whew, it's gonna be a hot day today because it's gonna be the last day. But let us check on what happened on the highlights that we have from the previous days as well. As we are looking into it, just NAOS completely dominating their group and also showing that they're not backing down, Ilu.
Yo, I love NAOS right now. This is one of the best iterations I've seen from these guys in terms of their roster. They're looking so strong, so disciplined, and they also have the firepower to back it up. We saw one of the most amazing performances yesterday there up against Zeal. Kev stepping up, he got the MVP yesterday, so deserved after that Sova performance he just brought us. And I'm just so looking forward to seeing how far NAOS can go with how well they're playing today.
Well, man, you already hit the nail right on the head there, and I'm just somewhat disappointed that I can't see Biscuit for these highlights. But again, as you mentioned, Zeal, they're having a little bit of struggle. We kind of see them already find their stride. Same thing can be said about Secret. They've won their few previous games, their few previous series, but the the margin of the victory hasn't really been that huge, especially with pop-off performances like what Bren did. Bren, we know that they're very capable of the perfection. The real question for them is if they can keep it up. That high octane, high speed playstyle just takes its toll on their players.
Well, not only that, when you talk about Raph, the players that actually pop off, Zeals right now is having, for me, in my opinion, are having problems when it comes to players that don't pop off. It seems like this team is working towards players like Senior Carl and Fireside Jin. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ilu, but that's how I look at it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right here. There's one player that we look at, Fireside Jin, he has to pop off for his team to win. It's a little bit of an unfortunate condition, but the truth of the matter is that when he just doesn't show up, the rest of his team, I don't really think they're there as well. Maybe it's like some sort of bardic inspiration that he gets, but at the end of the day, when Fireside Jin doesn't put up those ridiculous numbers, Zeo starts to fall apart behind him.
100%. Go for it, Raph.
The bardic empowerment. Yeah, every time you get those juicy 20 rolls, it just really makes it so difficult for anyone in front of Zeal to really stand a chance. Like you said, it's incredibly conditional, although we know that 2GE and Senior Carl, they're so capable beats, and everyone on that roster really is so incredibly high-powered. But without the glow, without Fireside to start all of that, it just seems like they have to somehow find another way to succeed.
I know, and also I know that Raph, you wanted to talk about Team Secret. Later on, we are gonna do that though and touch up on the teams that we are having for today. But of course, before anything else, it's gonna be a hot day for Biscuit, like we said as well. And I hope that you bring her, right, Ilu? Around for the next following panels that we have. While we were talking about the teams anyway, let's head on and look at the teams that we have here in VCTPH 2022. We are back to it. We saw what the teams that we have, or rather, who are the teams that we have here for VCTPH 2022. As the group stage closes and as we talk about it, Raph, looking at Team Secret as well, I know you want to touch up on this. Do you think Jeremy is, with the performance of Jeremy, do you think he's in par with Team Secret right now?
My first question is, where's Biscuit? I mean, that is the main star of the show, but Jeremy, Team Secret as a whole, I think Jeremy is definitely fitting in well with the system, but since they scraped by in their last few days with this new setup, they're somewhat undergoing a shift in identity. As we saw in the previous games, they went back to vintage lineups on split against Bren. They ran that Omen instead of that omnipresent Astra that we're so used to. I believe they wanted to establish more of a lurk presence with Borkum, but Bren just wouldn't budge. After that, we went to Bind. Bind was heavily contested, but like we mentioned, the margin for victory was just not that big. At least not up to the standards of the Secret we know and love.
Yeah, absolutely. Secret, I do think that they were sort of lacking in a few of the departments right there, but we saw glimpses of what they are like, especially when we got to that Haven. Hopefully, they'll be able to bring that back here today.
Well, there you go. There are your takes right there. But of course, before anything else, before we start, VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Being in the zone has always been about being fully immersed in the game. Be free from tangles and noise with the ROG Strix Ghost Series gaming headsets, featuring a stealthy, lightweight, and comfortable design. The ROG Strix Ghost Series features top-notch audio quality and AI noise-canceling microphone, which eliminates over 50 million background noise from your area, so your teams can clearly basically hear you. The Go BT series is even better with active noise canceling, so you can really focus on in getting your rank higher. Want your own ROG Strix Go headset? Just check out the pinned comment section right here. And before anything else, I just want to ask you guys, Ilu and Raf, the rise of new talents we were talking about. We talk about on Jeremy as well, or we talk about Jeremy. And with regards to this, so far, what are your most favorite matches that we have here? Ilu first.
Okay, honestly, the matches that I've looked at, a lot of them were absolutely insane. But, you know, if I'm going off the top of my head, I'd have to say the first Oasis versus Bren. That definitely was the one for me here, because you get a lot of the, you know, the younger players are coming in and they're like, oh my god, we can just keep up with everybody, because you have players like Savvy 8K going head to head with the new guys right there, Envy as well, you know. It was just like an amazing run for the both of these teams, and I think that if they do end up in the playoffs, we'll see a completely different series again.
Oh, in the similar vein, honestly, I thoroughly enjoyed that match for quite a number of reasons. But honestly, one of the matches that really come out to me is the SBE versus NAOS one. Like I mentioned, very similar. The old gods, you know, kings that already have established kingdoms versus our very quick, very strong rising NAOS, who's really proven that their firepower is not something you can ignore, aside from their strategical depth, their savvy in game, and they're just such a complete package. And I know Ilu has talked about all these hot-blooded young talent in the days previous.
Just basically excited to see what they can bring to the table as well, but also want to make sure, guys, that you are covered in each and every language that we have right here. We have 2 language streams that we have, and looking at the redirect right now, English broadcast, of course, you're watching it here right now, twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 3, youtube.com/C/PPGLGG, youtube.com/C/Valorant Esports, and also VeraEsports.com. Aside from that, we also have the local broadcast, our Filipino broadcast. You can catch that on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, facebook.com/PPGLGG, and our YouTube link we have for our mirror, youtube.com/C/PPGLGG. Going back to what we were talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, we touch on the new talents, the rise of the new talents. I wanna also ask, did you expect, because we have teams already that are actually inside, or rather are able to go into the playoffs already, but before we head on to that, we are looking at the tournament format right here, ladies and gentlemen, so you would know how the teams could actually win. seen it, only top 6 teams will make it for today. 2 will be eliminated. But aside from that, we also have the tournament bracket, so you could actually see who are the teams that are gonna be playing for this year's VCT 2022. But here we go for the leaderboards first. NAOS Esports right at the top, 9-2 scoreline with their win and loss. Ilu, did you expect that NAOS is actually going to be at the very, very top?
I don't think anybody in any reality, alternate or not, actually predicted this, but I am thoroughly impressed and satisfied with how they've been performing. It's been an amazing run for them. What is surprising, however, that things have shifted so quick. Team Secret have managed to find their way within qualification. Southville still at the bottom, but looking for Org, how they have fallen, because they were in the middle of the pack at some point last week, and now they've dropped to 8th. That, to me, is what's really surprising. The standings have just gone sort of weird, timey-wimey right now.
Ooh, 100% right there. Also, I just want to hear your thoughts as well here on the leaderboards that we are looking at right now, Raf. Oasis Gaming next to NAOS Esports. Gian, or basically Ilu and Biscuit, thought that this, or never ever we expected that NAOS Esports is actually going to be at the top. Were you expecting this as well?
No, I don't want to give you my thoughts. No, I'm joking. Looking at the scoreboard, yeah, as Ilu mentioned, nobody really expected Naos to be as high as they are. Me personally, I thought at the very best they would be where Bren is. You know, they're keeping up, they're doing well, but they're not necessarily dominating when it comes to just the score, or rather the point system that we have. But again, pleasant surprises. Everybody on that roster, including Z, Blurred, and everybody else, it's just that insane discipline to keep that firepower in check, to never go for unnecessary and undisciplined plays is really what's keeping them together.
Well, we are going to definitely find out what's going to happen today. And of course, as we head on to the first match later on. But right now, this is the end for the updraft. I'll be right back with you guys. Of course, with me is Ilu right here on panel, and also Raph. Don't go away, VCTPH. We'll be right back.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Welcome back to the last day of the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. And still joining me for panel is Ilu, Biscuit, and of course, Raf. Next thing you know, guys, we're gonna have Biscuit on the talent intro as well, Ilu. But enough is enough. We're gonna talk about the two teams that we have for today, and of course, the first match of the day. It's gonna be between APH versus Team Secret, and of course, heading towards this matchup, it's gonna be a little make or break situation, not only a little for Team Secret, as they can't lose any map at all right now if they don't want to go on a tiebreaker or even get out of the situation. Ilu, I know you want to touch up, or rather you want to touch up on APH right here as a team. Go for it.
Yeah, so well, let's talk about APH for just a second here. So Action PH, they're being absolutely consistent. One of the really key things that I think that I'm seeing from the roster that was missing from the Dreamfire roster that they showed us before, and the roster that they showed us in Enigma Galaxy, is the fact that they learned to adapt and play slow and play these rounds differently. They're not constantly relying on Georgie for the entries anymore. They're learning to rely on the rest of their team as well. This more concerted effort, this strongly built unit is looking more like a Spartan shield wall rather than just individual, firepower coming in from multiple directions. It's really a sight to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they can deal with the other teams once they get to the playoffs, maybe, if they can.
I like that. I like that. Oops. Oh, my goodness.
No,
I'm
go
just
for
getting a
it.
little too excited. Again, it just so happens that me and Eliza have the same telepathic connection. That's why we have very, very similar timing, folks.
I mean, you're my brother from another mother. I don't know where, but as we head on to, and we are talking about APH anyway, let's see who the roster is right now. Go, there you have it. Like Ilu said a while ago, this team right now isn't looking to have those superstar players just pop off on each and every round. And I think most of the teams, or rather some of the teams that we have here on VCTPH, has that sort of or kind of problem that we are having. But Action PH, RU, Eman, Georgie, Modski, Cyril, Dep, yo, this is the roster that we are looking at. Raf, we were talking about like players popping off. Do you think that the growth of this team is very, very or like seen in streams and in the games that they play?
Oh yeah, and the thing is, as Ilu mentioned, it really became from a berserker group into a tough phalanx. The way that they've adapted was really that missing piece. Completely unrelated, but I think Tesseract was way cooler than Cyrodiil, but again, just completely unrelated. But going back, the evolution for every team, really, it's very much apparent, especially with the stakes only getting higher and higher as the days pass and the chances being more finite.
Oh, let's see if we are gonna see an M and Georgie connection. But of course, as they prepare for their next match, we have another team to look at, and that is gonna be Team Secret. There you have it. We have Team Secret going up against APH for today. I know, Raph, you want to go in depth and talk about Team Secret right here. What do you want to say?
I mean, I've touched on how they're going through an identity crisis, and it's not only showing with the way they're trying to play their agent compositions, it's also showing with their map selection, which we'll touch on shortly when we get to the map veto. But yeah, putting Jeremy in was such a pleasant surprise. We see Jeremy play, despite being a duelist, right? He's incredibly supportive of Jesse in terms of positioning. They always try to play off each other, as the Secret system is, but one thing that Secret has to take note of is that Action PH has had 2 series losses prior today. So if they want to capitalize on a momentary loss of gas on Action, this is it. This is where they become the warriors or the kings that they were destined to be. But as I mentioned, Action PH, they are looking like the Phalanx, the loyal 300. We know Secret has been around, but they should not be the immortals of this story. You know, they should not be the ones to fall, because again, they have to put their foot down. This is their lifeline. This is it. This is potentially the last day.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Raf, completely. It's just, you know, in the eyes of battle, it's sometimes they're up, sometimes they're down, because we look at what's happening lately. The wins of Team Secret previously, they haven't been the cleanest, but they finally got a clean one yesterday. And on the other side, you talk about Oasis, they're sorry, not Oasis. You talk about Action PH. They haven't got the cleanest of losses either. So now hopefully we get to see a tried and true, a real battle between these two titans here in the Philippines.
No more room for error right now for Team Secret. And also, they've been using Jeremy on the first 5 so far right now. And Wits, we haven't seen him in a while. And let's see if he's actually going to play today, or is it going to be just pure Jeremy who's going to be in the roster. We are heading though on the map Vito. As we look into this maps, I know this would set the stone, or basically the first step towards what we are going to see today. We are seeing Fracture, Ascent, and if I am not mistaken, this should probably be Bind. Icebox being banned by Team Secret, Haven being banned by APH, Breeze on the other hand for Team Secret, APH on the split. They don't want to handle that away from Team Secret right here. But the first map, Ilu, is gonna be Bind. How are you looking into this map right here on the first map?
Yeah, so the thing is, Bind is an interesting pick for me in terms of how it goes. The win rate of Team Secret, of Action PH is actually pretty high on this one. So to pick this into Action PH, even though that Action PH are comfortable on it, is a little bit of a risk. Meanwhile, Haven has been banned by Action PH itself, and this map, Haven, seems to have been the most reliable map for Team Secret. The one map that they can rely on, even though things are getting a little bit topsy-turvy. So good job for them for banning this out. We're going to go into Fracture next, which is a little bit of a pocket pick. They have been successful on it, so I'm excited to see that, but Ascent is definitely going to be a toss-up 50-50 on it.
I feel like Fracture is always going to be in constant flux because, truth be told, we haven't really seen a stable meta, at least for our region for Fracture. The sample size isn't the greatest. And just to touch on Bind, for Secret to pick that, it's bold. You mentioned the ridiculous win rate on the side of Action PH. I just want to put that into numbers. 71%. Again, that is not to be scoffed at. Again, this is also against other pro teams. One thing to note about that Bind play on Action is that they also have a multitude of configurations. They seem to really like the Viper on that map. They want to close out as many angles as they can. They want to stagger their initiator utility in the form of that Sky. They don't necessarily want to go for that one big recon dart, that one big explosion. They want to isolate you. They want to use their superior firepower and overwhelm you with numbers.
Like you guys said, also looking at the bans for the side of APH, it seems like they really don't want to play it out on Haven and split against Team Secret that we are having here. And knowing the past of Team Secret before, even when they are still in the Bren roster, this is one of the most powerful maps that they have right here. And going into this, of course, the 3 map that we have for today, Bind, Fracture, Ascent, the pocket pick like Fracture that we are looking at. Are we expecting some different kind of agent selection that we are looking at? Are we gonna see a chamber pick like on the previous days as well? Or we are expecting this to be back to basic yet again for Team Secret, Ilu?
I think we're going to see a couple ones here. The Chamber might come into play. I think Chamber is going to come into play back into Fracture, especially how effective they were on it on Action PH side back when they brought it out. But yeah, I think we're going to see a couple of wild card picks for both of these teams.
Wild card picks that we are having, but I think it's finally time for the prediction. I want to ask you guys, do you think it's going to be a 2-1 map scoreline, or it's going to be a clean 2-0? And which team do you think will actually take this away?
Well, I guess I'll start it off there. Team Secret, I think they're on the rise, and they're one of those teams that are, despite the fact that they've been here forever, they still are very much an emotional team. I think that they're going to pull through this one. I think they're going to take this victory. It's going to be a 2-1 scoreline here. I think Fracture's going to be a little bit too hard for them, but I think they can pull through and Bind in a sense.
I want to ruin your win rate. a little. But no, on all seriousness, Secret is also a very intelligent team. The way their R&D goes, especially with their new coaching staff, we understand that there's just so much growing pain for them. But I'm sure they recognize Action PH. It is so late into our stages here that they have enough data, they have enough R&D, as I've mentioned. This is where they have to adjust. This Fracture map could potentially be where they overwhelm them with the much more consistent, the much more flourishing set play. So I'm just going to say this now, 2-1 Secret.
2-1 Secret. Interesting choices, gentlemen, as we know that Team Secret cannot lose any map at all. So it's interesting to see a 2-1 scoreline. But for me, I would just go against you guys because I don't trust Rap's decision or Rap's predictions right here. I'm gonna go up against for APH. It's gonna be a clean 2-0, just making it different, just adding a little bit of drama right here. But we are gonna see if it's really gonna be a 2-1 scoreline, as Team Secret cannot lose any map as we head on to the match, and of course, as we take you to our casters to bring us the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks so much for the panel for that thrilling introduction as well as the predictions. My name is Asar. With me now is Black and Blue, and we'll be your casters for this first series. Again, Action PH versus Team Secret. And Black, it's a rematch, and we know what happened last time, especially on that Fracture incursion by both of these teams.
We do, and it's really surprising to me that, Secret, they constantly keep on leaving Fracture on the table, and they've yet to prove that they're, capable of winning that. Although we know that this team, they've had lots of potential. They went to the highest mega of Valorant, but still, it doesn't seem like they're really too, proficient yet at Fracture, but they've left it. This is like the third time that they've left it unbanned. You're prioritizing that Icebox and that Breeze ban. And so as we move into the Agent Select, when we go into map number 2, which we will later on, I'm curious to see if we're still going to get that Neon pick we saw from Dubstep the earlier time last week.
Ooh, they still will be putting into the equation Jeremy. It seems like it's a step in motion, right? At the first, you trip up. They were using Wits. Then they included Jeremy. They were still sort of tripping up, but you see moments of brilliance from the new addition to the Team Secret roster. And then yesterday, I think he just really came in to full swing here. That being said, though, there is still much to be proven by this guy. And Team Secret, again, going back to their roots, they're not overcomplicating things with more complicated agents. They're just going with what the flow dictates. Dispenser still on this Cypher really has, I think, just evened out the Team Secret roster, while on the other end for Action PH, we're gonna be seeing Emad actually don a Sky here. Really, I don't see him doing that too much, but he does play Initiator from time to time.
Yeah, and he does have that capability to flex, especially on a map like Bind, where you can kind of forgo having a Sentinel, because there's only 4 lanes to cover, so you don't really need to cover all much bases. The manpower should be enough to do that, but on Secret side, they still go with the Cypher, they go with that Sentinel, and that's kind of where Dispenser made his mark. And it's curious to me to see that the change up here from week 1 to week 2 for Team Secret is they put Jeremy in, and they've been finding success with that, but I don't necessarily think that Wits was a problem from week number 1, although this plan could have been in motion before week 1 even started, and so I don't think it's a knee-jerk reaction for them to put Jeremy on in here. But we did say, remember, SRI, a lot of us were saying that last year, once they added Wits to the roster, that's when they for the first time, looked like a full 5-man roster. And so seemingly they think the philosophy of adding a 6, because 6 is better than 5, is the right choice. And hopefully for them, that's going to be the case, because they are facing elimination right now. If they get, 2-1'd here by Action, there's still a chance, but only if Bren don't really do good in their match at all, if they don't take a single map, because they're going to be tied up. So actually, the pressure isn't on them, but I'm sure they're going to want to take this to really seal in the deal.
That is incredibly stressful for Team Secret if you think at that point. Team Secret hasn't really fought for their lives in a very long time. It's always them getting into tournaments by invitation because of circuit points and all of that. And I don't know, maybe this changes up the mentality for them. Maybe this is a wake call that, Team Secret, you got to do what you got to do. You were able to get into champions, but this is a new year. This is a new set of teams that you're going to go up against. And can you reach APAC Challengers and then Masters? There's so much left to question here. Other teams are already looking good, but Team Secret still on shaky waters, but not as shaky as back in week 1.
Yeah, there's definitely steps of improvement, as you said. George, he's going to start off the map with an opening pick on Dubstep. That's a big pick to find. Their only duelist taking on down. And Team Secret, they're continuing this A-side attack of theirs.
They are going to be looking to just, hold hands and aggress. Borkum could get caught out here, but Georgie, he's back turned, and Georgie gets obliterated by Borkum. Borkum can get so much control here if he can get the pick right now onto Aryu, which he does. Nice little right-click tap there. Does have the stars to delay the post plant even further. Jeremy does get refragged, excuse me, as we are left in just a 2 versus 2 from the looks of things. Now, it's going to be Modski and teammate that will have to go about this. But yeah, there's the delay from Borkum. Once again, stop the plant, or the defuse.
Now he can actually stick this. The smoke should dissipate in just about a few seconds, but Jesse Bass able to delay them for the meantime. Does get the kill. Gets a 4th here, Sir Deathio. But he has more than enough time to continue that defuse on, and that gives them the opening round here action. Quite close near the end of things. Valiant efforts by the back line of Team Secret. This action comes out with a win.
That was a bit awkward for Vash there. I thought he would just try to mayhaps go deeper into the corner on triple just to delay even further, since he did spot them off the spike already, as it were, but that's not gonna stop anything from PH. That was a really good shot from George to start everything off. That really put Team Secret off tempo as they were trying to get into the site once again. Now, we are seeing Team Secret once more, wants to aggress. Snakebite to delay. Jeremy is risking his life just to get this, and look at how low he actually got. Well, maybe just from the Viper wall, but still, he's down to 50 HP. But I like it, just securing the orbs. You might not win the round, but you will get the ult charge regardless.
Well, if he gets that ult charge, you better make it worth it later on. Especially if you can get some kills to get that showstopper online as quickly as he can. So Deathio, shoulder peeking, the B-long position. Spencer is going to catch him out, but not really find anything toward his favor. As the rest of Team Secret, they're coming towards his B site. A solo star to keep them at bay. Could smoke it off, could pull them once they do jump on down, but there isn't much here from Action PH trying to stop them aside from the weapons they've got in hand. So Deathio, that's going to be Dubstep going down for the 2nd time in a row. The first one to be taken out here in the round. So Deathio's seeing a lot of pressure, but man, Action PH, the anchors on the site, they hold it like nobody's business. No problem for them against, the pistols. They get the 2nd on the board.
Solid stuff. Dubstep just did not know what he had to do. Once Sir Deathio just threw out the recon dart, and then he just immediately dashed away, hoping that maybe the 2nd smoke of his jet would have been able to cover the exit point of that tailwind. Unfortunately, no, it did not work because Zerodeathio spotted him out straight off the bat, got the headshot, easy pickings, and now APH, even though they are going to have a bonus round, this is a flawless bonus round, by the way. Everybody's equipped with Spectres. They also have Zerodeathio with his Hunter Sphere at the 3rd round. That's how much impact he's already done in such a short interval here, Black and Blue, meaning the TS, even though they got the buys, they got to be careful about that post-plant Hunter's Fury.
For sure, and them being on the defensive side, they can choose and pick their fights, which angles they want to hold, and they're going to try and favor these close angles like you can see Emon doing right on here. So if Team Secret don't check this, you definitely steal a kill from them. Trailblazer out for that information gathering. They're mostly spread out towards this B site. Not much presence to be shown by Secret on towards A. And on this push, he does get the tag, but Jesse Vash will get found. Talk about Sovas. Sir Deathio, he didn't have to go for the risk, but hey, he went for it and he was able to make it happen.
That was awkward, though. You'd probably expect that Jesse Vash had somebody to just help him out just in case somebody was close into the position. And now Team Secret, they don't have any information. They're stuck on Hookah. They're not going to have anything else. They are rotating 2 of their plays on B-Long, which could give them a bit of a pinch play here. But the problem now lies, can they actually mull through the defense of APH? They may have broken through, but there's still one back to the side. That's Modski. He does have a star covering his tracks for the moment. The headshot will not commence with the Sheriff, but he is buying a bit of time. They've heard the double TP. Now Dubstep has to hold this through. Does have the dash, does have the smoke from Borkum, who is just about to plant. Georgie's right on top of him. There's still time to fight them.
One enemy remaining.
To try to force plant on the spike, and they win it by just a hair, Black and Blue. That was close recovered, but Team Secret muddled their way through.
A lot more expensive than they would have liked otherwise. Modski had a Spectre in hand, but he was still holding on to the Sheriff there. I get it with the long range, but when they're up close, might be time to switch to that primary of yours. So Deathio, by the way, 10 kills on the Sova in 3 rounds. That is just, you can't even overstate how important that is. Did he pop Hunter's Fury but not land anything with it?
I think he might have just tried to stop the attackers from coming in. I don't know. That's probably what I imagine him doing that, since there was no plant when he activated or he pressed that X button. So
yeah,
probably
could have been better to save that utility for a rainier day, but well, at least now he can continue to build that back up, and could have been worth the risk. Rifle is abound now for Action PH, but even though Secret's got some of theirs, Jeremy's only in the Bulldog. Has seen some love in the past few weeks, though, and seen some buffs, but would be enough for them to convert on the full buy of Action.
Depends on what skin he has.
That is true. You know, lots of people have like no skins on Bulldogs up until lately.
Yeah. I mean, I still don't have like a proper skin on the Bulldog. I got that Infinity skin from the, I can't remember, like episode 2
All
Battle
skins
Pass.
matter.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That is totally true. You know, we love all skins. Exactly. And that's like not a joke. That's totally true. You know, Riot has been showing out some bangers.
Yeah, that's what I love some skins.
That is true. That is true. All right, man.
You want to find it?
TS now looking to charge through. Off-cam kill
30
here.
seconds left.
Let's see how this goes. But that wall from Borkum will at least secure a plan. Oh, this is risky. But Dubstep got it under control. It's all good. Dubstep is still here, and he is still hitting some nasties as Modsky left to try to go forward his clutch. He does have about a star, no more than one. So we'll see how he clutches this 1 versus 3.
That was a great Cosmic Divide to be placed by Borkum. Really gave them the cover that they needed and helped filter Action PH through their, I guess, crosses. And Smotsky's able to get the pick on Dispenser. This round is done, so exits is all he can find at this point. Maybe get another pick, maybe find Dubstep, but no, he's going to bail on out. He knows the showers is his only safe position, but look at this. Jesse Bash is looking to cut Modsky off, but will he win this fight? Doesn't seem to be the case. Modsky is going to retain that Phantom for round 5.
I thought it was more dangerous for Modsky just to kind of move, because he was just about a hair before touching that spike explosion. But yeah, just Modsky doing Modsky things. Nothing other than Team Secret, though, did win these few couple of rounds now, and they're building a good amount of bank. And Jeremy, he was hovering over it, Black. He saw that. He was looking at the judge, but maybe somebody else from TS just said, no, dude, we need your automatic fire SMG, all right? We'll use the Spectre for now. You'll have your moment to shine in the sun, but for the moment, just run on in. Dubs is going to follow him, just a little bit stacked up on short, but they're going to be able to secure inside once again. Georgie, though, will be making strides on short or on bats, but are you? Dubstep in his tracks. Now, Borkum is actually trapped, one in the front, one in the back, and he wiggles out 1 kill. Could find another, which he does. And again, APH, difficulties to try to get the spike in their hands once again.
Yeah, or Georgie's been having a tough time to get those frags, albeit he did have a Sheriff in that round. Sent to a 3v4, heavily in the advantage of Team Secret. They all filter here in the U-Halls, and from whence they came, they shall remain. Modsky is the only one left alive once more, and once again, he's got a Phantom in his hands. And I think he's gonna, as another time happens, well, back off the shower zone. He wants to dip, and Jesse Vash this time will get the better of him. Not gonna let him save that second time around, but Action PH could have found maybe more in that eco. It doesn't work out for them. The rifle that they were able to save doesn't really convert, but now this is where they can become scary. Georgie's got that operator in his hands, and he's one of the most proficient players in the local scene with that thing.
And he is close to the Blaze as well. If APH is looking to mount something, this is the time. The counter to that, on the Team Secret side, at least in economy perspective, Vash, Dubstep, Dispenser, they all got some really nifty ultimates to make sure that this round is going to go without a hitch, just in case. And look at how far back Team Secret is. Black, you mentioned how Georgie has an operator. For sure, this movement from Team Secret, they also know that he has it. Just press tab, right? They know it is, but just knowing Georgie, he's going to be rocking that sniper in his hands.
Oh. Definitely is. Okay, so the Boombot spots him on out. He gets tagged up quite a bit. Luckily for him, he's on the opposite. Won't matter as much, but here comes the Hunter's Fury, not connecting with much by his teammates as Emon shuts Dubstep down. And every single time that Action PH have been successful in shutting Dubstep down early in the round, Team Secret have not been able to convert those rounds. So Georgie gets a pick in Jesse Bash here. This is looking pretty dire for Team Secret in this round. It's a second for Georgie. Almost a third, but Mozi's going to take it away from him. And Jeremy's the last one left alive, Asarai. Once again, a 1v5, but this time,
oh no,
Action PH in favor.
He also got tagged too, so with the recon dart, I mean, so he's not going to be able to maybe risk a position on U-Haul, unfortunately. I think the biggest problem there was they took such a long time just to plant the spike. Jeremy was so far forward, and the rest of Team Secret were still lagging behind. The biggest issue for that is they gave time for Georgie to rotate, right? They already knew somehow he might have been on short. That's why they set up all those smokes from dispenser. That's why they threw out everything that Jeremy had just to flush out Georgie there, and they tagged him pretty well.
Get out of my way!
To be honest, but they took the longest time, and Borkum smokes were only placed for the cross of APC as well as triple, so that Heaven side is so much free for Georgie to take out with the operator. That's hella risky. And Georgie might be even get the kill on Dubstep with the classic. He's just down to 8 HP and he's used all of his blades right now. Jeremy now hoping on the other side of this B push, he's gonna find maybe some options with the Judge. They're gonna set things up with a Sova drone from Jesse Bash, but this is not looking to be a good start for TS.
They have no idea that Aryu's here as well with the Judge, but Jeremy's got one as well, and he's gonna execute Aryu with the same tool that he wanted to play with. Great retaliation from Jeremy. He gets a Dinks or Death Deal as well, and the kill on Jeremy. He finds a second, but that's go down eventually. 1v3, and this time it's Modzki, the last one left alive. Dubstep picking up the operator, trying to make what little HP he has work here, and that should be the case because they all have their eyes marked towards that CT. Mozi's taken down. Looked pretty good initially there from Georgie, who tagged Dubstep up and got him very, very low, but Dubstep continues on the fight. It continues to the 8th round.
Such an explosive match. I am a bit blinded here. I cannot see. Maybe Omen threw a paranoia towards my way. That's why I wasn't able to see the replay there. But Action PH will be calling this timeout here, Black. They've lost a huge chunk of economy there, and they've even given Dubstep an operator on attack. And we have seen, especially on that split map they went against Oasis Gaming, Dubstep on an attacking side operator works really well. Because I think right now, it's just him and him focusing on those sniper shots, right? It's much more different when you're holding a rifle. So I think with this one right now, Team Secret are on the road to getting a bit more rounds.
For sure, and if there's ever a case that Action PH are able to get that operator in Georgie's hands again, at least for the meantime, Team Secret, they have a tool to try and counteract that directly with force. They do have the Cosmic Divide to try and slice things up, but if you want to talk about ultimates, it's Action PH who have the advantage here. They've got the Cosmic Divide as well, but the Hunter's Fury and that Viper's Pit is going to be crucial here. And they can pop that early on because it's going to be quite a bit of a while before Secret get their ultimates. Like, everybody is pretty much at a single ult point. Bash is on 3, but you know how long that Hunter's Fury can take to charge sometimes. So here comes a round. Operator, not always the most common weapon you'd see on attack, but hey, they're going to take it, especially with their economy right now. So they could make this work out, especially if Action PH overextended. Line up for him.
I know this is such a basic thing to say, but this player is the only one that I know that does operator attack, and that's like Wardell, you know, from TSM. So
we have seen Fire Sigen quite often. Actually, I think he's the player that is
true.
the most like operator attack friendly here so far in this group stage.
Yeah, but he stopped doing that, man. It's hella risk, especially when his tendencies require him to have more bullets than just the one pop shot every time with the operator, I guess. Anyways, speaking of pops, Emma's about to hit a smoke flash or a flash here through B long. There's no smokes, not yet, anyways. That, Trailblazer spots out a few already, and Aryu has shown his presence here with the snakebite. They're stopping them from coming right in, and look at how much control APH are making sure that they have on this A long. pinches the play once
Poison's
again
gone.
from Team Secret, and Dubstep, there he
30
is,
seconds
annihilates Aryu as he just tries to go for the jiggle. Emon now blinds it up, but APH, or TS, excuse me, has already found themselves a nice little go-around. But while that was happening, Team Secret go all the way to A, where Georgie is being held up here on Heaven by Dispenser's utilities. Ooh.
A Team Secret. That was a great lurk from Dispenser, rather. And Nemon, after his flash, even if he decided to peek there, they were all able to back off immediately. Hunter's Fury to come down, and he gets a double kill, Deathyo. More than just a single. He would have loved to deny that plant, more importantly, but it does go down, so this is still a winnable round in the post.
That's a multi-death, yo.
Last player standing.
Jeremy, nice little hold in the close corner, and that's going to be a well enough round for Team Secret there. Even with the double kill from Sir Deathio, that's not going to stop Team Secret from having a wonderful, wonderful round, as they were able to set up perfectly on the post plant. Kind of got botched a little bit, but that rotation was well called.
Would have loved to deny the plant, and maybe half a second earlier he could have. Unfortunately, doesn't go that way. Could have maybe turned things around there if the plant was dropped late in, the timer. But hey, we do have the eco round here, and so after this 6 rounds, not too bad to give up. Defensive side, but they're gonna want more. Dubstep and Dispenser, double D connection. Got a third for that combo of theirs, and Action PH have yet to really been able to make, honestly, a decent eco round workout for them so far versus Secret.
Moti cannot play underneath Hookah there, so he immediately just runs his way on long, where Jesse Vash, I won't call it Spire Sense, I'll probably call it Daddy Sense tingling, right? Okay, and the smoke is about to go. Moti, there he is. Bit of a surprise, peekaboo, and we're left with Aryu trying to go for this 1 versus 5. Him against the world, Scott Pilgrim versus the world type of scenario.
Jeremy closes off the round in Secret. They're up to 6, but as I said, 6 is kind of like maybe the minimum you'd want to give up right now here in Bind. If you can get 6 to 6, and we're going to reset for that attacking side in Action PH, they can bring this game back. But Secret looking firmly in the lead right now, and Dubstep has yet to go down ever since he's picked up this operator.
Told you. He just... sometimes when you're having a bad day playing FPS and your rifle might not be as crisp. I know Dubstep's an amazing player, but as we saw with the previous matches, the most recent matches rather, of Team Secret, he hasn't had the best time with that, even with his blades. But the operator, it's like a nice little blanket, right? It feels like home. It's something different. And Dubstep, he knows how to use it. So let's just make him use it, even on attacking side.
I mean, he's always been an operator player, even before Valo. He's always been that sniper for the team, and one of the best at that in APAC in general. So, Action PH, they pop the Viper's Pit here towards Showers. I see a lot of teams do this, but you don't actually see many teams fight for Showers too often, and so, especially on a default plant here, teams are really readily capable of giving that up. Sir Deathyo is gonna kill Georgie. He's gonna get completely blitzed here by Jeremy. Had no idea and didn't expect he'd be playing that close, and Jeremy can definitely find another, but this Aldron's gonna keep them at bay. Great pain shell as well to keep control of Vents for the meantime. And Aryu, he has to step up here. He has to make a play and find Jeremy.
Oh, that was risk from Jeremy. Yeah, that is hella risk. I thought Jeremy was just gonna be the one that puts Team Secret on his shoulders. He could have just held the position because Aryu had to still push out through the smoke. That was a bit too preemptive for him. Now this leaves both of them in Dubstep to try to go for the clutch. On retake, though, Operator might not be the best weapon, and already despite his half, Morgan's gotta have to go deep into this one, but Zero Deathyo, the hero that APH needed, even saves the Operator for his teammate. What a total Chad, and that is gonna be a fabulous retake for the APH roster.
Oh, small lack of discipline there for Jeremy. The young blood reaching a bit too deep, reaching a bit too far. And Aryu, he's gonna cross him up. Team Secret, they had a good entry into the site, able to get that plant down, but as you said, Zero Deathyo, man, look at this. 18 Darren frags on the Sova within the half.
Yeah.
He is just, if you want to talk about putting a team on your back, what Zero Deathyo is doing right now, not just in frags, but more importantly as well in the information, like When he found Jeremy out a while ago, that was huge. And that enables and honestly inspires the rest of his team to pop off like Georgie is right now.
Now nobody can obscure Georgie at the moment. They've lost Borkum.
I got the spike.
Any modicum of control that they would have had on with the smokes is all but vanished, all but popped. So Team Secret's gonna have to play about that contact, about that blitz rush, as you were mentioning. If they can get a pick, Dispenser does have his middle theft. This is gonna be a huge boost for them, if ever. But the big problem is there's no one in close proximity. There could be Emon, but he does have a few walls separating him from the rest of the TS squad, and still he has a plethora of flashes that he can throw in this general direction if both spots are coming right in. But he doesn't need it. And there it is. Look at the damage. Bash to remain. He's using his ultimate, but he's out in no man's land. Yeah, he knows. 30 seconds. He still has some time, but not really a lot of chances to clutch this round out.
And the
30
snake.
seconds left.
Viper of RU slithering behind him, but it's going to be Sir Defio, of course. Who else? The most apt player to get that final kill of the round. And you saw there Emon right outside of the octagon, right outside of the gardens on B long. That is where the Spectre can be so deadly. You know, when you come out of smokes like that, playing up close, he can completely just shift and cross you up because of how mobile he can be while being accurate on fire with that Spectre. And just had no idea how to deal with him in that moment. Action PH, one round away from tying things up, and if the momentum continues on its current swing, that could be the case.
As you mentioned, ideally 6-6 is what APH are going to be looking at here. And slowly but surely they are looking for that. And again, Black, we're 12 rounds in. How many times have we seen Zero Deathyo's Hunter's Fury come into play? And this is an ability you mentioned took a very long time to charge. It takes 8 charges to have a Hunter's Fury up and running. So he's got it, what, 2, even 3 times? This first half, that's pretty crazy.
Get out of my way!
That's nuts, honestly. Dubstep, though, opening to pick up on Georgie, which is huge. And whenever Dubstep is, you know, the first player to get a kill in the round for Team Secret, they more often than not are able to convert. He knows how to use that momentum and ride it into the win. But Emon's going to catch Dispenser out, always trying to go for that lurk, but this time getting caught out. And if I remember correctly, he was really close to having his ultimate, or could have even had it. So it's a big loss for Team Secret to have in this round, as RU and Sir Deathio just shutting down the front line here of Team Secret. It's going to be up to Dubstep as he does have his blades. RU finds a pick on Jesse Vash, and he's down to a 1v3, but Dubstep, he can make this happen. He knows it. He's stacked up quite a bit, but the right click from Sir Deathio is too much for him to deal with up close.
That encounter felt like a choreographed dance with... You can see it already unraveling. Zero Deathyo is going to come out on top, right? He's just going to get that. Dubstep had no chance, unfortunately, in that encounter, unless he got the blades earlier on before he got tagged. He would not have wanted to fight the remaining 2 members of APH with a very substantially reduced HP meter. In any case here, Black, 6-6, Action PH able to rile back, and it just feels like the rounds themselves feel very winnable for Action PH once they get that one pick off, because that just ruins anything that Team Secret wants to set up here.
Scoreboard, by the way, take a look at that. 21 for Sir Deathyo. Motsky with the number of the beast, but he's a real monster in this game. Georgie going on the swing, but the showers is not going to be too favorable for him, and they're going to send him back out.
Slow but steady. Wins the fight? Ooh, Jesse Vash.
Right here.
What is... I have no idea why he was just coming up like that, but I think he might have heard of Motsky there, but maybe he was practicing his jumps, you know, but that still did not work. Dubstep has pushed himself all the way outside of Hookah, and Sean PH, well, their choices have been severely deterred. This flash from Emon will be very crucial, but he decides not to do it. He could have actually blinded Borkum and maybe opened stuff up, but that slow walk-up outside of showers was what lost him the round.
Yeah, they decided to go for a try and It's a risk to take, one that doesn't ultimately work on out. You see how far extended Georgie was with the rest of his team all the way outside the showers, so needed a bit of help there. Perhaps if he was isolated by Team Secret's utility, then could have waited for them perhaps instead of really pushing forward. That's something we see from a lot of these young, duelists and honestly cracked players. Sometimes, even though you're confident, might be misplaced.
Everybody's just doing super confident plays here, right? That first half we saw Dispenser. Oh, run for dear life, Motsuki. He's good. He's fine. Totally fine. He's gonna repeat that because he's not afraid. APH is clearing up everything on a short in terms of utility, so maybe they can open stuff up. They're probably waiting for someone to get cheeky and go for an aggressive lurk. That's why they're playing it incredibly slow. You see Georgie is winning outside of hookah, but the bait ain't gonna work. So they're gonna have to go at this sooner rather than later. And Jeremy's waiting around the corner here. That smoke is reducing his HP, but he's good once again. And they challenge him. One more bullet in the chamber. He's still blinded, but his instincts kicks in, and Jeremy gets a 3K out of nowhere. Georgie coming through. Jesse Bash, one more shot, and Georgie gets clipped. Oh, that is unfortunate. He tripped up, man, on hookah. It's like just playing jump rope, and then you just get hurt, hit your knee on the ground and say, "Mommy, that hurts." All right, I'm good.
Is that you? That's right.
Yes.
Bring up old memories, but Jeremy, yeah, as you said, his instinct, they kick in, his spidey sense, if he ever had it, just completely carrying him through there, almost nading his teammate. Dispenser decided to push through it in the end, but a lot more of an equal scoreline on Team Secret's side over Action PH. But here comes the gun round from Action. Sir Deathyo yet to find a kill in those opening 2 rounds, but no excuse for the third if he can't still do it. It's Action PH. They're crawling up, looking to take a fight here towards B main. Here comes the drone, immediately dealt with though. And why is it Sir Deathyo up front? I realize he's popping off, but it's over, man. Someone help him.
He does have buddies just right beside him. Tripwire on the cheeky spot, but yeah, that cheeky spot is kind of known as default right now. Everybody knows how to do that at Cypher. Everybody checks that out. Oh, good time for Dispenser just to get flashed. Might even think Emma's gonna be in the smoke. How much damage can he do? 0, as he gets immediately reacted upon by the rest of the APH squad. Jordan gets another headshot in the back of the side, and we have Jeremy Remain caught in no man's land. Only has the judge, but he himself will be dictated out of this particular round as APH a swift take on the B side.
They're just shredding them apart in that round, and it gets them within reaching distance of this lead to tie things up. But Team Secret, now they've got the rounds, rather the weapons, the arsenal to continue their streak here into round number 4. Looking at the setup, normally you kind of expect your Sentinels to be on that B site, but they keep on playing Dispenser on the A site, and I think it could work out because it's not something that Action PH would necessarily expect if they ever have to wrap back around towards that A site. The hookah position here, though, from Dubstep, he's all alone, so if he does not get this kill, especially as they both burn dash, it might not be too safe for him to back off, but fortunately, Georgie gives him that space to really reposition himself.
Dubstep is still going to hold his corner. That smoke kind of messed him up there for a good second. If somebody was pushing through, he might have been knocked off. But yeah, I totally agree. I think the problem right now for Cypher, even though he's supposed to be a defensive player, right? Defending side would be perfect for him. In these kind of scenarios, I think the best just killer for Cypher right now would be his camera. And that's going to be that. Just imagine Dubstep, though, finding kills apiece, opening stuff up on the defense. Georgie unlucky for the moment, and RU, he can jump up though, but he will be hurt on transition. Borkum, oh, they did not spot him. They did not spot each other. This is good for Borkum. He's gonna get the flank of his life.
And that's more importantly going to give the information to Team Secret that they're rotating, as Action PH is rotating towards that A site, and with that they find RU. Could potentially find the kill here on Sir Deathyo as well. Left. Oh, but Borkum is doubling back towards hookah instead. He's giving the information out that one has to be short. He's going to catch the last man remaining, the last teammate remaining here is Sir Deathyo, as he's the only one left standing. Still has a 1v3 opportunity here. Will not be able to get the shot. As a team ace is giving around cookies for everybody on Secret's side.
clean round for Team Secret there. As APH, they're starting to lose a bit of steam here. They're not even overheating. They're not overcommitting to the sides. They don't know how to deal with the Team Secret move around. And again, Team Secret just making sure that they can utilize what they have here. I was mentioning a while ago that, you know, Tripwires probably aren't the best utility right now for Cypher on defense. It's probably his camera, and it makes it so. You just stop them a little bit with the Tripwires, but enemies can just break that super easily. They're pretty aware of where you place them.
At this point, you can kind of expect how Cypher setups go. Also got something really cheeky planned up ahead. And Jeremy, they're trying to help Borkum bail out of the fight, but he's the one who gets punished for it. Okay, some damage done to Georgie. Luckily for them, they got some regrowth, but I think it's all up, dispensed and used. So Borkum almost getting the trade for his teammate. Who died to Martyr. Dubstep's gonna get a great flank here in the RU. That's their smoke down. They still do have Mochi try and help them on their push here to really give them that concealment as they move forward.
They still don't have the whole control. They are hit from every single corner that they can ever think of. Zero death kill only to remain once again. And they know he's there. He's already thrown out his utilities to help out his buddies. And JessieVash with team will able to shut him down. And Team Secret, they claim their double digits, 10 on the board. And APH, they've been stuck at 7 for a while.
Action. Not looking like the form that we've seen from them during week number 1. And that seems, for the most part, true for both teams that kind of surprised everybody during that week number 1 to get to the top slot. Action PH and NAOS, although this is only map 1, and we have yet to see NAOS play their final game, which will be the final match of the day here for the PH side. But an equal round from Action, one that has rarely gotten them good results, and Dubstep's gonna take out that guy who's hot on the other side.
That's a big blow.
Oh.
Okay, Georgie has been slow, but he's heating up. He's got the Singularity Sheriff. He's got the banger of the skin. Oh no. Oh, he got catapulted back. Motski, timing is key. Spike has actually been dropped. Georgie's gonna have to go up big here, but unfortunately he cannot. Motski does pick up the weapon though, but the big problem about this, his position has been spotted. Jeremy just flies on in and swats him back to the ground. Get out of here. 7-11, a very convenient score for Team Secret.
Jeremy just having some fun, you can tell. And if they really want to have some fun, they've got lots of ultimate to really turn up the pace of this game. Cosmic Divide, Blades, Showstopper, and Neural Theft. Meanwhile, on the Action PH side, not so bountiful in that regard. It's really a one-man show, and that's the biggest reason why they're losing here. Action PH, 25, and everybody's seemingly very cold, but that's also to the credit of Team Secret, who are doing a great job of not letting them, get that momentum in the first place. So JessieVash here to support Dubstep on his op. Does get the kill, and he's going to hit that shot every single time. Finds the second, double dipping. Will he get the third as he peeks for it? Because JessieVash is going to help him out and get Emon instead. So, are you lurking towards that A side? The last two smokers are the only players remaining. Dubstep's going to get a third. Not missing a single shot as he is the cracked aimer, that of the Philippines. 7-12. Does Team Secret take match point? That's right.
That's the Dubstep we all know, remember, and love. That's the jet operator player that has put teams on their backs as he just pushes them farther and farther, deeper and deeper down the losing hole. In any case, APH, as I mentioned, really can't figure stuff out in this bind map. Maybe they can bounce back on Fracture, but it's a good start for the TS roster.
They have to make everything work out for them. Have to play flawlessly for the next few rounds, the next 5 rounds, just to bring us into overtime. And they do that. Georgie, playing with fire. Luckily, does not get burned for the meantime, but Dubstep, he still got his dash, so he can back out of the fight. And Dispenser catches the lurking Modeski. This neural theft is going to be big, gives him that information, but Jeremy's taken down. That's going to be a showstopper. Removed from contention for the meantime, and Dubstep gets that kill, burns his blades as well. They've got this Viper's Pit for the post-plant, but they're going to have to deal with Dubstep first in the first place. He does come out with it, and with this close range engagement, this operator is going to be nullified. Now, though, they can get the plant, but it's going to be very dangerous.
Team Secret are putting a lot of emphasis just to stop this plant from happening, and maybe it works out because they do have the numbers, they do have the positioning, and they do have the win in this first game. Best of 3, they take 1 on the board already, and ASUS slowed down at 7. Team Secret with, again, the victory.
This is looking like the Team Secret that we know, one that we haven't really seen play to this capability, this capacity yet online. Typically, when Secret are on land, when Secret are in their boot camp, that is when they do best. Hey, maybe it's because Jeremy's there right beside Jesse Vash, like a proud father, like a proud dad.
Yeah, he's beside Jesse Vash, and then we have who is it? Dispenser and Dubstep just side by side.
So it's like a pseudo land
for this one. Yeah. Wait, are they with Borkum, or is Borkum just alone?
No, I think Borkum's all alone, sadly.
Oh no.
Well,
it's okay, Bork. I'm here for you. Anyways, 19 kills on Dubstep, 269 combat score. Very nice, very nice. As he claims a lot of kills via the operator. I mentioned this last time, Black and Blue, that he only had 11 operator kills all over their 3 games. Excuse me, up against, I believe that was Oasis Gaming. A really big blow for Dubstep, but now he's gotten more than that in 1 game already. He's coming back slowly into form. On the APH side, though, Zero Death Yo looking pretty good.
Yeah, but having that one-man show isn't really a consistent way of winning a match nor a series. That's the biggest reason why they lost this. As I said, it's to big credit of Team Secret, who are doing a really good job of not letting him get that, letting them as a whole team getting that momentum. Zero Death Yo, sometimes when you're feeling it, it just might not be enough, and even though there were great showings from players like Modeski, from Eman, they just never were in tune or never were in sync to really get them, specific rounds. Early on, yes, on their opening half, but later in the stages of the game, when we went over to Acting Page on their attacking side, just could not break down the defense that the Team Secret have been so well known for, especially here in Bind.
Incredibly stifling, and Dubstep getting his confidence with the operator gave so much for Team Secret to work around. Jeremy didn't even have to go too wild. I think Jeremy was pretty lukewarm in this first game, but coming the next one, this is where they really have to step the pedal to the metal for Team Secret here. Anyways, we're gonna go on a break, guys. When we come back, Fracture, is it gonna be the last time here in this series, or will ASUS push through in that game number 3? So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Excuse me. We'll be right back.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw. Before the goal, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blended between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Here we go. We are back with the second game of Team Secret versus Action PH. Team Secret, the Titans of the Philippine scene, the Titans of Asia. And so far, they kind of had a bit of a slumber during week number 1, but hey, sometimes bigger monsters take even longer to wake up, but when they do, they're going to bring their tirade. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Asura, and man, what a game to start off this final series for Team Secret.
Yeah, the bigger they are, the harder they come back, right? That's the saying. Totally not messing up the original saying or whatever. But yeah, we have seen such a big performance output here from Team Secret, and I think this goes back to them just figuring stuff out on their own. And again, I think the context here for Team Secret is back to basics. They just go for agents they already know. They're focusing more on map control, not really on setups much longer, and they're just doing stuff that they were much known to have been famous for when they started dominating in the PH scene. After that, it was all about how well can they do setup plays. But now, when they were starting to get shaky, they just go back to what they were better at, and it's looking much cleaner from them.
Aside from that, individually they're feeling it too. You can see Dubstep landing all his flicks with the operator, even on attack, especially a while ago in that opening half. And when he picked that operator, we were like, it's not always the best weapon to have on the attacking side. It can kind of slow things down a bit too much, but he didn't even die for like 3-4 rounds as soon as he picked up the op. So that is where he feels comfortable with. As I said, ever since even before Valorant, that's what he's been known for, being that cracked sniper. And you really see the full effects of that, especially against another really proficient opper in Georgie, who was on the Jet a while ago. So maybe a bit of a Jet diff, because he did kind of struggle to get things going. But if we're going to talk about diffs between these two agents, like Sova a while ago on the Action PH side, Zero Deathyo was really feeling it. But unfortunately, it's a team effort that they need to come back for map number 2, especially on Fracture.
Yeah, but I don't know if this is still going to be a clear-cut win for APH. Last time they had Wits, which was he was playing, I believe, a Chamber. Dubstep was playing a Neon the first time we saw Neon, but it wasn't as clean as I think people were expecting to have seen, or maybe they were looking for some highlights. Didn't really see that, and APH blew the water against Team Secret. I think the standings was like 13-6 or 13-5 or something. But coming into this next Fracture map of ours, I feel like there's going to be a bit more difference, especially with Jeremy at the helm here. So with that being said, Action PH, they need to step up. It seems like they're on a cold day. We mentioned it already. They need to bounce back because they're still not in the safest of positions, I think. More so for Team Secret here, but with Team Secret rallying back, they're gonna have to be, again, slapping themselves silly to just play proper.
Well, unfortunately here for Action PH, the trend doesn't work out for them. The pattern doesn't really fit them nor suit them because for the most part, during week number 1, the team that wins the week number 1 opening match between these two teams typically loses the rematch here for week number 2. We've seen that ever since, day 1, 2, 3 of this past week as compared to last weekend. So if that's going to remain true, then Secret, they've got some, good hopes in them, but they've yet to win a Fracture map. This is their map pick, and they were supposed to play this, a few days ago, but then obviously as, some technical issues happened and disqualifications happened, we didn't actually get to see that this weekend, but we have seen them play it once. As we saw this action, they did pick out that Neon, and Dubstep seems really committed to playing that Neon this time with Jeremy as well on that raise.
Yeah, he's gonna drop out those salamat thanks when somebody drops him. I love it. It's perfect, right?
You can tell.
I do like how Neon is as a duelist. Fracture seems to be something that she might be really good on. There's a couple of angles that I saw way back when Borkum and Dubstep were allowed early access for Neon and were streaming it to the public, that they said that her relay bolt, her stun, really works well because you can hit multiple angles without endangering yourself and open up with that particular ability. That being said as well, the dash I think is safer than the jet dash, so we'll see how that goes up against the chamber with his trademarks. But with that, I think this is looking better now. No chambers on the side though for Team Secret.
They do have that chamber on Action PH's side. The chamber has been an agent that has looked pretty successful for the most part, especially during week 1 for teams that utilized him. But week 2 just hasn't been kind of feeling that same kind of favor in their side, and whoever side picks chamber, it seems like teams have kind of within the past week already grown accustomed to how to play against one, and the ones using them just not able to find that same success. So Action PH, they've got that Viper and they've got the Astra, so double control is what they're running. Single initiator on that Breachu, to be fair, is a pretty darn good agent to have here on Fracture. And on the opposite end of things, they're running the double duelist, as we did see, and so you're not really going to expect them to have a double controller here, especially since Team Secret already have the double duelist. But still, they pull that out. It's the Sentinel that they decide to forgo, which Action PH feel like chamber is the right pick. So who's really going to come out of this? You can see Viper Walls placed on opposite ends of the map as Team Secret start on the defense to potentially go for an aggressive play here on Arcade.
Fracture is in your traditional map. You might play it on rated and ranked with a Sentinel, but aggressive map control is the absolute necessity in this because it's too large. There's so many avenues that you will just not be able to make work if you're that defensive. And immediately you're seeing Team Secret just run out into the open. And Georgie, I thought he was going to drop and fall down, but he teleported as he died. But anyways, Team Secret, you're seeing this already. Very aggressive takes. No Sentinels. All about that forward push. I love it.
And that's what you've been commonly seeing, every time we see Fracture come up is you kind of, as you put it, have to go aggressive on the defensive side. There's too many lanes for the attackers to come into for each site that you can't just anchor yourself down, because to be frank, especially like on the A site, there aren't too many great anchor positions for a player to play in. So you really have to take control of either position, maybe take control of A main or control, the dish position, that satellite, just to have a decent place to try and hold things down. So Dispenser looks to go towards that A main early on, but with too much presence being shown there by Action PH, decides to fall back instead.
They hear the TP already from Georgie here. Dispenser is being notified about all the movements Action PH are doing. All he has to do now is slowly creep up. Oh, unfortunate for Borkum, he just gets spotted by like 5 people already. Dispenser is still on the top of the side, not yet notified by the rest of the Action PH squad, and now he explodes. I don't know what's happening here, but he does have the help of Dubstep.
Enemy remaining.
It's working, and we're left against Emon. Gets obliterated, and Dubstep picks up a nice little 3-piece.
Opening rounds for Secret here in Fracture, looking clean. Much bigger contrast to what we had from these two teams when they first faced off last weekend, especially here in Fracture. So Dubstep He's a rather a few ultimate orbs away, 2 to be exact, from his ult. Does pick up the Phantom to use. And now you're going to expect him to go aggressive once again. You can see already the 2 controllers on that A site for Secret. Potentially could try and go and push forward. You can see Borkum already placing down a smoke, or a star rather, just in case he does need it. Gets that pull off and could potentially go cheeky here. Doesn't have anything more than a frenzy. Can't convert it with, though. He's proficient, but Emon's better with that Vandal.
You know, fast dubstep just like rotates immediately. Georgie, is he gonna have the timing on this? Well, absolutely. Dubstep comes in, the flash from Vash, almost setting up, but everybody from VCTPH reacts just in the nick of things. He's underneath all of them, gets spotted, cannot find other than just the one, and Jeremy to remain. Rotating all the way from spawn. He's gonna have his work cut out for him, and with a Spectre in hand, even more difficult at these precarious long-range encounters. I don't think he's made any noise just yet, but yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Really difficult to make that happen, so understandable. Vash, the only one to get a kill in that round. This time, Secret, they've got weapons, and Dubstep, you can see, as you pointed out, just how fast he can rotate between sites, and that is very important here on a map like Fracture, where you can get hit from multiple angles, especially since the rotation for the defending side is quite safe here through CT, through that defensive side spawn. It really does help out, an agent like Neon, who can be very quick on those rotates. You can expect aggression here to be shown on B main by Dubstep. He does kind of dip in, but dips right back out as soon as he sees contact. It's actually here towards that dish, towards that satellite that Team Secret are really putting the brunt of their defensive push.
VCTPH don't want to touch that hot potato for the moment. Cool it off a little bit, as is mentioned in the instruction manual. Borkum is already going for the forward push on Dish. They have spot nobody here, so that would mean that's all about the arcade. Look at how fast Emma just blasts through on tower here. Dubstep does have the setup plays here from his teammate. And look at the pinch play. Aftershock could get another pick. No, it doesn't. Still gonna be able to wiggle their way through. Jesse Bash gets obscured by the smoke, unfortunately. And Borkum, oh, he's too far. He's gonna get caught before he can even make some damage here. We'll see how this goes.
Shame you have to die.
Just good for one.
You're not part of my bigger.
Good trade here from Georgie, and unfortunate for Vash. I personally hate when that happens to me. Like, just the smoke, barely the outer edge of it clips you and conceals enough. That makes it very difficult to win a gunfight. So Team Secret forced on the eco here as Action PH. They lose 2, they come back with 2, and now they've equalized things up. So go to round number 5. You see, Ultimate's already at the cusp here for Action PH. So are Secret. Maybe in the next gun round or 2, they can have a lot of those ults up. You can expect this Dubstep to pop his ultimate here later once he does make contact. And those lightning fingers can really catch you off guard, especially when you're quite low. So you have to get into that state first to really make full utilization of it.
He spotted a couple, but the problem is they're too fast. Jesse Bash! Not expecting that there was going to be another offender at that point. Serdethio gonna have to run away with the spike, but there's already 2 stalkers from right behind him. Might not know that he's there, but they're swinging wide. They're swinging hard and fast.
Down, attacker spawn.
Oh, this is bad. Attackers have no control whatsoever here, but still a 2 versus 2. 1 minute in the clock to remain. And they can take their sweet time here just to try to retake this just in case. Oh, okay, that smoke just notifies at least Team Secret. 1's already on A main.
Does give that information away. But as you said, the spike in Team Secret's control, and they've picked up the rifles, so they can convert this. They got the showstopper as well as a safety net for Jeremy as a panic button in case he does need it. He does get the kill on RU, but Georgie's able to fend off back, and luckily for him, he's a chamber to try and dodge it. Swift, quick move, but Jeremy will confirm the kill after the end of it. And Team Secret, they convert the eco. Much swag there coming from Georgie, as is applicable and appropriate for a chamber, but in the end, Secret get the round.
A lot of questions, or probably the same question in the minds of people that have seen it from last week. Was the chamber, or was the neon, excuse me, a fluke from Dubstep? It seems like it is not Black, as it's working right now from Team Seagate. It's much cleaner than last week, and we're seeing why it's really strong. The ability to rotate so quickly with the I forgot the name, high velocity, something that the sprint from the Neon just allows you to just flank so incredibly hard. And APH, because of it, they're playing this 5-man push, 5-man strong, because you know what they say, 5 is stronger than 1.
Well, in this case, only 3 remain as Action PH find the opening 2 picks. Can they convert this into a round? Those should be the case, but the ultimate has been popped by Dispenser, and that Viper's Pit could turn things around. It certainly dissuades Action PH from going in headstrong to that A site, and they're going to rotate back around towards the B, which Team Secret, they know the read on this. They know that what the Dispenser, with him popping that ultimate, is going to pull that exact reaction that they expect here on Action PH's side. Wall comes up, just barely enough for Dubstep to cross safely here. They have no idea he's in the arcade, and he's going to be playing with them. Pulls out the stun, pulls out his wall, able to back out into the fight, and now Action PH, they're scrambled in which direction to go. They want to commit to this arcade, but Team Secret, they play them like a fiddle, and here comes the Rolling Thunder of their own. Amon right behind it, but Jesse fast! He's too good! He's too quick! Gets the triple kill! It's now on the Moji! But Dubstep's gonna end the round! As I said, arcade is his playground, and they played with him.
I say this with the utmost of respect for Jesse Bash. With age comes experience. He just knew that with that positioning of his, look at that. Through the smoke, they come in 1 by 1. Through the smoke as well, again, of Argue. And Jesse Bash capitalizes on the frantic nature of what was given to APH at that point. They had to rush in. They didn't have that much time. They had ultimates that made them feel confident, but it didn't.
You want to play? Let's play.
The parts of the site that was really needed to get hit on, because again, each site is really too big for that Rolling Thunder, maybe except for the A site, but still really good stuff coming out from Bash.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder, when you pop it here in Fracture on the attacking side, you kind of have to choose which half of the site you really want to hit with it, because as you said, it's quite wide. Jeremy catches a lurking Sir Deathyo on that breach, and at least he didn't have a rifle. They do have 2 coming into the round, so this is definitely still a winnable one, but oh, Dubstep, little does he know, he's walked right past Georgie here, who's waiting in B main. Has already crawled his way up into the site. They've passed each other, and I think neither of them has any idea of what this could have been.
They're gonna make a pinch play on A, but there's no one there. And Jesse Bash, oh, he's making a lot of noise.
Oh.
Georgie is telling his teammates, come here right now, come quick. But I think the position of him in a really strong spot might have actually passed. Because now they would know
30 seconds left.
that B side is already for Action PH. And Jesse Bash is caught. This is going to be bad as Dubstep peeks in to the Georgie sniper. One more. Jeremy in the corner, playing it a bit safe, waiting for him just a little bit longer for the moment. But Georgie already on the case. And as Dispenser tries to cross, there was somebody who said, "You shall not pass," as Borkham also does the same. 4-3, Action PH with another round.
That tour de force is such a formidable weapon to have in his hands. Just how quick he can really, you know, pop a shot and dip back and in of a fight. Big reason why Action PH rely on him with that chamber. He's able to, you know, maybe the window kind of passed where everything would have seemed perfect for Georgie, but they do kind of pick up back on it, and everything works out in the end for the Action PH side. Initially, you know, when Vash was there towards that arcade, you know, the top of the tower was smoked off by Moji, so Georgie couldn't really capitalize on that without giving his position away. But hey, then round works out for them. It's up to Team Secret now to convert another potential eco.
How strong is that nade? Strong enough? Wait, he was stunned. Vash, wait, where did he just did that alley-oop?
Wow.
Oh, all the way through their own spawns. That is nasty. In any case, Emon whips out the lineup though, but did not phase the rest of the APH squad here. They will be able to claim the site, but after all of that, after the dust is settled here, Black, it is going to be a 3 versus 3.
It could be actually worth it to drop the rifle to Vash here just to help him get a kill, because if he does, then they're gonna have Rolling Thunder for this retake. But Jeremy gets gets
One
taken
enemy
down. That's the
remaining.
rifle I was talking about
There.
dropped. So does Dubstep. It seems like whoever picks up a gun goes down, huh? At the end, Vash is going to get the kill with the classic of all things. And Action PH successfully tie up the round 4-4. But you can see why Breach is so important here and so beneficial. Because especially like on the defensive side too, as you saw, when you're on that Breach, you can pretty much affect any position, any portion of the map with your fault line. And that's a big reason why Jeremy was able to get that kill early on to start off the round.
I have no idea where this is, by the way.
This is under the map.
Yeah. This is on the zipline, I know. But that one with the bear, I have no idea where that is. But yeah, exactly that, right? Breach just has so much use on Fracture. It is actually insane. Like all of these avenues that you try to attack, Breach's fault line just hits it so square in the head. Emon, not even looking a second glance, and Jesse Bash has gotten the kill. So Emon still has not scouted out Jeremy here. Jesse Bash made so much noise, and they might not even clear him. Look at this. Jeremy gets a second glance, and he gets a kill. That's getting spiked. They're not going to be able to capitalize with Bash's ultimate, but they still have the thing that APH needs to plant on the site in their hands. That's crazy from Georgie, though.
Borkum. Found the third here now for Team Secret, and they're looking like a flawless team on a flawless round, and that is what they get. Finding the fifth here on the defensive side is a huge thing. Some teams would argue this is an attacker side map. Some would say defender. I'd kind of lean towards the former, but if that was true, then Team Secret, they're doing really good right now, especially if they can confirm a 6th round in this one. That's looking to be the case because they have all the momentum, and look at them. They're like 2 players away from 2 players have one ultimate away rather from their ultimates, and especially Jeremy's very high impact one.
I gotta maybe add like a correct statement to that. It's not attack or defense. I think it's more about who's got the best offense. You know, even when you're on the defending side, if you can get that defensive angle, you just get so much value off of it. But I could be wrong. Anyways, Jeremy running for dear life. He's just about a tap away from dying. Oh, but he still gets a shot. He's got the Hunter's Fury. Or not the Hunter's Fury, excuse me, but the Showstopper. As he obliterates most. He's trying to run away for dear life. Emon and Borkum in a one-on-one. Emon's making a lot of noise here. He's crossing with like 22 HP. And we'll see how Borkum does this. He's hearing the plan already.
Without pulling them in.
There it is. That's the star. Emon's gonna be vulnerable here, and even just one hair out of position, he's done for. There it is. Headshot from Borkum, and that's Team Secret claiming the round once again.
We've seen Borkum last weekend versus Brain Freeze lose when he had so much more health than Brain Freeze did, but in this case, he's not going to let this one slip. That's his one, and he's going to get the job done this time. Team Secret, 6-4, and what are you chuckling about, Desiree?
I got mine.
That's all he needs to do. Tactical timeout here called by Action PH. This is the right moment to do so. Get the last 2 rounds of the half. Actually, no, it's from Secret. Interesting.
Oh. It's the buy round for APH. APH also has Zero Deathio with his Rolling Thunder. So this is I think Team Secret is the one team in the Philippines that does this the most, where even when they're on the advantage, they're still going to use their timeout if they know their opponent is mounting for a comeback round. It's a good way for them to use their timeout, honestly.
Very veteran experience coming in there. It's something that we saw kind of having an uptick in like about early 2019, where teams would start doing that. You know, they call timeouts whenever they're in the advantage, whenever they've gotten a few rounds on the run, especially if they were struggling right prior. Just talk about, give themselves a breather, and really, I guess, all consolidate and really talk to each other why they're winning and how to continue that streak. And as you said, especially when you know the opposing side is about to try and get their momentum back and come back with a comeback round, can be a good time to call that timeout. So really good experience kind of showing itself here from Secret. It's coming to the forefront of this, and they're going to want to pile as much rounds as they can.
They do. I am very much curious to see how Team Secret will be managing their attacking side, because we saw that last time, just Dubstep running around amok and didn't really get them the fruits of their labor that they wanted to. The Spencer this is still a very risky position. But he's deep enough that if somebody wants to challenge him, they're probably just going to be one hit away from dying. So I think that distance is really good for Dispenser here. This flushes out everyone from APH from getting even closer to the A site via the A main angle. So they're either going to fight for Dish or go all the way B, which is what they're planning for at the moment. But Team Secret knows this. Look at how many stacked up they are. And Vash still has his fault line. So if they rush right in, they're going to get stunned if they're not careful.
By the book, you pop the Viper's ult on one side, you stack the other. You know they're going to be coming their way, but Borkum stuck here between the stun, both of him and Dubstep, but luckily for Dubstep, rather for Borkum, they've got those stuns from the Neon to keep Action PH at bay, and this smoke's going to make things a bit more difficult for Action PH. They're coming down to 30 seconds, and the late round push isn't exactly the most favorable one a lot of time. Here comes a Rolling Thunder, though, and Borkum, he's barely going to dodge that. No, he gets tagged up. He's hiding in the site. I'm not too sure how long he's going to be hidden from the eyesight here of Georgie from his angle, and they're all just cleaning up every single defender within Team Secret's side. Even after calling that timeout, Action PH, they regain their momentum, and they should take this round.
Team Secret got afraid. They put all of their emphasis on, what was it? Yeah, Arcade, that they totally forgot to check B main. And once they did, once they saw that somebody was already pushing up, they had very little information of what Action PH was supposed to do. Got caught in transition, got caught in the mix. I believe Borkum also got booped up by the Rolling Thunder, and Dubstep really had to hold tower by himself. So there was a time that Team Secret would have had a really good start to the defense there on that B site, but it has passed. And Action PH, that delayed tactic, that slow wait for Georgie just to creep up on B main, saved them the round and even gave them a flawless.
Perfectly put, and
Last
feels bad for
round in
Borkum.
the
He
half.
got hit with the fault line. He got hit with the Rolling Thunder right after. He's not having a good round, but he's been having himself a decent game at the very least. Final round of the half. One that Action PH are desperate to convert. It's been a bunch of 2-round swings this entire match, if you haven't noticed. Back and forth for 2, and the other will come back with 2. Action PH looking to keep that trend up. Team Secret walls on either side, they're both being placed pretty much opposite to each other. We've seen this exact same Viper wall setup round after round after round from both teams.
Ooh, that's a nice little pixel angle there on the smoke. Good reactionary shot there from Jeremy as well. And yeah, you mentioned how very back and forth, close-knit it is.
Poison's off.
Been hyping up too much the rotations of Team Secret and everything because I really, really do enjoy the composition that they had. We saw a contrast, right? From Bind, it's back to basics, but here it's Team Secret using something a bit more specific and innovative for
Just be honest, you love the Neon pick. That's all it really is.
I do. I don't use Neon that much anymore, but I do love seeing her in play.
Don't we all? Well,
true.
Jury's still out.
You are divided.
If this judge work out in Dubstep's favor, does get the dink, but it's a bit too far out of his range, and Borkum falls to his own demise. It's a great opening here from Sirotethio, who's been having himself a series ever since map 1.
30 seconds left.
Flash. He's not fully blinded, is he? No, he's not. But with 2 HP, unless he takes that head, it's all gonna be down to dust. ADS for Jeremy just to make sure that he can hit that headshot. I love it. Vash now hearing all of this. He's sending it over to drop shot, and Modski just gonna be running for D line. He is vulnerable right now. Nice little crossfire, and as the dust settles, as the Elder Flame blows
Switching
its
sides.
flames, it's gonna be a 7-5 coming into the second half.
Fire up. This match is starting here for Team Secret, and they're the ones who are starting to get hot, but it's at the final round of the half. Can they continue that as they move on to the attacking side? Even though it will be up to Team Secret to get the plant, you can expect from a team like Action PH, named as Action PH, that they're going to go for the aggression of their own. You can see so many pings already and the rotation coming here towards that satellite, that dish position. You can expect a very hard and quick push coming from Team Secret, much akin to what we saw on the opening round number 1 a while ago. So will it only be Memon to try and receive this push?
Well, he's not gonna receive anything now because he's like, nope, I'm not home. I'm not gonna take the courier right now. Just please come back 8 to 5 maybe for my delivery. Well, if the delivery is like a whole bunch of bullets from dubstep, you probably do not want to receive that, right?
Yeah, that's you can't even put a fragile sticker on that. Let's just send it back home. On the line, Georgie. Oh, he's trapped, cornered. That just works out so favorably for Secret.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Shout out to the chat there that were wondering how the Neon would fare out against the Jet. It seems like it's working somehow for Team Secret. It's not overwhelming, but you can see the strengths that it does allow Team Secret to do. And that is to just over-rotate to their heart's content without looking silly. And Akshan PH having to outpace them. It's a little bit awkward for Akshan because their composition relies on them to being a bit tethered, you know? Chamber plus Viper are agents that just rely on being at certain locations to be good. But if you can traverse those locations, Team Secret have massive control over this map. And that being said, Team Secret, they did it once again on the second pistol.
There.
Good round for Team Secret to take. Pistol rounds, not rounds that Team Secret have been notorious at consistently winning, but hey, they get it when they need it. Now is one time they need it, especially if they want to close the series off 2-0 and help secure a slot in that group stages, but it's not going to be done until all is said. Spencer holding on to the Ghost, the only player here with Secret, for Secret rather, with a pistol, and little does he know the entirety of the army here from Action is coming his way, and he could not hold up against the battalion that they put up against him. They're going to rotate immediately though, because they know the plant should come down on A, and that's where it is.
I actually have totally forgotten they went for the double controller. So even if they lose the Spencer, they still have work to set things up, but they don't need that right now. It's all about the headshots, it's all about that firepower. And we're left to Amon out to the open. He spreads his wings, but he can't fly high as he gets plucked immediately by Team Secret. Yeah, back to what I was just saying. I totally lapsed, man. I thought it was just the Neon, but it was also the double smoker that does allow for much more aggressive takes here on the Team Secret side. And look at that quick little replay there. Just nice, you know, just straight down. Nice.
Well, that's the beauty of this composition. You lose one head of the Hydra, there's another to pick it right back up.
There.
9 to 5. These Spectres are honestly more, I guess, feared on a map like Fractured. Can be more ferocious to play against. And, you know, just so dangerous as well. But Jeremy, even though Georgie still gets a kill there, tapping away. RU finds one. He's traded out immediately though by Dispenser. He's down to a 3v4. Georgia gets Cap Jesse Vash on this post, and they're both ready to receive that. A bit of a risk there. One he maybe had to take, but it's not working out for them currently as Action PH should have the round. It's a 3v1. Morgan is giving himself away, but there's too much heat for him to deal with. And that's Action coming back 9 to 6. They do stop the bonus of Team Secret from converting in their favor, but can they win a full gun round right after?
If I remember correctly, the reason why Jeremy died there, aside from Georgia obviously being a crack shot, is maybe a miss a miss buffer of the order of which you use your abilities. Because if, like, for example, you use like a showstopper with the double satchel, there's a certain sequence that you have to do so that the showstopper pops out and you kind of do a cancel animation. I think the same thing also applies with like a Spectre. So there might have been just a teeny tiny bit of misdone there by Jeremy because he was focusing more on satcheling to tower rather than you know, also managing his weapon out. But that's such a small thing. George is still able to capitalize on that, as you mentioned. Not really the biggest of losses. Action PH still have to deal with the full buy round of Team Secret coming into this one. They're reverse nice, you know, 9 to 6.
I'd love to flip that around. It's a nice scoreline they got going for them for the meantime, but I'm sure that Action PH are not too happy with the results just yet. Really want to extend this to map number 3, if anything. Viper's Pit is up online for Dispenser. No other ultimates for Secret. So this is one thing they can really use to their favor. Both of the Viper walls are placed almost exactly attuned towards that B site from either side. The aggression here in A main, oh, it's going to pull back. Maybe at the right moment, maybe perhaps not. We're going to see how the timing works out. If it'll really help Action PH out. Oh, Emon has to be careful here on his cross. Could get caught out right at the center. He's going to be stunned, trapped, and he's going to be fallen here. Like quick and easy. Very, very clean from Team Secret. As I said, the timing just doesn't work out for them. Viper's Pit is placed, but the man advantages could be too great for Team Secret's side.
Planted.
Deathio afraid to pop a couple of shots there. Having the Vandal, the Bullet Tracers will be massive, and everybody from Action PH evacuate the A site. I think they already know this round is lost, unless they might want to go all the way around. But now they're converging somewhere in Canteen. They're gonna take their lunch break. Good for them. We haven't had it yet. So yeah, they're just gonna save the weapons for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fight on an empty stomach, so, or especially with empty hands. They still put the Viper's Pit out, even with that man advantage, and Team Secret readily, I guess, they're ready to really give that ultimate up, just to make sure they can secure the round. Sir Deathio trying to fend them off. He's gonna do a decent job at that, but won't stand to fight for too long as Borkum has got his number. They reached a double-digit mark, and they're a few away from that match point. And economically, Action PH, they're down in the gutter. This is not looking too well for them. They can give up like one round at this point, but are they going to force the buy? It does seem to be the case. If they lose this, then they're going to give Secret that 11th, and I don't know, it could be a bit too far out of reach. So a lot riding on this round from Action PH. Fortunately for them, they have the Rolling Thunder, but Team Secret, they've got some ultimates of their own to throw right back in case that does come into play.
See how... Nope. Okay, double stack on Dish, but that gravity well forces them to peek out onto the right side. But yeah, that buy from Zero Deathio, huge for the APAC roster. They pick onto Jeremy means that they don't have any more Kumbayas they can use to fight for this one. Bash has already unleashed his ultimate, but the retaliation from Zero Deathio to keep him staved off on Dish. As only Bash and Dispenser to remain. They do have the spike, so maybe they can rotate all the way back to B. But even if that is going to be a possibility here for TS, they've lost all map control that they would have wanted to. All because Zero Deathio, he got that Vandal at the very start.
When the going gets rough, Action PH, they get tough. In the round they so desperately needed to convert, as we said, they somehow are able to bring it to within, you know, just barely there of taking this round. They get a kill. This should be done. Unless some heroics are shown by the champions of the Philippine scene here in Team Secret. Able to take that ultimate orb, and as I said a while ago, both Viper walls are pretty much practically on top of each other here towards that B site. Both teams having the same idea, but different approaches on where and how, rather, they want to and when they want to put those walls up. 15 seconds left on the clock. I think the save might be the call here. The proper one, especially for Team Secret. Take that orb, Dispenser. Get out of there, get yourself to safety. You know the round is done. And Action PH, they bring it within 3 rounds of tying the lead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was chuckling a bit there. I thought Dispenser was going to go for the 4-fecta, where he gets the 4 charges on the fracture map, right?
We're going around like Easter eggs,
there.
Halloween,
Yeah.
finding everything you can get.
Yeah, it's good though, right? Because again, Viper's ultimate isn't cheap. It's, what, 7 charges? And as a Viper, you don't really get that many kills every single round compared to like duelists and maybe even sentinels. I feel like controllers are the least type of agent to actually get their ultimates up and running quickly in the span of a few rounds. But in any case, that was just fun to see. Whatever is happening right now, Team Secret does have to buy. Jeremy already setting stuff up. He's got the Kumbaya. Spots out one, boom, and he just obliterates Motsuki and himself, but opens up an opportunity here for APH, or excuse me, Team Secret to come barreling in to the B side.
Kamikazing his way, but that opens up an alleyway into the arcade side. Jesse Vash, he has to land these shots because Emon's not going to miss. Sir Deathio holding down the line. He's able to find one, able to find a second on the Borkum, and that gives Action PH the 8th round, forcing Team Secret on an eco next. And this is looking scary for Team Secret. They got timeouts still to burn. And Action PH, they want to continue on this train, on this tirade that they've got. Some economy on Team Secret's side, yes, but I believe they're going to try and save that for the next round because they know while they might lose, these next few rounds, the battle's not been lost just yet. Jeremy, I'm sure he's happy to go down there, Martyr. Just unfortunately, they could not convert for Team Secret's favor and get them within that match point.
They're coming back, APH. They're feeling the setups here for Team Secret. That double satchel onto tower, not really the best anymore. And Dubstep just running to get his overdrive. Well, mistaken is the name of the ultimate. Up and possibly running here. Also, I've seen this on, I don't know if it was TikTok or Twitter, because you usually see all those hype things that you unlock on Valorant on those social medias, but you can do a double dash with Neon without getting kills. So you dash first, ultimate, and dash again while she's running. Just putting it out there in the wind.
Damn, the secret tech here from Mr. Asarai himself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got it off of Twitter or TikTok.
TikTok, the true place of eldritch knowledge in the Valorant scene. Well, Georgie, there's no secret about this. He does go for the peak, but luckily for him, he's able to back out safely, getting stunned, maybe perhaps by his own, but Spencer's able to get the kill with the Sheriff, which is huge. Dubstep, we know that the overdrive can be very powerful, this ultimate of Neon, but it can be quite difficult as well to get kills when the enemy side is full health and full armor, so you're gonna have to try and kind of soften him up first before he can really use that ability. And Emma's gonna find the opener here on that A main take, but Dubstep and Pork, they all just flush him down from the door. They funnel themselves fatally. It's all left in the RU.
RU. Is he gonna be okay? He's gonna be okay after. Oh, he is. Okay, he's gotten the first one. First step to victory, but there's still 3 steps more. But there's no time left. Also, gotta say for Dubstep, he's got the free gum to deal with. You know what that is?
Thrifty.
It's classic free gun, by the way.
Oh.
Poison's off.
Yeah. Well,
sorry.
That's right. It's lunchtime here. It's 12 noon. It's
I know.
Early for jokes, and we haven't had a proper meal just yet. But we're having this game at least for our lunchtime, and it's I won't say it's a spicy one, but it's one that's definitely fulfilling and full so far. If we get to map number 3, maybe it's going to be worthy of that spicy tune. For the meantime,
One enemy
great
remaining.
eco convert from Team Secret. One they were not supposed to win, but hey, they don't mind the odds. They really relish in it, if anything.
Jeremy now using his mobility again to get this forward control. He is the spear, the tip of the spear for the Team Secret roster here. Gotta be careful. They've heard the call. The tour de force is up for Georgie, and they know he's playing on the A site. This is risky now for Jeremy if he tries to go into his site. Now that he doesn't have his satchels, it could prove a bit risky for him. That's why he's taking a slower pace here. He knows that it is very monumental if they lose him.
Yeah, the one-hit potential of the Tour de Force is not to be scoffed at. Way scarier than a regular operator. So with that, they realize, hey, we have time. There's a very nice scenic path to take. Try and rotate, and that is what we're going to try and decide on. So it seems like, though, they're gearing up for an A split here. The only player within that site is going to be Georgie himself with the ult, as we talked about. He does have his TP set up for him to bail out of this fight in case it does come his way.
30 seconds left.
That's something he's going to have to rely on here as he's isolated within that A sentry site.
Welcome to my
You're hearing it already. Oh, Georgie has no information. He's stunned, he's sucked, he's just basically everything is thrown in his general direction, but nobody has still yet to flush him out. He's got the high ground, and the low ground is Team Secrets. Finally gets decapitated there. And the rest of APH will try to go for this retake and Dubstep. He's challenging through the smoke, hitting every single shot except for Aryu. He's getting just again enveloped by the Viper Spit, and Team Secret, they lick their wounds, they get the victory, and they're already hitting match point.
Dubstep like a Terminator, just walking through smoke. He's got the different vision of his own within his teammates' Viper Spit there from Dispenser. So timeout to be called. I'm gonna wager this is from Action PH. Want to slow things down, get a breath in. They know that this is their final series to play in the group stage. And if they lose here, they could be taken out, but it's Secret who actually pulled the timeout twice again. Secret have the lead,
One enemy remaining.
and they have momentum. They continue to call these timeouts. The last time they called the timeout, though, it was Action who won the round right after. So Team Secret still sticking to their guns. They know they have a few rounds to give and a few breaths to take.
And again, every move they make, you know.
Don't just.
Taylor did this yesterday, or was it day 2? I'm prepared for it. Oh, Raf 2.0.
You mean Raf 2.0? Alonzo
Alonzo Taylor.
You two are made for each
Shout
other.
outs to both of them right now, rocking it in the panel discussion.
Yeah. So nice to have Taylor here be our panel host. It's the first time, actually, ever since VCTPH started, that she was the panel host, so... Go kill it. She always does.
Go, go, go.
But round here from APAC Dire. They didn't place the Viper Wall just yet, though. Perhaps forgetting. They do have that ult. And speaking of ults, Emon gets one of his, but he's quickly traded out. They go down and trade each other, canceling each other out. Now we're down to that 4v4, which typically would favor an attacker's side in the traditional sense, but in this case, I'm not too sure if that's going to remain true.
No, Arya's put the ultimate on A main as well, right? So, but it's put it just deeper on A main rather than it is at the exit of A main. So this could allow Team Secret to maybe even decide to go back to the A side if they want to, because this allows them to still go through door and get control on Sands much easily than I think Arya would be expecting later on. But all right, the setup is here. They do have the stun again from Jesse Vash. Georgie, he's done it before. Can he do it again? There's the stun. Here comes Jeremy, round number 2. Oh, he still loses it. He just barely clips through on tower, then had to use the slow rope to get
Enemy
through.
remaining.
And Jesse
30
Bash
seconds left.
creeping
Spike
up.
down,
Not gonna
B.
get the one up against Modeski here. As Spencer trying to go for the challenge, but it's Georgie once again who wraps up the 3K. And you mentioned it, Black. They lost after the timeout, but Team Secret, they still have a few rounds to manage before they get pushed to overtime.
Twice now that's happened.
A gift.
Parent. History repeats itself.
That works.
If you don't take a good look at what happened in the past, it's bound to repeat itself. There it goes. So Action PH, will they be able to win this next round? Certainly on the table. And more importantly, if they do win here, round number 22, that's going to force Team Secret on the eco. We could be very well looking at, you know, the final round of regulation and decide all of this, if we're going to go into overtime or not. Stun comes out early on here from that Action PH side as noise was made on A main. They're looking to split this site, and honestly, when you're playing on Fracture, you kind of have to split whenever you go for an execute. Going from one alleyway just really makes things a lot more difficult on that attacking side.
Yeah, because if you have a setup that, you know, just a snake bite or a stun,
Right there.
both could be just you and your team getting wiped. So you do need that extra bit of map control. Splitting yourself up, it's a risk, but it's a risk you have to always take on Fracture. If you just multi-stack it, there's also that issue where somebody can just flank around you, right? So if you back away, you might get screwed up there. Huge ultimate on the site itself, but again, stuns nothing. And Dubstep, he's already cleared out the site here. He's the cleaner, and Emon, all the way around, has gotten the shutdown onto Jeremy. Dubstep has snuck his way in here, but his team cannot follow through. He's too fast. He's too flashy. And again, the slow pace, the rest of the TS team might be the downfall for them in this round.
He's going to try and stick the defuse here, but these stuns are going to force him off of the plant.
No.
Spencer and Jesse Vash, they both find one apiece, and they've made this super doable. He does not able to really get the kill, though. Swinging a bit too wide, as he kind of had to. Emon gets the 4th, thus now forcing Team Secret to have to eco. We could potentially be playing for the final round of regulation and into overtime if it does work out in Action PH's favor.
Oh my goodness. Next round will be the last round for TS. I mean, in terms of the overtime, and in terms, as you mentioned, in terms or with the economy. Dubsub does have his lightning fingers.
Isolate and
That's what they called me
exterminate.
before when I was really good with playing rhythm games.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, sure.
Rhythm games, sure, exactly.
To the beat.
Yeah.
Bomb buddy out.
We'll move past that from more to more, I guess, well-placed, wholesome memories, and into this round. Borkum, only one with a Spectre. Rest of them got Sheriffs. But we've seen them be quite thrifty, lucrative with what little they have. This time, though, not working out as Mochi finds a double. And Emon's only get traded out by Jeremy. Not a direct trade, but a trade nonetheless. Arcade looking to be aggressed here potentially by Dispenser, but he knows that this wall is going to be working against him as well.
Well, he did pick up the spike now, and he's moving all the way to the A side. I think Action was able to spot it, but they don't spot Jeremy, who does get the flank around Georgie. The problem now lies that Dispenser, he's all alone. If he gets the plant on this one, he will not have his ultimate, so he's probably going to risk the Biscuit and just get another orb. Maybe he can probably get the A main orb if he wants to as well, but he don't know. So he's probably going to use the time to
30 seconds
get
left.
someone on the rotate. Spots out one though. Now they know. Now they're gonna rotate. Now he's probably gonna be screwed for dear life. But we'll see how this goes.
He could have been. He could have went rather for the Tour of the Fracture, but decided to just go for the plant instead. He's got the Reaver Sheriff, which is at least something to go by. I am quite impartial to it, but he could actually find the timing here. Doesn't work out for him though. From the ropes, he shall be hung. And Action PH. They get the round and bring us into the final round of regulation. Round number 24 right up next. And Team Secret, they do not want to let this go in overtime. This is a round they really want to close this series on. Get that 13-11, close it 2-0, and get yourselves out of that 4th place slot.
They're wiggling by this, black and blue. Action PH, they're ready to force us into overtime. Look at how much utility they have. Not, they have money for weapons? Yeah, okay. Oh, they gave Georgie an ultimate. Or, not an ultimate, sniper, excuse me.
There.
This could be good. You might not expect this. Oh, he missed! Oh, he was a bit afraid of the util.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Element of surprise is now gone, and Jeremy's taking the tower, and he's going to really control everything from up top on high. Let's pull out the showstopper just to really confirm that control, as it is the final round of this regulation, and Georgie, it's going to be really hard for him to retake through this Asper wall with an operator, so all he can do here is try and play that backline. Fortunately for him, he is a chamber, so he can back out of the fight, but here comes the Roaring Thunders try and make their way inside the Viper Spin, and Emma's going to get the kill on Dispenser. That's going to drop the ultimate here, and he gets the kill as well! They're all cleaning up house within the site, but Jeremy gets the double! Jeremy gets the triple! And at the end of it, Team Secret close out the series 2-0 after the flurry goes in their way. A victory for their side.
They were prepared. They were ready. They almost wait. Who's missing right now? It's Jeremy. Oh, Jeremy. Okay. They were prepared. They were ready to go and push that into overtime, black and blue. And what happened? Jesse Bash timing. Jeremy came back on tower there, and they thought, Action PH thought that it was time to force it again into overtime, but that was not the case. Jesse Bash and Jeremy, the dynamic duo, the father and son combo, not really related, actually did the deed to push a 2-0 for not the Bren, the Team Secret roster.
I would say boot camp diff for them being together, but it's kind of more like Jesse Bash house diff, I guess. That's a real thing here. And man, Action PH, they held up one in the back, Asarai. That should have been their round, but the last two remaining members just in the crossfire. Jesse Vash, perfect timing, perfect positioning, and nobody from Action even holding that angle off in the scramble, in the mosh pit. Seems like Team Secret, that's where they live, that's where they breathe, and they know how to deal with that with the experience that they've got.
And the hopium for Team Secret for week 2 continues. This team is showing up right now. from such shaky starts to a much more stable offering of performance. Look at how that goes. Yeah, we're just looking at the highlights real quick here. So many good ones from either side. Also, Black, I forgot to mention this. The one time that Georgie wasn't there to intercept Jeremy, he actually had the proper kill on tower. That's a big oofer.
So unfortunate there for Action PH. As you said, they had to step up. They had the lead. They just completely took over that tower position. And Sir Defio has been playing his heart out this entire series, especially there on map number 1 Bind. He had some great moments here too. But that final sequence, just, I want to see it again. I want to replay things. Just went by in such a blur so quickly. And it's a heartbreaking loss for Action PH.
One enemy remaining.
And these were some rounds. There were some rounds in this match that I didn't really feel like Action PH should have lost that. But Team Secret again. This is the same Team Secret that we knew and loved. This is the Team Secret that performed incredibly as they went towards into Champions. And as the dust settles again, they get this 2-0. I forgot what the panel predicted there, but whoever got Team Secret, you got yourself a nice little victory in that predictions percentage. Whew.
Could be continuing that streak there for some of you, and man, just what a match! What great highlights that we did see, and that final sequence is going to be clipped everywhere because of just how it went down, and we're just kind of looked at from multiple angles. But speaking of multiple angles, we're going to get multiple opinions on that previous match here with Team Secret taking it 2-0 from the panel as we go to a break. We're going to be back right after with the next series. Don't go anywhere. The panel is going to keep you guys company.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on, flexing on ya. Flexing on, flexing on me. Flexing on, flexing on ya. Flexing on, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now.
Too close of a game for game number 2, but your secret is still safe with me. As they take the 2-0, we are welcoming you back to the panel. My name is Terrar. With me is Ilu. No Biscuit around, but there is Raph with us as well. Don't worry, Raph. Biscuit is there, but you're more important. We love you. Don't worry about it. He's just beside her. But anyway, guys, going back to it, 2-0 for Team Secret. It was too close of a match. Now, enlighten me, Raph. There are some rounds that didn't go the way of APH as they should have taken it already.
I mean, yeah, we've talked about this on a broader scale where no matter how high the level is, no matter who or which pro player that is, mistakes are bound to happen, even the most basic ones. I think the biggest question mark was when they were trying to retake into that Viper's pit. I'm not entirely sure which round that was, but they still had a paint shell. They still had a few stars in the bag for Astra. And I feel like they had a few seconds to spare. Maybe if they just kind of waited it out and cleared it properly, because they kind of just face checked. There were 4 players on APH that face check that Viper's pit, which is something that you don't want to do. Other than that, we didn't really see a lot of opping on the side of Georgie. Well, there's still a good amount, but not to the volume that we are much accustomed to.
Anyway, like Ilu was saying, he's gonna come back. No worries about it. Oh, welcome back, dude. How are you doing? No, you were saying though.
As I was saying, really? Okay, there we go. I'm back. So, as I was saying, Georgie didn't really have the op that we wanted to see from him. Didn't really pull it out in a lot of those rounds, which was so impactful for him in this map fracture in the previous games. Like we saw before, time and time again, he'd get the opening pick as as chamber, either using the tour de force or as the op, and then fall back, teleport out, and do it all over again somewhere else. That wasn't present today, and I really think that is one of the key points for Action PH on a map like Fracture. We just weren't able to see it right now.
Like how Biscuit tried to mute you in a bit, Ilu. But going back to the highlights, though, as we were talking about the teams anyway, like you guys said, Georgie, operator, but going and focusing more on the winning team right now, which is Team Secret. We talked about it that they cannot and should not drop any map at all if they want to stay on the league, or if rather they don't want to pray and just try and not to see the other tournaments, or rather the other teams try to get those wins as well. But highlighting Team Secret, especially on that second map on Fracture, they picked Neon again. Did they work out, or rather did this Neon pick actually work out this time around?
I do think it worked out because, you know, it worked hand in hand with Jeremy on the raids. They didn't really have a super hard entry in the form of Neon, though. It's kind of like a sporting rifle the way that they played it. It was up to Jeremy to really get a lot of those openings for his team. So I do think it worked out, especially with the combined beautiful flashes from Jesse Bash. That just led to so many brilliant entries on the side. Case in point on the very last round of the game, where we saw just the perfect satchel charge, or almost perfect satchel charge, combined with the brilliant flash from Jesse Bash to open up that site. I think it worked out swimmingly.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Well, my goodness. Also, Biscuit found me. You're too noisy. Please let me sleep. But yeah, I would have to honestly agree with the fact that they went for a comp that didn't rely on that hard engage, because we know Fracture is a map that's forever shifting in the sense that map control is in constant flux. Even as a defender, you have to aggress as much as you can. And stuff like this, you go hard, right, with that jump, with the HL and everything. But since Jeremy was just so sharp, gaining all that control from tower, as well as Jesse Vash, who's been an absolute beast when it comes to the flashes and the utility. Of course, the game MVP is none other than the new kid, relatively new kid to Secret, Jeremy.
Man, I really wanted to talk about Jeremy here because, you know, he's so well deserving of that MVP slot. He was so on point. You know, one of the reasons why he's getting so much playtime is because he's performing like this, and he's proving that he is deserving of playing alongside the rest of the team of Team Secret. Him as an addition, it's fitting really well. And one of the reasons why I think this is the case, in my experience with Jeremy as a player, is because he's one of the most cool and calm and collected players. One of the easiest players to play with, especially on a team that has so many veterans like Dubstep, you know, like Dispenser. A cool head is just so beneficial to them, and he's the kind of player that just gets things done. You know, Jeremy's just like, you want me to entry? All right, let's go. Flash for me, and then he goes in, and that is, I think, a shining example here today for Jeremy.
True that, and like you said, this kid just fits like a glove upon Team Secret. And knowing how far Team Secret have come, I love how Jeremy is also stepping up to the game and stepping up to the pedal on how Team Secret plays off and how they are looking at right now.
I mean,
absolutely. I do think that they are. Oh, sorry about that, Raf. I just want to clarify. This actually means that they are qualified for the playoffs, right? Because it is a 2-0. So this is exactly what Team Secret needed. They needed nothing short of a 2-0. One loss might have meant that they go to the tiebreakers. And no one wants to go to tiebreakers. They don't want to do that. A 2-0 means 3 points for them. And that just means they can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief and continue that incline to success that they are currently on.
Before we continue on to what Raf is trying to say a while ago, we are actually heading to an interview. We're going to be talking with, or we have the coach in line, of course, with our virtual correspondent, Donut. So, Secret Fate and Donut, take it away.
We are here with the coach of Team Secret. Hello, Fade. How are you?
Hello. Feeling very happy right now.
Yes, a 2-0, a much-needed win for you guys. So, are you happy about the results? A little bit shaky for Fracture, but Bind was so beautiful for you guys.
Yeah, definitely very happy with this 2-0 win, and I also think this is a victory that we actually need, the 2-0 here, in order to go up in rank in Group A. Yeah.
Yeah, and then after this game, you felt so happy. I mean, we saw the player cameras and everything. Everybody else was smiling. But I do want to get into some questions about your role now. I've already asked this to Dubstep before about how you're fitting into your new role. Wanted to ask you what your opinion is and what the progress is now for Team Secret.
I think our main goal here is to focus on the playoffs. So tomorrow is Monday. I think we're just gonna go back to practice, no off days. Since playoff is like 4 days from now, there's a lot of adjustment we have to make for playoffs, I think. And Secret is the top team in PH, I believe. So everyone will be studying how we play. So I think you'll see a different Secret again next week.
A different Secret,
Yeah.
indeed, though, especially with Jeremy in the picture. So, how different is the dynamic now that Jeremy is playing?
I think having Jeremy in the roster is kind of like a surprise element to every other teams. I mean, both Wits and Jeremy are both good players, and I actually like to rotate around them to play against different teams. And they both excel in different situations, and yeah, you will see Wits back in action soon again. So yeah, watch out. We have many different styles we can bring out in the playoff. And yeah, I mean, experiment in week 1 done. No more bad internet, no more excuses.
No more excuses, but I mean, Fracture was too good for you guys, and a lot of the teams actually banned Fracture more for this whole run of the tournament. But do you agree that Fracture should be played more so that at least there's more dynamism for the teams?
Fracture is a map that we play. We even picked it last week, but it didn't go that well. But this week we made some adjustment to Fracture, as in we brought in Viper and Jeremy's race, and yeah, it felt so much better on both attack and defense. We actually play Fracture many times in scrims, but in competition we still need the real experience, like how it will go in tournaments, and I think so far so good.
So far so good.
So far so good.
I do want to ask you, why the Neon pick? I mean, Dubstep is a Jet main, but he's picking Neon now, so why is that a vital pick for you guys?
Neon is a new agent, but I value the ability she has a lot in Fracture. Like, for example, if you want to take A main to stun, Neon alone can take entire A main alone with a smoke from Astra, so this kind of thing is very crucial. And I just kind of like the fast rotation from Neon. And if Dubstep prefer to play Rifle on this map, why even bother going Jet? Just go Neon.
You even had fast takes and you got fast wins for some of the rounds. But I was curious to know, in round number 10, there was a timeout from Team Secret. Can you tell us why there was a timeout called for the team?
The timeout was supposed to come in round 9, so I don't know, this timeout thing is weird. So let's say like during freeze time, if it goes under like 20-second mark, you can't call timeout for the round. You have to wait for the next round. So the timeout came like 1 round late sometimes. But sometimes the timeout is just to calm the players down and remind them what we should be paying attention to. Like, we know how they're gonna play, but sometimes a good reminder here can change the outcome of the round. But yeah, the timeout came 1 round late, but the boys still won the round regardless. Before that, round 9, yeah, we won round 9, I think. It was 6-4. Yeah, so all good.
Yeah, you guys are stronger together in terms of the pushes. But I want to talk about Bind this time. Yesterday's game was too close for comfort, as you would say in Twitter. But I would want to know, it seems like you string a couple of rounds when you're on defense. Do you really prefer the defense, or do you think that Team Secret is stronger on that?
I think attack on defense, we are pretty neutral. And with a double duelist comp, it just allows us to fight more compared to what we drafted last week, where we run single duelists. Felt like we had too much limitations on ourselves. Like, teams in PH in general, they just like to fight you. So if you don't have the fighting abilities to match them, you're gonna suffer, which is what happened in week 1. So after week 1, we sat down as a team and talk it through our agent comp. Like, what do we want to do here? Like, we don't have to fix what's not broken. Double duelist works very well in local scene, so let's just go back to double duelist.
Well, that's a great result for you guys. Week number 2 was such a great turnout for you, a great comeback for Team Secret. Thank you so much for joining us, Coach Fade of Team Secret. So we'll go back to the panel. I'll turn you over to Tayraf and Illustrado now.
Bye.
Love the insights coming in from Secret Fade right there. Back to the panel though, like Tay, Raf, and Ilu. Like Donut said, I just want to touch up. I love how Secret Fade just said that Jeremy is an astonishing player, is a big factor towards the team because it brings surprise to the players or to the other teams in the local scene. Because as far as I know, as far as we all know, they have been together for so long already. Team Secret, as I was referring, as a 5-man roster, and so many VODs already for this team. So I love how Jeremy is put in on the team. But Raf, you were trying to say earlier, go for it. This is the time.
Honestly, everything that was lingering in my mind, every question was mostly addressed by Fade already. How are they going to fit Wits in the rotation? How are they going to adapt to the playstyle? But one thing that I really got from Fade is that they are so willing and open to change, which makes them so incredibly dangerous. Another thing that I like to highlight, when they said the double duelist is really working in the local scene, they didn't shy from it. They took that opportunity. They went back to the drawing board, and I'm so impressed that they have, obviously, right, the hallmarks of a fantastic team.
Also, going back to it, though, just a little bit of delay right there, but I just wanted to talk about to Ilu. There's been changes for Team Secret. Obviously, we've seen them on week 1 having a hard time. What do you think that they do differently this time around?
Yeah, look, I mean, Team Secret is one of those teams that really relies on having a good a connection, not just physically, but also literally. Like, they want to sort of be, connected to each other as a team. And this is clearly what's showing for them. Them having Jeremy on that squad is proving that they are, I'd say, really starting to synergize well with one another. Jeremy is having, I'd say, perfectly starting to fit really well within the team itself. They're starting to gel well. How Wits is going to come into play as well could be a very interesting factor. So only time really is going to tell. But so far, I think the key to the success here of Team Secret is them really feeling a lot more comfortable with each other.
Comfortability is one of the biggest factors here that we have in VCTPH, but other teams wouldn't be too comfortable right now in the spot, because next up we are going to be having Oasis versus Bren Esports. But right now we are just going to go in a very short break. Don't go away. VCTPH will be right back.
I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. For me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hit list. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups fake than the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups fake and the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to VCTPH. This time around, I am joined by Ilu, Biscuit, and of course, Dax right here. Raph is in a bit of an aside right now, but going back to what we were talking about a while ago, we are heading to a new game, to a new match. But welcome to the updraft, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as we talk about the teams, on to the next game. It's gonna be Oasis versus Bren Esports. How are things looking for these two teams right now, Ilu?
Yeah, okay, so look, these guys are pretty much neck and neck. Oasis, they're kind of struggling up and down, you know what I mean? Bren Esports as well. Neither of these guys have found absolute consistency, which is a good thing, I think, for the scene. It's because nobody's completely dominating. Having said that, up against each other, it's a completely different story. It's very up and down, very seesaw. I'm favoring how Oasis is pretty much getting better and better with each passing day, but at the same time, sometimes they fail to find that coup de grace that they need to finish a series.
Yeah, the form of Oasis right now looking pretty on point, but you mentioned it, that consistency, it's not just on the game side, but on the mental state even. We see it from time to time that for both Oasis and Bren, when they are put in down in the dumps, their gameplay can suffer, and they're gonna have to bring out that fortitude coming into the series. Not only that though, this is gonna be do or die for Bren Esports. If they win this, they can get into that playoffs, but on the flip side, if they don't, it just might be their elimination instead.
Ooh, Bren Esports this time around in a tough spot, a make or break situation for them. But before we actually dive into these two teams in depth, I just want to thank our sponsors. Of course, VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Being in the zone has always been about being fully immersed in the game. Be free from tangles and noise with the ROG Strix Go series gaming headsets featuring a stealthy, lightweight, and comfortable design. The ROG Strix Go series features top-notch audio quality and AI noise cancelling microphone, which eliminates over 50 million background noises from your area, so your teammates can clearly hear you. The Go BT as well series is even way better with active noise cancelling, so you can really focus in getting your rank higher. Want your own ROG Strix Go headset? Go check the pinned comment section down below, guys. But now diving into these two teams that we brushed up on Oasis and Bren Esports. Oasis had a very tough time from the previous week. Do you think that they are gonna have like a better run on this time around? But before we actually talk about that, let's see what the roster of Oasis Gaming is. Oasis Gaming right there. I just love this lineup that we have right here. Of course, looking at the players right now, we have Coco, Envy, Ripperoo, Marky, and Wild Oreo. As we dive into the map, or rather into the match that we are having between these two teams, I just want to say I love how flexible the players are from the side of Oasis Gaming. How Envy plays those flashes, how Marky as well on the jet, and especially Wild Oreo, even if you put him on the jet as well.
Yeah, they can play pretty much anything here. Wild Oreo, one of those players also that can just absolutely flex, whether it's on the breach and, you know, pretty much anything. And I think this has really been one of the key factors in their recent success here. The last time that they went up against Bren, it was in a 2-0. So they actually took them down. And in this 2-0, we saw a little bit of differentiation, not 100%, only Envy really flexing too much. Envy was playing either the breach or the Sova, but the rest of the squad here, I think they're gonna stick to their guns, especially when it comes to Bren Esports. They're going to be wanting to stick to the same roster, whether it's this you know, the same Sky on Wild Oreo, Ripper on the Astra. I think we're gonna be pretty much seeing what's tried and true and tested. They're not gonna do too much changing up. What is going to be interesting to me, though, is how Bren Esports is going to be forced to adjust, because as the losing team coming into this sort of rematch, they're going to be having to change up the roster, not roster, but rather their lineups and their play style, and maybe even the map selects.
No, the thing here for Oasis is they're not even fighting for their playoff life anymore. They're fighting if they can get that first seed away from the likes of Team Secret, the likes of APAC PH or Bren Esports. And for them, it's just looking to secure more and more of a spot into next week. So I really feel like I gotta agree with Illustrated there. For Oasis, these has to be the compositions right now that we have seen so far work out for them. I do want to point out yet again, Wild Oreo, though, this guy has just been the most stellar addition we've seen from the Oasis brand. I was able to talk to him yesterday. I was like, you're actually popping off so well here in the Oasis banner. And he's like, job's not done. We're still gonna go for more. And you can see that they still have a bit of that hunger while they're a bit shy behind it.
I love that mindset. I love that hunger. But another team that is hungry for victory is gonna be Bren Esports, as we take a look on the lineup and on the roster that they have. the young guns that we have right here. Bren Esports going up against Oasis Gaming. Looking at the roster, we are looking at Brain Freeze, EJ, Hot Sauce, Josh S, and Savvy 8K. I love also that we can highlight just the players, for example, like Savvy 8K, who's just popping off in matches. And yesterday it was Hot Sauce going crazy on the map as well, despite being a Sentinel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Hot Sauce, man, he's been one to step up for his team. A couple of others I do want to point out as well. Brain Freeze, who has had a lot of clear-cut moments. However, there are a couple of players who have been sitting a little bit more quiet, and this is a little bit of a surprise to me. EJ, touted to be one of the best players in the country at some point, still really hasn't had the impact that he used to have, especially back in his previous teams here. So we're still looking at him to go back and sort of come into form. This is a little bit indicative that he hasn't really found himself super comfortable with the rest of the Bren squad yet, maybe hasn't found his place. But I do imagine that as time goes by, he'll start to feel a little bit more comfortable in his role.
You know what I see from Bren Esports? Sometimes the stats are there, the numbers are there, and case in point, EJ can get a lot of kills, even though we saw him in the Team Secret roster, against that Team Secret roster rather. But at the same time, where is the impact? When are they getting these victories? When are they able to get that momentum? And they just came out from a loss there against Team Secret. It was very, very close, especially on that last map. But right here for Bren Esports, it just has to be more of that maturity, more of them knowing when to win, how to really win in a manner that can give them more of those victories. And they just need to build more of those foundations right now if they do want to still make it to the playoffs.
It's gonna be an interesting matchup. As we know, this is the last day of the group stage, and now we are heading to the map vetoes. As we look into the maps, we are gonna be seeing and assuming finally, or maybe even predicting what is bound to happen. I am seeing an icebox here.
Split.
Probably split, and if I'm not mistaken, maybe
Ascent.
Yep, it is Icebox picked by Bren right there. Ascent picked by Oasis. And Split as a default map. Just want to talk about how Bren Esports really plays out Icebox right here. And they are not scared to actually take this map and pick this map.
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced about this Icebox, but, and I'm actually surprised that they went and banned their own Haven, whereas Haven is actually a fairly good map for them. I suppose they do want to play it a little bit more safe up against Oasis because they did lose against Oasis last time in Haven as well. But regardless, it's one of the maps that they previously were really fantastic on here. So a lot of gambles for the side of Bren here, hoping that we see in payoff.
You know what's interesting? They do let that Ascent map go by, and it was also the other map they lost against Oasis in. Oasis picking it instead, feeling that confidence. But looking at that Icebox all the way at the very start for Bren Esports, it's something they're saying, okay, we know we can be confident on a map like this. We have something to practice. And if we can bring out maybe something a bit more aggressive yet again, can we see that Savvy raise? They can fly on high for the squad. That just might be their key to success. It will really be telling here for Bren Esports how this series is going to go from that first map. They're going to need that immediate momentum. Look to just stifle Oasis at the very start and bring him that early dominance that we can see sometimes work against Oasis. If Oasis gets stuck in a losing streak, it does take them a little bit to get back up. But I gotta say, it can be the same case really for Bren Esports. So really, the identities right now, it's all about who can get past their weaknesses here in this map pool. Looking over at Split there later on, I do feel like it can be pretty even here, especially as this Bren incarnation has gotten some good success so far in their careers in it. And we'll see how this is all gonna pan out. But overall, beside that Ascent map pick, I do feel like here for Bren Esports, it's still a winnable series.
I don't think that we didn't see Split last time. Actually, it was supposed to be also the final map, the decider of the last time these guys got together and played. But we didn't get to see it though. We did get to see Ascent. What's going to be interesting for me here, in my personal opinion, Icebox is going to be absolutely crucial for Bren. I'll be honest, I don't see Bren taking Ascent away from Oasis, and I see them possibly taking Split, but they're gonna have to rely on Icebox. Problem is, when it comes to Oasis are pretty much comfortable on Icebox as well. It's gonna be a tough series here for Bren. I think Oasis has the advantage in terms of the map craft.
Ooh, looking at it as well, like you guys said, this first map is the most crucial one, as both of the teams that we are looking at can perform on this maps that we have right here. But I think it's finally time for the predictions. This time around, I think I'm gonna go ahead. I would be predicting a 2-1, but in favor of Bren Esports. How about you, Ilu?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the maps, and logically speaking, I do think that Oasis have an advantage here. And I'm gonna have to go with my brain in this one and say Oasis. I think they're on fire. I think they're doing a little bit better. I think they're gonna run away with this map. I think it's gonna be 2-0.
Yeah, same case here. I feel like for Oasis Gaming, this is where they solidify that they are going to be top seed of Group A. But Bren Esports are going to make it spicy, especially for that map number 1. It really will determine their fate here, and I'm going to go for Oasis Gaming 2-1 this time. And I wonder how the groupings will actually pan out if both Action PH and Bren Esports will be tied on the points.
Man, I just want to see a 3-map series for today because it's kind of hot for the teams that we have already, and it's the last day for the group stage anyway. But these are your predictions. I'm the only one that predicted for Bren. Let's see how things turn out as we head into our second series for today. Passing it to you guys and to our casters to bring the story to you.
The final day of the group stage and the final day for some of these teams. The action continues here right now at VCT 2022. My name is Asarai. With me is Black and Blue. We heard the panel's predictions, and I want to get your thoughts on this one, man. Who do you think has the upper hand in this series?
Honestly, it's hard to say because, Oasis, they have looked in better form, but as we've seen, the team that wins week number 1 doesn't typically win the same matchup again in week number 2 because, as natural, the team that loses that opening matchup, when they come into the rematch, they're the ones who know what to adjust. They're the ones who can, go back to the VOD and see what went wrong and what to really fix for that matchup that they're expecting. And so I think it's going to really go down to the wire. Bren, they really need a 2-0 here, but I'm not too sure if that's going to come too easy. So I'm still going to say Bren, but 2-1.
Ooh, I'm going to have to go with the flow here. We do have our Agent Select prepped and ready for you guys. I think Oasis are too strong right now. Possibly the strongest team in this entire tournament with how they've been performing. They had some upsets, yes, by other teams. I think the one we saw was Action PH, but the Action PH we saw week 1 was not what we saw or what we're seeing right now in week 2. Oasis, all of the threats that they've come across, I think they've dealt with swimmingly here. And now Icebox, I think it's a toss-up from either side. We see the selections already. Nothing out of the ordinary. But also, if it's okay to ask the question, who do you think is the stronger of the prodigies? We got Savvy, at least for me, from the Bren side versus Wild Oreo on the Oasis Gaming side.
It's a really difficult question when you're putting it into perspective because, Savvy, he might have, maybe, let's say, higher, I guess, mechanical kind of height, like him and EJ, yes, but just consistency-wise, it's been Wild Oreo who has really been that spear for Oasis, and that's, in my opinion, why Oasis are the most consistent team we've had this entire group stage. That's why they're at the top of what many were touting to be the group of death. And for us to go into Icebox, it's a map that Bren Esports are capable in. They're not great on Icebox. They have some wins on this map against very good teams, but it's not a map that they're super known for being really proficient at. And I guess you can kind of say the same for Oasis, but Oasis, they've got some good showings in Icebox as well. So I understand the respect ban on Haven, but I'm not too sure if this is the right call for them to make. Well, you gotta live by the results at the end of it.
Yeah, they've suffered some casualties for sure. They won one against Team Secret. They lost one against Team Secret. They won against Action PH. They haven't won against Oasis Gaming. There is a lot of things that, that have made it interesting for Bren Esports, so to speak. They do have those hot and cold days. And now, into this game, we'll see if they're going to be on a hot streak because life is on the line.
They definitely have a lot to play for. And this is the elimination series for Bren Esports. They take this 2-0. They should be confirmed. To take this 2-1, it's going to come down to points in a tiebreaker potentially from Action PH, if I'm understanding things correctly. But let's go straight into the round as Bren are on the attack. And look at this, the aggression coming from Oasis. They got both of their duelists, Wild Oreo and Marky, pushed far deep into that mid position. They give up that B site for the defense, looking to play the retake from behind.
Already lurking at the back here, while Oreo expecting it, and Josh S. Oh, that's a big blow right as of the moment. Attackers will have to manage this in a 5 versus 4. Ripper afraid of the wall, gonna have to break it right now, but I do like the Bren moment here. That wall is really delaying the rest of Oasis. They're afraid of what is about to come, and Savvy Snake is gonna be huge if it can connect onto that spike, which it does not. And Coco, oh, he's got a counter wall, and that's gonna be a full defuse, and even a flawless round, a flawless retake for Oasis.
Oh, that's so difficult to try and stop when it's up top there, and the Sage wall is placed down, especially on the pistol. It can be a lot more difficult to melt that barrier or just the pistols in hand. So Oasis, they come out with a round number 1, get the opening pick and the final ones as well, as they pretty much practically go flawless, aside from Wild Oreo being taken down there. Really proficient on those pistol rounds, and Oasis, they have a lead here. A small one, but hey, they get the opening swing.
Bomb buddy out.
I like the play from Bren, but then it feels like they got their medicine as soon as they dished it out to Oasis. Oh, there's a wall for this post plant, and then oh no, you also have a wall for your post plant. Dang it, that's awkward. But now Bren looking to redo it once again. I wonder if that's actually a proper lineup with the pain shells. If so, kudos. And it does give them a bit of control here, but because the Viper wall is still active, Bren can't really do too much as they throw out a couple of utilities here. Oasis, they can just wait for a little bit. They see the wall pop up once again, and Envy, just in the nick of time, has his recon dart up. The transition, no one's home. Everybody's at B long. They're charging right in. One in the back of yellow. This is working for Bren. The crossfire is adamant. And now we're left with Marky to remain. A bit too overzealous there from Oasis, and they're going to pay the price for that as they leave Marky in a 1v3 clutch.
They line up collaterals for days here for Bren Esports. This is still winnable, especially with the Marshall. A body shot is all he needs. He can win this in 2 clicks. Marky taking the defuse there. He goes for the peek. He finds Hot Sauce. All Josh S has to do here is delay time. No more snake bite to try and buy him that extra post plant potential. But the time is ticking. The half defuse has been stuck, but he's gonna need a bit more time, but there is none left for him to get this round. A hard round to be won by Bren Esports, but they get the job done and convert the second round.
That was so good from Josh S. He reads that situation perfectly. Again, I hype Savvy and Wild Oreo on either side too much, but Josh S, he's been a pillar of clutching for this Bren Esports roster. So scary. Again, coming from that Sunsparks team, actually even been way before that, when we know him as Archangel. Didn't really find his place in that team. Sunsparks, a bit of a success, you know, but now it seems with this Bren roster, he's really coming in full swing as a player. That being said though, they got themselves that nice little bright round, and the only thing that Oasis got from that last round is this, actually it's nothing. So they only have that Marshall buy from Envy.
That's not a great weapon. Not going up against this Bren Esports attack. But we know Oasis are not going to be too shy of taking the fights anyways. Marky in a somewhat commanded position, but fortunately for him, he's a jet. He can get out of there when he so chooses. That nade's going to make things a lot more difficult. Plus, the pick here, the stun rather, and the recon dart connecting on him is going to be a lot more difficult to really make that happen. Savvy gets a kill on the Envy, their only rifle in the round, albeit it was a Marshall. EJ finds Marky. This should be a quick and clean round for Bren. Potentially flawless, but no, I cursed it. Ripperoo gets that kill, and even though it's a 2v4, this can still be doable for Oasis if they can land their shots. Although, you got a bunch of classics. Even if Bren Esports are low, it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. They have the crossfires and the superior weaponry. The shot dart might even prove a bit of value.
Out of
but maybe if they had like sheriffs, but only do get those classics, so it's about a challenge and a half for
one enemy remaining.
For Oasis here to retake that. Cheeky little wall from Coco, but he's angered the gods. They spray all angrily at him. Was that dangerous? Coco's been exposed, can't get back into cover, and that is going to be that for this round. And Bren, relatively clean. They've taken a bit of damage, but regardless, they take it whatever Oasis had to throw at them.
Yeah, they only give up that one pickoff, which was Josh S, and that allows them to still have a decent amount of economy to buy into this. And even if they lose this round, they should have enough credits to buy for round number 5, and that's always a good position to be in. Half armor on some of the Oasis players, and it seems like they're all still here in the spawn, waiting for that timeout, technical pause rather. Hopefully everything gets set. We just really want things to, get sorted out fairly and smoothly for either side, and give us fans a good show.
I'm already having a good show right here, man. We're seeing, again, 2 teams that have beaten Team Secret earlier in this group stage, week 1. What a showcase from this entire roster. Can't really wait to see what happens when we give them a bit more opportunities to flourish, to blossom, to bloom, to what's another word? To go through photosynthesis? No, not photosynthesis. What's the one with the butterfly?
Photosynthesis? No,
that's
you
the
mean
one
like
with
the plants.
Yeah, the plants taking their food.
No.
Wow.
From
I've caught myself in a weird spot. Wait, I will ask Google. Google. Metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis.
I didn't have to ask Google that time. Thank you.
You could just go the Poke route and be like evolve.
The Pokemon route. Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
yeah,
isn't that
since
essentially what it
Pokemon
is?
did get that evolution of a game, Arceus, but
all right, moving on to more important things. Well, Dorio gets that opening pick on Josh S. That is a wall potential down. It'd be a lot more difficult for them to retake, rather to get within the site because of them losing Josh S. And EJ falling down the tip of the spear made a bit more blunt here for Bren Esports.
They do have the res though, as Hot Sauce does claim the orb. And one of their teammates is easily accessible, so they should be able to get that back up. Envy will count this out. Oh, Brain Freeze. That's Retangling could make some damage, and he does. Oasis, they got the advantage at the start of the round, and as the round progresses, Bren just slowly getting it back into their favor. They're now shaking hands with the possibility of getting this round in their own ends. So we're back to the 3 versus 3, but the defenders, or excuse me, opposite side, the attackers, still stuck on their own spawn. They have time to make their magic work.
They get the heal for
30
Brain
seconds
Freeze
left.
and give him a bit more fight, a bit more heart in this. We were able to get the res as well, but it was quickly denied right after, or at least minimized. Oh, they have to be careful clearing this corner because Ripper is ready to really pound sign and punish him for it. It's gonna be so hard to make it through this as Envy shuts them all down. We know that this guy is prime time. He is special. You can see the full effect of him on any initiator that he decides to play on. We are tied up for round number 5, and this is Bren's last buy.
They're gonna get a reset once again if they make any more mistakes here, and that's not what they want to happen. Maybe what they could do is just give Josh S the Vandal, and EJ can get the orb and he'll have his blades up. He's been a pretty proficient blader for the duration of this tournament, so maybe he can get some value off of that, but they might want the extra firepower with the jet as he just charges right back up, and the headshot angle on Wild Oreo is a bit trapped in a cage, and he gets back out as his teammate just absolutely uses the smokes to full fruition. Wild Oreo as well spotted that one. Hot Sauce pushed back from pipes as the nade almost explodes and takes him down.
Ripper here. And the wall drops, which means they're all going to have their eyes forward, not behind the smoke. Ripper is able to find one, but quickly traded on out here by Savvy AK. That gives him a leeway to make it into the site. It's a 4v4. Josh S. still a sheriff in hand, not able to retrieve that rifle. EJ's already positioned himself at the top here on the second floor. Try and get them that anchor position and hold down the plant and really keep him safe. They're going to plan for the second floor once again this time. They have to be careful because Coco's already used his wall, so there is no more barrier that will really bite him in the back later on. Dipping into the fight in Brain Freeze. He is wise and he knows what to do. EJ finding a second kill in the round. It's down to a 2v4 as well. Make that a 1v3 as Marky's left alone and taken down 3-2. Bren retake the lead.
Unfortunate that Oasis thought they could maybe catch Bren in transition. Bren has used their Viper Spit, so Oasis at some point we're thinking maybe we can peek out as they're playing for that post plant, but Bren was so ready for it. Swung out on up on Raptors, we got you. Swing out on Maze, we got you still. So Bren had an absolutely perfect round there. The only thing that may have been a hiccup for them was they didn't have hot sauce moving into the round, so they couldn't use the wall to plug up the back of the site, but still it worked for Bren regardless.
The fact that they were able... Get out of there, Sammy. The fact that they were able to get Ripper really open things up for him, didn't have to deal with the smokes, and EJ. Speaking of opening things up, he just slices and cuts in the open, and they get the advantage for this round. Hot Sauce finding another kill. Marky able to dip in and out of the fight, but he has to be very careful where he's going. Trapped on the back of the site. They have some information that he's somewhat towards his screen side, but not too sure if he's bailed out or not. The wall, not exactly really fully formed, and they spot Marky out in the corner. This Boombot barely missing him by, and they have a good close plant position.
Oh, that was timing from Brain Freeze and an opportunistic moment for Savvy to hit another headshot. Bren is coming out of the woodwork here on Icebox. They are angry, they are mad, they are savage, and they are taking down Oasis one round after the other.
And they're piling it on. EJ has been such an important force for this Bren Esports squad. Simply put, they would not be the same without him. And you can see exactly why. Brain Freeze there as well. He has been in the scene longer than people realize. He's been competing longer than people know as well. And you can see just his heads up play, bouncing the shock dart there right off to hit it on the mark. And now Marky, speaking of him, he's got his blades up. He's looking to try and cut things open for Oasis' side as well. Does not connect with a showstopper. And he dies because he was low, hit by Marky in the air.
It's unfortunate we can't see the electric cha-cha play from both the Sobas as Brain Freeze and Envy pop the Hunter's Fury together while Oreo has already shown his force or his presence on the flank. Doesn't commit to the fight. This could be a detriment for the Bren side, but it doesn't work at the end as Envy as well as Marky catch them in transition trying to plant the spike, but at the moment, 2 versus 2. Marky is very much injured, so it's all going to be up to Oreo.
Last player standing.
Through. Oh, that is an unfortunate timing, but while Oreo still has
one enemy
nice
remaining.
Little angle there, loving that. You can't manage to jump through if you go for that crouch jump. Misses the peak though, but Brain Freeze, he's expecting Bell. Another wall. Oreo's waiting for another, but he misses him on the peak. Unfortunate. While Oreo over anticipates where his opponent was going to be.
Could have played for the spike, then tries to go aggressive, and when he comes around the lobby there, just so many angles for him to check. Doesn't commit to a single one, tries to check them all. You try to please everyone, you end up pleasing none, and that's kind of what happened there. So Brain Freeze, always the reliable player. We've seen multiple clutches from him throughout these past 2 weeks. You can always expect him to really even the odds when things look against them. Marshals abound for Oasis. That's all they really got to work with right now for the Eco.
Oh, almost got caught there as EJ was flying alongside the drone. Okay, spot 2 on the site. Seems like Bren will want to commit to this. Was Brain Freeze the same guy that I mentioned wanted to use like the Vandal Champions bundle skin because he knew that he was going to be top fragging?
Potentially.
And he's doing it again. Yeah, right? Anyways, Marky holding the crosshair. I like the wall. That's going to force maybe somebody to jump over that, and he could have an opportunity to shoot them mid-air with that Marshall, but Bren are taking their time as they're waiting for a more aggressive reaction, I'm assuming, from Oasis here, but they are hunkered up on B-Long.
have the recon prepared, and Envy is going to find quite a lot, especially if they don't deny that from Poppin. They do might only get one scan out. They have the weapons advantage here, but they still gotta be careful because you know he can land those shots. This time, though, not finding a pick with it, doing some decent damage with Brain Freeze, but not enough to really confirm the kill. That gives Bren Esports a plant and potentially a 6th round for their sake. Look at these Viper walls, looking almost like Neon.
That's true. Neon was the original, the OG, while Viper was the copycat. Okay, Marky still has the weapon in hand. He just has to get that angle, that shot just in the nick of things. But these Viper walls are making it damn difficult, Black, for him to find anything. And the clock is ticking. There's still 4 people alive from Oasis. They gotta start falling down right now because they won't have that money, if ever. Marky's still waiting at the sides. He will not escape the clutches of Josh S. And Bren, a flawless round. Anybody gonna dive to the spike? Nah, not even. Bren shrugging it off.
Good round here from Bren, relatively clean. We can say that multiple times over. And the timeout to be called, I'm assuming this is a tactical timeout by Oasis. Gotta stop the bleeding somehow. Apply a patch on that burn. Splint the broken bones and get back into the fight because they let Bren continue with the lead. We know that they are a team that really rides off of momentum. Savi and EJ as well, especially, have been known for that exact kind of, I guess, factor really playing a big part of their game. And if you let that twin-headed dragon of Bren Esports just really start feeling it and really heat up, and Oasis know they might be a bit too deep in the waters here.
Just look at these quick little replays there. This should be like rounds. I feel like Oasis should be winning, and then out of nowhere, right? You mentioned again, Oasis taking a bit of a beating as of now. They're mixing things up.
Need a drop.
They bought up Marky full on that operator. Oh, he's gonna do that. Probably expecting maybe EJ to jump up, and then just decides to go for bell jams on the shot here. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but yeah, at least we know that there's a sniper for Oasis side.
No one's on A. A single player from Oasis is on A, but they're committing to it. Oh, the missed dash towards the forward position as Wild Oreo still gets another kill through it. Coco's able to find one of his own inside, able to get the trade off, but Wild Oreo again and come back with a third kill of his own from the tube, and he's gonna filter them down one by one. What a round from Oasis to turn it around after the timeout.
As fast as you casted that is as fast as the round ended. You mentioned it, there was no one on the A side, and the commitment from Oasis, I don't know what happened. Maybe they all chatted, guys, OM only mid.
Hard read. That was so uncanny that they decide to all stack mid when they knew that Bren were going mid. I guess it's maybe hard read, maybe just luck, but they're doing it again. So it's telling me that it's more of a setup than an actual real hard read, because look, they've given up the A side, looking to play retake instead.
I have absolutely no idea how that was. But yeah, retake on the A side I think works, because if they can save up a Sage wall, that can give them the tools to maybe fight back. Okay, Josh S will be able to heal back up to 100 here. Or actually, excuse me, 90. But they do know now that Marky still has his operator in hand. EJ is waiting for the challenge right now. And Oasis, I don't know if their spider senses are tingling. I think Envy still has a... No, he used this drone already. So they'll have to dry peek this. But do they really need to get that information? But at least for the moment, they do know that Bren is hovered somewhere on this A site. And the Oasis are only waiting.
3-6. Man, Oasis, they're looking to get the 4th on the board. As Savvy goes down, it's a big player to take out here in the round. The first one to fall as well on that lurk. Josh S follows suit. Marky, he's not going to miss those. We know he's very reliable in those shots with that weapon. Oh, the whiff here coming from EJ. Very uncharacteristic, but one really needed to connect on the retake. He finally gets a second follow-up shot. He's going to need a bit more. Atos gets the kill. Not able to find the follow-up there. This time EJ, but the nade is going to connect. And EJ brings it to a 1v1. He pops the blades, and he gets the clutch. The ROG clutch coming from EJ to save them in the round. 7-3. Bren Esports continue their lead.
I thought he was gonna botched the post plant there because he had the operator. It was taking a very long time to take down members of Oasis as they were pouring into the site, but EJ manages with his teammate. I believe that was Brain Freeze. Yeah, hitting some nutties as well, and with good intention. 11 kills already for Brain Freeze. Oasis, that was pretty rough. I mean, they were already expecting they should have been able to catch that back up. Now, changing things up once again. Josh S spots out 2 already at belt. He's gonna have to buckle this one. Oh, EJ helps alongside with him. The nade does connect, but the damage be done. Though Coco does have the res, but it's gonna take a long time for Oasis to do that because they don't know if Bren is gonna catch the resurrection of his
Poison's off.
Perfect weak side help there coming from EJ. And because of the fact that they spiked so much out on that forward position from Oasis, they knew that that means the B site is wide open and the retake, the rotation is going to come quite long. And now that they pop the res here, Coco, they already have some idea that some of the players are going to be coming from that A main, from their own spawn, from the attacker side spawn here. And this is something that Savvy knows he can expect. It's a 4v4, so it's definitely still winnable here by Oasis in the post-plant retake, but they're going to have to land their shots. They're going to have to find the timings as well to really make it happen. Ripper, that's what I'm talking about, man. You cannot let those opportunities escape you. And that's what has been happening to them. But they completely clean up house in the post-plant. It's all on the Savvy AK, but he can't do it. There's too much for him to deal with. And the post-plant works out eventually for Oasis here. Coming in from behind, coming in from the front. And they really still crawl back
round
fighting.
Before the switch.
That was a huge resurrection on Wild Oreo there. Brought him back. He had the ultimate. He was 100 HP, so he should have been fly swatted by Bren, but he still manages to get the kill with that showstopper. I honestly thought that Oasis was going to lose that because if you saw how they were playing, they were very much unaware as to where the whole roster of Bren was playing. You could see somebody was looking towards the at kitchen. You could see someone looking towards the flank. They just had no information whatsoever. And then somehow something switched and Oasis wanted to go for the fight. Unfortunately, this is going to be Wild Oreo trying to just get away from the showstopper, which he just barely gets away from. The trade, not positive from either side. Very neck and neck. That was a lot of utilities used in transition.
I love how Bren, even after losing that round right prior, they still come into this with a very aggressive mindset. Here comes the plant, but they're going to be able to deny that. Envy finding the perfect timing and positioning on the lineup to deny that from happening. And as Hot Sauce goes down, that's a big potential for the heal. Already removed. Marky gets another kill on the EJ. It's going to be so much more difficult now to plant without getting a single pick. He knows he has to find that. He gets the one. It's going to be savvy to find that, but Coco's last left alive. Rather, finds Savvy to leave Josh S to be the last one left alive. And that Viper, the snake in the grass, has been found. The snow, not his natural habitat. And they take it 5-7, the minimum that you would want to end that defensive side on.
They keep planting for some reason. Like, they already lost one trying to plant the spike. They lost a second one trying to plant the spike. And then a third one lost his life right after as he was trying to plant the spike. I don't know what was happening in the thought process of Bren there, but they needed to fight more than they needed to plummet that that hardware on the ground to farm the Radianite. So unfortunately, Oasis had every single nook there work out for them. And even though their vision was obscured by Josh S's Viper Spit, it was very intuitive to know where Bren's players were, especially when they were trying to plant the spike at default.
Contrary to the common thought, that Viper's pick can actually make things a lot more difficult. Plant sometimes on that B site, and Marky's gonna make things difficult for Bren as they lose the opening pick and kitchen control more importantly here. Gives him a really good position, and Hot Sauce just not ready. I think he was planning to boost himself up, maybe with a wall, but a little too late there. As Oasis, a potential flawless pistol round is coming underway.
Flawless.
There it is. While the Oreo just runs through, and Hot Sauce, he looked him straight dead in the eye, and he's like, well, I'm done for. He just looks at him, and while Oreo's like, yeah, if you're gonna try to, fiddle with your doodly, bring out the wall, it ain't gonna happen, brother. It ain't gonna happen. 6-7 for Oasis here. Very tight-knit game, But as the economy always shows, you gotta always reach for the economy, read the economy. Oasis got the buy.
And with that, they should be able to tie this up 7-7. Will Bren be able to turn around another eco of theirs? Saw that in round 2. Round 14. If this bodes well for them, they can definitely accomplish that. Attacking side for Oasis. Initially kind of spreading throughout, but now they're going towards this B site. They did leave Ripper here to hold down the line, which is a good idea because of Brain Freeze. He was lurking really deep down on towards mid. He falls back instead. Decides to play back. Josh S gets the dink here on the Envy, but he's got armor to really help him and save him in that case. Ripper only finds one as Savvy gets a trade, but Wild Ori is able to get the kill on the Josh S as well. It can be very difficult. They do get a bunch of damage in, honestly. Like Marky and Envy both dinked in the head, but not enough to take him down yet.
His dicks on the head with a classic, man. It's just not dealing that much damage. You see, Marky got tagged, but he's still relatively healthy considering what has happened here. EJ able to pick up the Spectre here. Could do something, but was immediately stifled by Coco, who spotted his boy down. So you got to get that refrag up and rolling. 7-7, and now Bren, they got themselves the Byron. Oasis, what's the play here? No ultimates. Heck, a lot of utility. Marky on the Vandal. Are they going to go B or A?
They've got that one rifle here on Oasis' side. Switches out to a Phantom for a second. Indecisiveness? Perhaps a sign of the current mental.
One-tap headshot at all ranges.
Yeah,
Vandal's
I mean,
still OP.
I'm honestly a Vandal stan, if anything, so
yeah.
I like the switch, but Oasis, they've got some tools in their hands. Will they be the right ones? Barrier here to block off the tube. And if they're not going to try and melt this, then there's no point in waiting here unless they specifically want to wait for it to expire and go for a late round push towards kitchen. But that could be time wasted that they can't get back and could be utilized better elsewhere.
Yeah. How long's like the duration of a wall? Like a good 20, 30 seconds?
It's like 30, almost 40, something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they wait for this to break and they push through kitchen, they still have to go through hot sauce that has saved up one slow orb. It could be good, but that's a big risk that I don't think Oasis are willing to take. That's why they went all the way back. They did leave while Oreo to make a bit of noise here. Gets spotted on 2, but that's crucial information. Look how quickly Oasis have pulled the trigger onto the B side. There is the wall from the Viper. The lineup as well from Josh as maybe to delay the plan, but the control on yellow as well as the side itself is Oasis's for the meantime.
They have a possibility and an opportunity to plant here. You can see Savvy being wary of that 2 position. There are no traps, nothing to alarm him if anything comes his way. He does get the kill on the retreating Coco, and so does EJ. There's 2 spears here for Bren Esports, making it happen, but Marky and Envy answer right back. And Envy finds the third. Savvy's going to find the second and a third for him as well. Here comes the retake, 1v2, but Brain Freeze and Savvy are both on, especially the latter. He brings it down to that 1v1. Brain Freeze is very reliable on these clutches, but Marky's even better with the flick. That solo rifle coming in big, coming in huge, and Oasis, they take the lead.
And the Republic of Gamers ROG clutch presented to you, or presented to you by Marky as he clutches out the round. We need a quick little replay on that if possible. I just wanted to break down how he won it. They were playing around the wall. He had a dash. He had all the necessary tools to win that. Swung out, and as he was dashing, he saw Brain Freeze go out into the open, who wanted to transition or move into yellow to close the distance, close the gap. But Marky was aware, and Marky was on point. As you mentioned, that flick was stupendous coming from him, and the timing, the spider sense is tingling. Hot sauce, do you know what's about to come if you peek out just a little bit further to your right?
Very much so qualifying of that ROG clutch title. And Marky, he's holding down the line here towards mid. Savvy has to be careful with the peek, but luckily for him, Marky does give up the angle, which leaves Ripper all alone. But be careful how they peek this as well. No information. They don't have a Sova here on Brain Freeze to really help him out on that peek. So he picks Dry, but still they get Josh S. I'm not too sure if he actually really missed him or ignored him, but it still works out in the end. The pistol is not working out for Bren Esports so far, even with EJ a single orb away from that ult. Doesn't look like it's going to come in this round.
Oreo's already in the back here. Tries to go for the alley-oop. And maybe a Kobe. Not going to happen. Brainfreeze is stuck, though. Again, they don't got the necessary weaponry to find longer engagements. It's going to be a long, drawn-out fight that Oasis will win. They got their provisions. They got the perseverance. They'll get that one. Yeah, man. That was... I thought Josh S would have gotten through, but to be honest, Envy had Marquez backup, so I think he was fine.
Yeah, I mean, even if the drone didn't spot him out, that pressure forcing Josh S to a position that was able to be filtered on, having that player trailing the drone is a huge thing. These rounds, they come so close. Bren not able to convert some of these. They were able to do it a while ago in the first half, but the second half has been Oasis through and through. So the timeout, I think it's a good call here to try and slow things back down, reset themselves. And now EJ on this defensive side, a very capable player with an operator.
Question is, where is he gonna place himself on that will not get spotted by Oasis? Based on where he is as of now, he might just be playing on top of rafters once again, but and that could work actually. Well, Oreo does love to go boost himself up on belt quite frequently, so maybe they can get a catch off here, but you damn well be sure that Oasis will be reading that economic standpoint of Bren. And know they got the purchase power for the sniper. For the meantime here, just looking at the stats real quick. Wild Oreo and Savvy, look at that. The Prodigies getting themselves a 16-piece and a 15-piece altogether.
They're coming towards his B site once again, and the only piece that they want is a piece of the enemy here. That's what they need to get, Bren Esports. Being able to get a few rounds these past few. EJ is still committing to holding this B-long position down with Josh S there to support him. Making sure nobody really flanks up on EJ. Catches him off guard, so... Oasis, they're not dissuaded by this aggressive control from Bren. Try and play it out for the meantime, but it looks like they'll eventually try and, you know, kind of fall back if no opportunity presents itself towards B or mid.
Even if they don't read this correctly, if they try to push for the A site, this is perfect. They're going to hit the site that has the least amount of resistance from Bren. They only have Savvy and Brain Freeze there. Granted, Savvy does have the showstopper though, so maybe this could still work for Bren if they want to try to catch Oasis in transition. But regardless, we see... Oh.
30 seconds
Nobody
left.
thought I won't. You're good. You're good. You still have the nade to throw out. Mark is going to be holding 410, and they're just going to get the site.
Well, they get the site, but can they hold onto it in the post plant when or Bren going to be able to get the defuse here? It's going to be very difficult to retake with an operator, especially with his Viper's Pit just cutting up every sightline that EJ could potentially use. So if there's a time to pop his blades, now could be it to be able to make the fight up close. But Envy, and oh my goodness, he finds Hot Sauce and Savvy. Both of them, that's a huge pick to come from Envy. EJ finds one, but will it really be enough? He shuts Envy down, but only for the meantime as Coco's able to get the trick off immediately, and Wild Oreo is going to get the kill too. EJ, he's just now to this operator of his, able to fend him off, but he knows the goal here is to save the weapon. He's going to get shot from the back. The timing doesn't work out. As soon as he turns around, that's when Marky swings, and that's when Oasis swing the momentum in their favor. 10-7, piling on the lead.
Man, that was... Oof. Again, I mentioned it. Bren, however they read that, or excuse me, Oasis, however they read that situation, they read it so well that Bren could not get the fight on. And to top that all off, Envy, he got those 2 kills because he was coming through mid off of a delayed lurk where EJ was supposed to be spotting that, but still manages to weave his way through, get 2 kills on screen. And EJ was like, I dropped the ball on this one. This is just a total mess up on my end. In any case here, Mark is taking a bit of damage. Somebody's used their showstopper. Where is it? Oh, that was actually Savvy onto Ripper. Console is going to be fighting this location for now. And capitalizing still on the slow orb. Savvy right in front. This is pure mess and pandemonium.
You will
as the dust settles. Oasis, they got the res. They're still fine.
Player
Josh S
standing.
on the flank. I'm just losing my words right now. This is just pure action after action.
A wall of death, a mosh pit here, and this concert, this symphony of destruction. Marky will come out of it on top, and Oasis barely scraping by. Had to burn the res, so all things considered, a good eco round for Bren Esports. Could have went the other way though. It could have been a swing that they so desperately needed in this moment. Match point at the cusp of it, and Bren Esports, they need to convert here. They've got that Viper's Pit to try and get them the advantage in the round, but there's lots of tools for Oasis to flush that Viper's Pit out and to really nullify it with the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. Those two ultimates combined are some of the most perfect tools to try and really counter that Viper's Pit of Bren.
Definitely is. And to be frank, B&B, black.
Yes.
Black and blue.
Asarai.
Yeah, I only have one.
Surai.
It hasn't been too good. The Josh S. Viper's Pit. It's been more of a detriment than it has been a tool for Bren to get the round, as it were. With that being said, though, it is going to be very, very important for them to utilize that well, because it will give much more leeway for the rest of the Bren team to start getting control on other parts of the map. It's risky, though, but it does give them more security overall, at least in this upcoming one, after this technical pause is done.
Seems like when this technical pause does expire, Bren and Josh S especially is looking to maybe pop that ultra towards B long. You can see how much more the defense could be geared for repelling an orange take and a kitchen take, because lots of times when you pop that Viper's Pit, that ultimate here on B long, a lot of teams who do not want to have to deal with it but still want to go B are just immediately going to default to running under the tube, going through the tube, and taking orange control for that backside plant. And so knowing that, you can see how the Sova and the Sage here, Brain Freezer, Hot Sauce, respectively, are geared up to do that. And here it comes. Viper's Pit out from B main. They can trail this if they want to. They've got the Boombot, they've got the Recon, the Aldrone to try and flush him out. They don't spot Josh S, I believe, within this. And because they've lost the timing on it, because they know they've lost the element of surprise to flush that Viper's Pit out, they seem very hesitant to push, and as they should be.
They back away, but they should be safe trying to cross back. Look at what they do right now. They leave Envy to hold maybe the forward push of Josh S. They leave Ripper to hold mid just in case. And once again, they're going to challenge for A main, where a lot of the forces of Bren aren't even there. So this is going to be left to EJ to manage this. We'll have Savvy least looking to find a good position to help him out, but this is the full force of Oasis, with Wild Oreo still having his Showstopper in tow to use.
And if Wild Oreo just blast backs his way into the site, there's a high chance he's going to spot EJ out in that committed position and kill EJ with a Showstopper. So EJ has to be very careful and use that dash to perfection to get out of the fight if he needs so. Hot Sauce finds a kill on the Ripper. A big pick to find. No more Viper Wall to be put up. But Mark and Wild Oreo are going to find both of the duelists. That's what I was talking about. That Showstopper can be so dangerous to fight against, especially in committed positions like that. And Oasis, they have the lead here on the post plant, and they bring it to a 4v2.
I'll say something later after this round that was probably why EJ just met his demise so easily. Anyways, 2 versus 4 here. Rain Freeze managing through screens, his teammate coming through rafters. They could wrap around Wild Oreo, but the crossfire is also good on Oasis' side. Challenge to come through. Rain Freeze trying to bait out Wild Oreo right here, and it's working. They're managing. Savvy's been revived. Coco still having to manage his through. The double spray down by Marky, and Coco in the dash out by Marky just to fade away, to fake out time. Savvy, the ankle breaker. No time, but they are the attackers, so they do get the round in the end. And what I mentioned a while ago, Black, EJ threw out his smoke to block the vision of the recon dart, but also gave away his position because they saw where the smoke came from.
Oh, that was unfortunate. And by no time, I meant to say, like, no time to get out of there. But I realized you were talking, so I didn't want to continue saying stuff.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
But then I realized, oh wait, no, there is time to get out of there. So, okay, they're safe. They save the guns. Continue on.
You're such a nice guy, you know, for telling them to get out of there. You know, wanting to save their their weapons. You know, it's a tough economy right now. You got to save everything. You got to save.
I guess coaching instincts. Just to be like, run.
It's like your player instincts.
Yeah, run. There's a bomb. Something's gonna go kaboom in a bit. The spike, at least. Well, I guess if anything, the spike is more of an implosion than an explosion, right? Perhaps.
There.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Match point here for Oasis. Bren are gonna have to play 5 rounds perfectly to come back into this. Maybe not flawlessly, but they have to get every single one. Cannot drop a single round right now. They've got the Hunter's Fury, the Sheriff here. But EJ with the Vandal is going to make things happen. But they're on the retreat, but not too careful about that. That nade is going to connect and find EJ with the Kobe from range. Perfectly put, perfectly placed, and they get the site control.
And look at the Wild Warriors. They're not going to expect this. They're like, ooh,
30 seconds left.
And he still gets away.
Spike
Challenges
planted.
through. He's feeling a bit too hot. Overheats. Hot Sauce cools him down. 2 versus 3 as the round progresses. And Hot Sauce this time does not have the res.
Good
Can't have the maybe the
Last
opportunity
player
to pick up a
standing.
Vandal, but they don't need to. He gets pick after pick. Goes out of smoke. Bumps himself through the Raptors. It's going to be very risky. It's going to be very
Attackers
cheeky,
win.
But he's not going to weave his way through to clutch out the round. It's Oasis taking game number 1.
They take map number 1, the pick here of Bren Esports. Bren deciding to go for Icebox, and it could have bit him in the back because this is a really good map from Haven. And as I said a while ago, you know, Bren, they've had some okay performances on Icebox, but it isn't really known as a map of theirs. Haven, if anything, is even better. Hell, I'd even say Bind or Ascent is better for them. And fortunately, they're going to go to Ascent later, or even Split if we get to map number 3. But Icebox, I really do think they kind of put themselves in I guess, in an underdog position here when they really shouldn't have. It's what they maybe felt comfortable with today. That's what Oasis are comfortable with every day.
Wow. I mean, Oasis is supposed to be a wonderland, right? A safe haven, as it were. Icebox definitely is that. That was just that Wild Oreo pick was so good because immediately Bren thought that they had the advantage. They were backing away. Didn't expect that Wild Oreo was gonna just refrag them and get the round win in the end. Look at how much damage they've done. The frag wins as well. Overwhelming on the Oasis side, but there, as we see here, highlights still moments of brilliance from Bren.
Yeah, they're especially on that opening attacking half of theirs, looking really good. And at some point too, they had a few rounds over Oasis. They had that lead, but just can't hold on to it. And as we switch on to the second half, they're only able to get 2 rounds. Oasis just so good on their Icebox defense. It seems like Bren, they've got their defensive, rather their attacking side locked down here in Icebox, but this is something I've seen in the past where their defense on Icebox really does kind of beg to question if this is a map they're truly comfortable with. I've seen, I think, better or at least more considered performances from Bren on other maps that they did ban. So I'm curious to see why they left it here in Icebox. Perhaps there's something they saw from Oasis that they thought they could abuse and utilize. But alas, today's not the day.
You see that? I thought Wild Oreo double satchel cleanly on Raptors, but he used the ropes to maybe boost himself a bit further.
Right.
I heard it. I didn't even see it when he was doing it because it was so fast paced and we were still looking at the possibility of his frags, but
yeah,
you could not expect that.
You can hear like the click of the carabiner on the rope, right?
Yeah. That was really cool. All right, anyways, guys, game number 1 is done. We're in line for game number 2 after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Care what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the life before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you assure. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm first fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We had a slightly longer break, but don't worry, everything's good, everything's fine. We're still going to be pushing with game number 2. Thought you had something maybe worse in mind there, but here we are to quell your your worried mind. My name is Azar. With me now is Black and Blue, and we'll be your casters again for the second game between Oasis Gaming and Bren Esports.
Yeah, hopefully the our faces are helping, alleviate and help kind of soothe your woes, because it was a bit of a longer break than, as we said, as Asarai said, than we would have expected. But hey, we're back here, and that's the most important thing. Let me move this out of the shot.
Yeah.
As we're moving into, map number 2 here, because map 1 that was taken by Oasis, which was the pick of Bren Esports, but now we're going on over to the pick of Oasis, and they know to really plant themselves and to build their home on where they're reliable.
And with that being said, this next map is going to be, I think, still a toss-up between either side. We have seen Hot Sauce, I believe, pop off incredibly well in a sense, but the same could be said with Oasis. They are pretty proficient going into this particular stage here, and we'll see how that goes as the agent select will show us what is the picks of each side. Nothing really out of the ordinary to me. How about you, Black?
Well, we do have the KO on Ascent, which is something that has been really seeing an uptick in popularity, especially here in APAC. As soon as we saw teams like Full Sense really make full, I guess, sense of it during C Challengers last year and LCQ and all, and a lot of teams have been picking that up. And at least here locally, it's been NAOS Esports so far in the group stage who have been pushing that KO forward and really utilizing it to its fullest extent. But we have seen kind of sprites from Bren of using this KO previously on Bind as well. They would have EJ on the KO, but this time it's Savvy AK, who, from my understanding, he's only kind of picked up and they've only tried this KO composition within the past week or two or so. So it's been very, very new to this roster, not something maybe they're super practiced in, but sometimes you gotta take that risk when you're down, when your back is against the ropes here and you're trying to punch your way out of it like they are here in the clinch, basically 0-1 deficit.
Yeah, so basically you got to do something when you're down bad, right? So
you would know, Asarai, out of all.
Yeah, I would actually. But yeah, going back to your point, I also have to point out, I also have to mention that Savvy has been showing really good strides with initiator agents, primarily that one debut match that they had against Action PH on Haven. You remember that Savvy did use a breach and it looked incredibly clean and incredibly strong as well, when he utilized that alongside EJ just dashing right in. It's a potent mix, and maybe in this Ascent map, maybe against Oasis, it is going to be enough. But with all of that, Oasis still has, I feel, the upper advantage up until this point.
And it's not even been too surprising to say that Oasis have the advantage, because as I touched upon earlier, they've been looking like the most solid, consistent team that we have here in Group A, and maybe even for the entire group stages for that matter. The only one coming close was NAOS, but a lot of what they were built up, at least the points that they built up, were from week 1, going, flawless there, 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0, sweep after sweep. And when it came to, the second week, it's not been too favorable for them. But Oasis, barring any kind of tilts that they've had, for like that one map that they played against Secret, they've been really consistent. They've been playing really, really well. And they seem like almost like the baseline for top level play right now here in the Philippine scene. And for a team that has had that kind of exposure, internationally, they played during C Challengers 3. They're one of the 3 teams to represent the Philippines when it came into C playoffs. They really are using that experience, and lots of people forget that they were even there, alongside other teams. They use that experience and that extra bit of motivation to really inspire them and move forward, because they want to get back to that stage. Because last time they were there, they did pretty well. They played against teams like X10, did pretty well against them, but in the end just could not get any further than, the initial bracket stage. And that's something that they want to get back to, and hell, even perform much better and push them forward ever so, I guess, farther than they've ever reached before.
That's true. Again, you mentioned how Oasis Gaming is that team that is all about high-level plays, and I think they're the only team that had, or not really the only team, but the first team to have really inspired other Filipino teams to follow suit of what they've kind of accomplished. Whether their roster was the old one or this new one, it looks to have really meshed up on its own. I think the problem before for Oasis was that they just had players that was more of, I think, more applicable to like Action PH's style, which is very much gung ho and stuff like that. I think with the Godowers or something. But once they acquired Wild Oreo, it seems like he meshed much better, and we're seeing him adopt the mentality or the environment that Oasis Gaming want to play their matches on. It's not passive by any sheer thought. It's more of just it's controlled aggression at its finest, to be honest. And with that being said, Oasis have that forward trajectory. And on the flip side, on the other hand, we'll see how Bren Esports try to do just the same thing. Because I feel like these two teams play such a similar style. They just have different personalities at that. But the way that they approach the game really does make it so that they're very much similar. Or if not, I feel like Bren was the older Oasis, where EJ is the outlier of aggressive play, while the others are much more controlled. Not saying that he's bad. It's more of like, it feels like there's some contrast there with the Bren team.
Totally. They aren't that so far apart in terms of, play style with each other, but still, these two teams, Oasis Gaming and Bren, they're teams that, while they've been in the Valorant scene for a while here, especially locally, the roster themselves has had a few looks. I mean, Bren, obviously, they're a whole new 5-man roster as compared to what the now Team Secret are. And with this Oasis, as you talked upon it, they used to have players like Truex, Godowers, players who were really, really important. Actually, Brain Freeze used to play on this Oasis squad for quite a while before. Yeah. Now he went to Action and Bren, and the rest of the story. But when you also take into fact that as we're now moving into map number 1, I was also talking to Fluffy at some point, and he was mentioning how, Coco, putting him back in was such a huge boost for them, for that maturity and IGLing, especially when they got Ripper right back as well. He just fit in like a glove to this team. But we're going now into round number 1 of map number 2. And on the defensive side, Bren, they give up that mid position. Oasis free and happy to take mid and mark it.
We've seen this from many teams before where they just rush right in. I think one of those was like Zeals with Fireside Agent, having no concern for human life. While Oreo has used everything he had but the kitchen sink with his utility, and he sweeps right out with March. Teammate is blind. Savvy trying to capitalize, but it's not going to happen. They could run all the way to the A side right now.
Last player
Brain Freeze
standing.
caught out in the open, but OG, Oasis Gaming, playing very controlled, very, very passive, waiting for Bren to make some mistaken steps.
Be faster.
And EJ spotted on mid. Oh, he is taking them down one after the other. He's still pretty healthy here, Black, and has good positioning and dash. This could be bad for Oasis moving forward into the round.
Especially since they're all low. And maybe, there's a half HP on Wild Oreo here, but this is completely doable. This is very, very possible for EJ to try and clutch. And while a clutch it would be, Oasis took him quite a while to get the plant down, but they do finally have it. Information given away. One's there towards the dice. And can you roll it in his favor? But no, Wild Oreo will shut the round down. Almost letting it to kind of slip for Oasis, but they get the job done and they take the opening pistol once more.
That was timing. No chance for EJ there to get maybe an insane flick, right? That was simultaneous from the Oasis Gaming team there. Got a little bit rough around the edges. They, for a split second, felt like they looked lost. Where should we go, man? EG's coming through mid. We need to find somewhere to just peek out and make it work.
Blinded.
But now, they've calmed the storm for a moment. Bren is going to be on the weaker buy. And Oasis, they're already managing their maneuvers towards the A side. With the Sova drone here, we're clear out a lot of the angles. And he should be able to capitalize this other than just... Oh! You're safe.
Here.
Wonder if you get like a, movie moment where if that thing goes down, you just like get sliced in half. Coco, he's gonna cut their lead, rather their man advantage to about half here, at least the manpower wise. Finding those 2 picks. And Bren Esports in a scramble. These pistols, all classics, not anything upgraded. They do get a kill off of it, but ultimately it won't really amount to much Well, hot sauce does some damage here in the NB.
One enemy remaining.
Work out near the end of things. At least get one more kill, make it expensive for Oasis, and the next gun round could be one that can turn things around.
No, don't pick that Spectre up. Just use the old one. Oh, no, it hurts my eyes.
Why? Do you not like
the Blast X?
The Blast
Oh,
X?
I have it, but that color is just horrible.
I didn't even see what the color was. Was it like the green one?
I think so. I like the one with the black and blue. Hey.
Hey. I like you too.
Ah, like you too. Buddy. Dax will be pretty jealous when he hears this cast.
Oh, he would. I know him, but he's not the only one.
Placing swarm grenade.
All right, back to the matter at hand. That was a closer round than it should have. Good catches from Brain Freeze off cam kills.
Time to hunt.
Aggressive push already by Wild Oreo here. He's gonna pinch play. Oh, that's huge. Flash for the dash through. And the smoke out from Marky, just that nobody can catch him on market there.
Oh, no.
The cross through Savvy. He reacts in time to the flash, but they're not going to challenge it. They want to go for the B side itself, as they still have to deal with Hot Sauce, who is anchoring it. Oreo now looks at the lurk for the moment as he closes the door. Hot Sauce is contained, but he is holding on true.
B.
Such a good
One
player.
enemy
And
remaining.
this is going to leave Coco to remain. Phantom in hand, but it's not going to be able to make it work as EJ finds the mark. And Bren, valiant hole at the back of the B site.
I talked about a while ago how Ripper fit in like a well-tailored suit, like a glove on that Oasis roster. Well, if I'm going to say that, I have to say the same thing about Hot Sauce. And, you know, hearing from them how he just gets along with the team chemistry-wise, play-style-wise, and is such a big motivating factor in uplifting their spirits, which is very important in a young squad like this, both age-wise and just tenure in competing. That's a really big thing for Bren. And you can see here, he is very consistent in helping holding down the site. We've seen Hot Sauce in multiple other teams in the past, like SB Empire and Fulcrum, and he's always been one of the standout players in whichever roster he has. And here, he does really help things settle down for Bren Esports, and they've slowed the pace for the meantime. With Oasis, they don't mind taking their time.
Yeah, Hot Sauce is one of those players that don't feel explosive, but he just gets frags, right? He just stays in one position and it works for him. His IQ, his battle IQ is incredible. If you've seen maybe when he streams or his previous highlights on his previous teams, it is really that good. Savvy using the KO blade to deter while Orio's Trailblazer as he tries to get a scout maybe on A main. It's going to leave them a little bit blind here, but you can see Oasis Gaming will not be dissuaded to push through short right now. Slowly but surely, they are creeping up.
Savvy, he needs to win this fight. A swing here won't be great for him. He does molly off, use a fragment towards that position, but he's going to get stunned by the cabbages. Marky's going to get that kill, but EJ's quicker. The quick trade out though from Coco is not going to let him get too hot and to bring it to a 3v3. Coco's taking lots of damage in that engagement, but he does have the lockdown to really settle things in their favor. And he really, I guess, kind of control the site, but just hasn't presented itself just yet. The Ares, it's received a nerf in the recent times, but hey, he's still going to want to use that. It can be a very, very deadly tool. And little do they know, Hot Sauce is already right above him. The turret will spot him on out, but Coco's low, so he has to be careful as well. Josh S getting that kill. Envy with the D over the Sheriff, able to trade him on out, and he finds a second. He knew he was up there because of the information. Brain Freeze, last one left alive. Coco is very low, so if he gets the kill on the Envy here, this is very so winnable, but Envy, so reliable, so intact, and so perfect here on that post plan. He gets them all.
Whether he reads that Brain Freeze was going to use a recon dart there, or he just wanted to get a better crossfire position from Coco, that was the correct maneuver from Envy. He hid somewhere on Jenny rather than Hell, and that just left Brain Freeze thinking, where is this guy? Am I going to be able to catch him at my first peek? The answer to that is a straight up no. Gets denied. I thought it was gonna look messier for them, but as you mentioned, Coco did have that lockdown, and that was such very crucial seconds delay for Oasis that it worked so incredibly well. Oh, the budget smoke! EJ Cut out of no man's land. Marquis chasing for the kill, and while Oreo finds 2, this has gone to the wayside for Bren, and their setup on mid has all but been shattered and ripped apart. Unfortunate. 3 versus 5 to remain.
Their eco round setup in shambles after losing 2 very important factors of that. While Oreo gets a 3rd in the round, potentially a 4th here, because he is chasing Hot Sauce. He's trailing him in towards Market. Hot Sauce has made the contact be known. He did not land the shot, though. He does get envy through the smoke, but could have come out with more. And Hot Sauce gets a kill as well, and that will allow him to retrieve the rifle. If Josh S walks into this smoke, he can do the same, but that is not going to happen too easy as Oasis. They're trying to play this, and they just let him walk on by. They have some idea, and Marky's low too. He can go down, but no, he comes out of it because Josh S, unarmored, did not have the sustain to really continue that fight. He can make this happen. He does not, but that was so close. Within their grasp, that round could have went theirs. The same thing that happened on Icebox.
Lack of information there for Bren. You were wondering probably where Hot Sauce was. He was just holding for lurks, looking if he can maybe get the catch on Coco, who did have the spike. For the most part there, I'm pretty sure Oasis, or rather Bren, did not know where Coco was going to be coming from. And Oasis just had the perfect opportunity to triple push Josh S, leaving Hot Sauce in a position where he couldn't really do too much for his brother there, and Josh just had to just go wild. That's basically it. Also, Coco, gotta give props to that man. Puts out his turret just so that his teammate can go through. He catches the rotation on Heaven and still clutches out the round. So even if that was messy for Oasis, it was a round nonetheless.
And to your point with Coco, that's 2 rounds in a row where that turret placement absolutely helped that round be decided in Oasis's favor. So he's been doing a really good job with that. As soon as his turret, though, shoots towards the grass, you can expect Savvy to swing and all these nano swarms to pop. They have some idea that there is utility here. They do not want to trigger the alarm bot just yet. They smoke it off. Here comes the knife. Really try and nullify them to 0 point. Hot Sauce gets a kill off of that, and this now going to keep him at bay. The fragment to follow up as well. Oasis seems stifled from their push, but not dissuaded just yet.
Risky for Marky here to try to push through that, as there was a couple of pop shots there. Hot Sauce not finding anything. Josh S, triple kill. He's hold the fort.
30 seconds left.
The bomb flash and Coco can't react in the nick of time. He is just trapped. However, Savvy wants to manage that. He will still win it in the end. Josh S, we need a highlight reel or a replay of that, man, just to see what he's done for Bren's team.
From Heaven, up top the rafters, he sends them to hell. And Oasis, I think this is a timeout called by them. They've been having tech issues, but this one's a tactical one just to reset things. They know Bren are a team that play heavily off momentum. We have a player like EJ now with the operator in his hands and 3 ultimates up online for Bren and soon 4. They know that, once you let them get rolling, they're going to come in barreling like a train off its tracks.
Well, Thomas isn't going to be happy about, trains getting off track. That's not what he wants.
You a train guy now?
No, I just watch Thomas the Tank Engine from time to time.
Oh, we all.
Yeah, exactly. Did you know that there is going to be a Blue's Clues movie?
Does it have Steve in it?
All 3 hosts. Yes, all 3 hosts.
Yes. That's like the okay, I'm not even gonna say which movie, but you guys know what I'm talking about, where you got all the 3 things. If you know, you know. It's a big one.
What?
Superheroes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got the Blue's Clues multiverse. If there's the Bren multiverse here on VCTPH, we got the Blue's Clues multiverse. Shout out to the OG out there who have, bought their own notepads, found clues, and have found the answers.
Shout out to all the Blue's Clues fans out there.
Okay.
That's where we're going. Timeouts do something different to these casters, it seems. Apologies, Twitch chat.
It does.
For the meantime, Oasis, they're on this eco. Well, they're not really expected to win, but we've said that multiple times. We do have the blades on Marky. He hasn't. Has he popped it? Actually, I don't think so. Or maybe he did.
You just didn't hear it because all of the laughter.
Because yeah, we were obviously not paying attention. Good job, casters. This is why you're paid to be here.
Top tier casters, by the way.
You know, if you're from the Philippines, that means something else.
All right. It seems like Oasis have heard a lot. There's a lot of things that you can do in Valorant if you hear the proper things. And what probably they've heard is the utility of the KJ on the A site. So they're going to risk the B. No nanoswarms, only brain freeze. They're going to have to deal with the Recon Dart first because it's going to tag a couple.
30 seconds
That's going to be Wild Oreo shut down. Marky finds Josh S somewhere with the shorty. That's a little bit unfortunate as he picks up the Phantom. Bringing tight on logs. Can they get the trade? Not going to happen this day. It's all down to Marky here onto the side, but he's making some strides here, some waves. And his teammate, if he waits long enough, could find the fight on Hot
One
Sauce.
enemy remaining.
Dashes right
10
in,
seconds
and
left.
look at this pinch play. They should know. Savvy's somewhere here.
Spike
He's still
planted.
going to find this. Marty, how close are
enemy
you with
remaining.
this? Oh, Savvy. Oh, he got the pistol, and he whipped it out in time, and Marky reacts just in the nick of things. And Marky with the absolute banger of a 4K.
That is not a feel-good moment for Bren. And even after the timeout, even with the eco, they convert the round and they take it here, Oasis. As I said, we've seen them be very, very fluent in translating those rounds into a win, those eco rounds of theirs, and boosting their economy. And Bren, they fall prey to the trap that it is.
Swarm grenade out.
I have absolutely no idea how Oasis can get away with
Target
that.
destroyed.
Marky, dude. Honestly.
Marky.
Just, bruh.
And now the tables have turned. Bren's the one on the weaker buy. Unfortunately, EJ does not have his blades at this point.
Blind, they know there are two players here towards that catwalk, so they can expect probably a third closer to the A site, and because of that, they rotate now here towards that B site instead. But Bren, also knowing that, go towards the B site and try to stack it, realizing that this is probably the most, I guess, reasonable play that Oasis would make. So you can try and anchor down here. You want them to walk in the crossbar. You cannot take the fight up close, but this Seeker that does give away his position is going to kill Josh S because he has to go out wide or around. The contracts will have killed him as well.
Oh, EJ got nicked through the kill through as Wild Oreo made the mistake of jumping up. He's giving the weapon to EJ. The damage is
30
done.
seconds left.
Oh, this is topsy-turvy day, black
B.
and blue, as it seems like thrifty rounds are the only way to win victories in the Ascent map.
They trade
now left to Ripper. Oh, the wall bang. Oh no, almost gets it. And again, look, it's not the Phantom that wins the day. It's the thrifty round by Sheriff.
Once again, it comes down to a 1v1 with the team on the eco winning it. That was a big boost for Bren, one they needed. Another pause here, possibly a timeout. That was huge by EJ. As I said, you know, on the kind of during the agent select for even map number 1, that without EJ, this team would not be the same. You can really see the full effects of that here. He is put in that place to really make plays. Of course, he is the only duelist on this team. Some people would argue, though, that Kaio is kind of the same, but hey, you get what you get.
You get what you get.
In this case, it's a cracked jet.
Exactly. You know? I was about to say something and then I totally forgot.
I'm sorry, I rolled your thunder.
No, it's okay. You know who has the thunder? It's EJ. He's got, you know, he's Kachowing. I don't know her. All these kid movie references, man.
We're the young folk here. A bit out of our depth.
Family movies, all right? Animations
yes.
are not only for children.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. So, this conversation's dead. We'll move on to the game. 3 to 5.
No, I can't think of something. This date's going horribly wrong. I need to figure out a topic to talk about.
Yeah, totally. Get the bill, waiter. Because EJ's gonna serve them a dish. Up hot and cold. Envy here returns the favor. All right, he wants a refund.
Yeah.
Pass that back.
Okay, there you go.
Falling up
Calm
mid.
before the storm. Yeah. They're just setting things up. EJ. Yeah,
Spike
he should
down
get
mid.
that. Spike's been dropping No Man's Land too, so
Here's a lineup.
Oasis is gonna have to fight for this.
They're peeking here towards the catwalk, and because of the fact that they do not have a star there, maybe just smoke Savvy off of the catwalk. They're pushing for the mid market, but sometimes can be a bit too sour to try and reap whatever has been sown there. They go now towards this mid position, back towards the catwalk, but not doing it as sly as one might assume. You can tell that Bren, they know what's up, and they're rotating to the A side to repel all this.
30 seconds left.
That turret is gonna give the information away. Knife does get destroyed, so Oasis will have the utilities if they wanna force the fight here. 20 seconds on the clock. That might be the case as well. They gotta
enemy
force
remaining.
themselves in. But ASUS is holding it like an absolute banger. And Coco, he's gonna have to fight this, but there's already two marking his location. And Bren creeping up. They're here for a reason. And this is why it's that.
You can tell that Savvy doesn't really go for the aggression he's known for, and even like that against Eco, he doesn't really dip into the fight to get one. One could say he's playing more disciplined, but it makes me wonder if like his confidence is kind of wavered because he hasn't really been having himself a great game so far, nor a great series. And hell, on that Kaio, as I talked about, it's not something that he's specifically known for, and he's only started really playing it within the team structure in the past week or so. And when you're not too, I guess, used to playing that agent, or any agent for that matter, then those things, they can affect you. Oh, the timing doesn't work out for EJ. Could have certainly found a pick there.
That saved Ripper's life by far. Oh my. And he used the dash too. So wherever EJ positions himself, he's gonna have to commit to that position right now. Josh S gets spotted. He still is safe though, so it's gonna be about who's the better shot as of the moment. Marquis clears some coverage here and spotted out by two. He's gonna have to get this shot out here for the moment. But no, because they do have that Hunter Spirit on their side, OG is still fighting at this location, and there's one more and more deeper into Garden here. The hot sauce to remain. It's another beautiful banger of a shot. One tap, but it's a 4 versus 1, and they have figured out where Hot Sauce lies. Does have his ultimate, but it is incredibly risky, especially now that he knows, he doesn't know where his opponents are, but they know where he is.
A beautiful push coming in from Oasis there. And we'll touch upon the positioning after this round is all said and done, but I mean, for the most part it is. Unless some heroics come in here from Hot Sauce. Maybe find a pick or two. He's giving his position away. They know he's up here in the Rafters. He finds one, but immediately traded out by Marky. I will say though, while that was a great kind of execute there from Oasis, you can see that the recon ball hit right on time. Both of the players inside the site were scanned, being Brain Freeze and EJ. But as you said, no more dash for EJ. So why is he playing that up close when he does not have a dash with an operator, knowing that they do not have short control? They don't have control of that tree position. And if you do that, then you're playing so far forward, so far committed with an operator without your dash, without having control of short, and you basically, they got what they deserved in that round, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I guess it's because they've hyper-focused on A main. Because that position for KO, if opponents come through short, is actually a big no-no. Because if he flashes, you flash yourself and EJ. If he mollies, maybe it's good, but
they can still see.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The only utility that is going to be good there is probably just the molly, and that's about that. And definitely, you're going to be spotted way out into the open there, so unfortunately. But what was not unfortunate is in this round in particular, Brain Freeze was able to connect the few Hunter's Fury, which resulted in Wild Oreo being taken down, so he was twist, licked, and dunked into submission. That sounded weird, but yeah, I'll stick with it. EJ still spotted here though, and he's gonna have to back away as he is tagged. They know now that he's gonna be playing on the B site, and Oasis again do not want to touch the hot potato that is Hot Sauce with the KG utility on the B. So they're gonna mark themselves for this A push, and it should be good. Oh no! Savvy Savvy trying to be cheeky, but Marky
out of my way.
almost caught the shot through the smoke. Is
30
that
seconds
that
left.
good? Unfortunately for Brain Freeze, he cannot handle the ferocity of the Odin, and he got knocked his block off before he can get that second kill.
So hard to track that.
run.
And it's so unfortunate as well for Savvy. That is not going to do favors towards confidence at all. EJ cannot land the shot, the turret being too big of a nuisance, and
oh my god,
dude, Hot Sauce there's no way he can peek at this point. He's
Oh,
detained.
no.
Have some idea that he was here in the rafters. They spam it and they get the kill. Coco, this turret of his in A main. It's the simplest thing in the
Last
world,
round
in the
in the
Valorant scene, in your random rank game, but it's been winning rounds for Oasis over and over.
It's Oasis Gaming's 7th player turret, the Killjoy turret, also dubbed as Killy Killy, you know, because he kills.
Get out of my way.
Maybe once, maybe twice.
30 seconds. One enemy remaining.
Black, you still there?
Yeah. What's up?
No. All right, never mind. Oh, I can hear Taylor in my ear saying nice try.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Apologies.
International audience.
Anyway. Yeah, execute on the round while Oreo twisting and dunking, not the second, the last right. EJ, he does get taken on down. He's going to probably find his kill. And so that is, I feel bad, and they're all under here. None of them go down. Rifle taken out. 4-8, and on the defensive side on Ascent. Bren looked lost.
Dude, Marky just, what's the word here? Establishing his dominance. He tactical bagged, he shot through, and however you want to call it. While Oreo was just there, I got you, buddy, and then starts regrowthing him while he was just swimming in a nano swarm for some reason. But I think they just knew that they had the round already. As you mentioned, flawless victory here for Oasis. 4-8. Flip the switch. Bren now on the attacking. EJ, he's figuring things out. Does he want the Ghost, or does he want the Sheriff, or does he want the Classic? I don't know where he's going with this, but I think he should just go with maybe the Ghost. He's been a crack shot with that, and we'll see if that can lead Bren to a round victory.
Savvy, though, opens things up, and that's what he needs to get going in this game. Get that pick, feel that confidence really flowing back into him.
Spike down B.
Oh, AV does get that pick off here in the Brain Freeze. Finding a second here for Oasis. It's going to be wild. Or he finds a double. Savvy finds another in the round, but they're so low. Single bullet can do him one in. Savvy finds a third. And John Fest, he's trapped here between a rock and a hard place. And Envy's going to show him a very smooth place to go to right after death. 4-9. Oasis take another pistol round.
How does Oasis keep doing this? Wasn't that the place where Ripper also got the kill from the back of the site when he was like 15 HP as well?
Could've been.
My goodness. Either that or that was Brain Freeze.
It is
But yeah, it's nice. You know, if it wasn't like war torn and everything, this would be a nice place to go, like on a friendly dinner date.
Where is this place?
I can see that happening.
Is it like Italy or something?
It feels like it is because there's like pizza and pasta.
Could be. Maybe just us being uncultured here.
Yeah. We're pretty much like that. Swing out.
Bullseye.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful flash out play though, but everybody's on the way.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and they have the Spectres, and you know, Bren's got pistols, so as soon as that flash came in, even if they're blind, automatically just look at the funnel, hold left click, and pray. And well, their prayers were answered at the very least. 4-10. Bren, if they can't get this done right now, then they're done for stage 1.
I just wanted to like let that sink in because it really is just that, right? Last week I was still a bit confused. I thought that there was gonna be another chance at this, but there really isn't. APAC Challengers is what looms over after the playoffs, which is happening next week. The playoffs, I mean, Maybe there could be a wild card qualifier, but that is just something you do not want to go up against, right? You're gonna get pinned down by other teams also wanting to get a shot at the APAC Challengers, or maybe even it depends on how the tournament goes. If it's going to be an invite-only wildcard qualifier. In any case, Bren still are in this. They're not out of it, but they still have to go through a monumental challenge. As Coco holding the site, Suck and Nanoswarm coupled up. Bren out for the moment, but EJ, he's not backing away. He's down to 82, but he still wants to take the site, and now he's blasted by the rest of the Oasis game. Players. Oh, Savvy retaliates with his own ultimate, and finally they wiggle their way through. Doesn't get the knockout though, but that is still going to be the round by Bren.
All those kills from Bren came in at like literally the exact same time. The kill feed just exploded all of a sudden like a paint shell. And initially it was looking pretty dire. EJ coming in later into the round. He does get tagged up quite low and obviously gets confirmed by Coco. And there was that, but there was also the fact that at the very least, the fact that they kind of pushed up and pulled back into B main and basically burned all of the utility of Oasis on the defense because they thought they were pushing in, really helped them in that late round situation. And as Liza Taylor, coming from her EU tour, tells us, it is an Italian map.
She's the most nurtured esports caster from the Philippines right at the moment. She's in Cambodia right now, by the way. So shout out to Liza in Cambodia. But shoutouts from Ripper from the back of the site as he does get the frag off. Coco's going to be holding this, but double swung by Bren will allow them to take the site regardless. Hotdog's going to be holding the cross on B main, and I think OG got snuffed this one out. They should know this. And Invi wins out the fight as he slow peeks it, leaving Josh S and Savvy at the back of it. Josh S tries to get the upper hand, but gets tagged heavily.
One enemy
even
remaining.
through the blades, they are still outnumbered, and the pinch is still coming through. This flash from Savvy tried to capitalize, but he got spotted with his back turned against his enemy as he was looking to maybe push out after it pops.
And they knew that even if it does pop, he's going to peek right after, so you can expect that.
Out of charges.
While Oreo, he was just sprayed at that doorway as soon as that flash popped anyways. Eco, actually no, they got kind of a mixed buy here. It's only gonna be Brain Freeze, be stuck on the Sheriff along with Hot Sauce, if ever. Nah, they're gonna go for the Eco. But
Thanks.
they do that, they're really putting a big risk on playing for match point.
Can I get
It's not something they want to do right now. Bren Esports really struggling, and we have yet to see, you know, a big comeback come from Bren, and that isn't just in the official circuit. Even in like community tournaments, we've yet to really see a big comeback from them. That really gave us a shock and awe that we'd expect from this team.
EJ looks to find some openings here. Spots out one in front of him, but wants to get for the wall bang. But look at this. OG don't even have to whip out their guns. They got their utilities to do that for them. Hot Sauce gets blinded fully out in the open, and this is just pure assault from Oasis right now. 5 seconds of Bren are getting overwhelmed. Side smell here, whatever you want to do. Well, Oasis is there for you, and that is going to push us to match point, series point at this point.
Match point.
Give a nice point there. That's right.
Thank you.
Match point. Time out. The potential final timeout of Bren Esports in Stage 1. The possible final round we are going to see from Bren Esports for the next few months here in Stage 1. Possibly their last rodeo as this kind of roster specifically. Who knows? Between stages, we have so many changes. Hell, even sometimes mid-stage, or can be changes to, you know, play styles, staff, and everything else. And this roster, they came in here with a lot of expectations, and of course it's really hard to live up to the expectations of what was the former of Team Secret, but this is still something they can come back from. This is still possible for them. It's gonna be very difficult, especially against the Oasis squad. They've made it to this top 8, but they have to make it to the top 6 next week.
Oh yeah. Again, this Bren roster that we have here, jam-packed with talent. You know, some people might say otherwise, but this is an incredibly stacked roster. The only thing that we are seeing right now is,
Placing alarm bot.
I guess it is just because they're still that new team. They have had some success, but it seems like they are still at that learning phase. How to optimize EJ a bit more, how to follow him up, because it seems like somehow similar to what we saw with Zeal. When Zeal starts to maybe look a little bit more disjointed, that's when you see Fireside Agent just charge up and look for openings by himself. EJ is somehow similar to this. He's a bit more controlled, but definitely somehow similar. Back to what we saw him with SB Empire was, again, a same spell, to be honest. What is that play? I like that. Let's go.
Cosmic Divide, then the lockdown to protect it, to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. Unless they throw some mollies or some nades at it, but that's not going to happen, so this gives them that safety, and Coco just completely trapped within the site. He should have made a play there, maybe pushed on now, try and get a kill before going down, or at least escape. But they bring it to a 4v4 here, ASUI, and the retake. It has to work out, but Josh S coming from Market, only able to find one, could have found more.
That's a cheeky one. Flash onto Marky, down to 1 HP. They do have this 3 versus 2.
Out of charges.
They're waiting for the wall to go down. They still have plenty of time. Set up with the recon dart. Back to the site. Now let's see if they can handle it on, and they do. And Bren survives for one more round. One more shot. 6 to go if they want to push us to overtime, but they keep themselves afloat in this very, very shaky rafter that they call the game.
Bren Esports, very young squad. But this is the tale of old times, where the team has to make a comeback for their dear life, for their tournament contention. This is not series point, this is tournament point right now for Bren Esports. They could be Elim in the next few rounds, but they're not going to want to do that just yet. Marky pulls out his blades, and that is more than enough for him to deal the damage that they need to close off this round and this series.
Man, you can just feel the tension in the air right now.
Building.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Black. If Bren lose this, they lose the chance to get into the playoffs via just the points and head-to-head.
Yep.
Everything really is down the line for them. Like that cheeky little smoke so that the drone gets a bit more life on it, so it can sneak a bit more. And as it dissipates, they should have been able to hear the turret is there. You know that Hasa is going to be somewhere nearby, but... Or not Hasa, excuse me, but Coco's going to be nearby. But it seems like Bren isn't phased by it. They want to charge in. Maybe they can use Savvy with his KO blade to deter. And that's going to be EJ already pushing in onto the site.
They have made their way here onto that site, as he said. EJ, he has to be careful because his head could get taken off, and Ripper is going to rip it right on out. He was the only one there, but the entirety of the Bren Esports attack made their way towards that B site. They spotted EJ out, so they thought it was coming towards A, but Josh S is a very precarious position here. One that could go only good for one.
Spike planted.
They really need him to make a play right now. Has to be careful on this peak. Let them walk on by and clean up house after.
Josh S, smoke criminal, as the rest of the squad is coming right in. When the flash goes through, Josh S will be popping as well. But he spotted the dash from Mark, and he's still undetected. And he's dealing some damage here. There you go. 1 versus 1 right now. It's the Sova to Sova. Envy versus Brain Freeze. The Crack versus the Calm. Who is better? That recon dart is giving so much opportunity for Brain Freeze, but he swung out and Envy's was ready. And the time? Plenty.
Yes, time.
That's it.
GG. Oasis take the series. Send Bren Esports home as they have been eliminated from their group stages. Oasis continue forward, the most reliable team that we have here in the groups. You can tell that they are happy. They are glad about that win. They're all satisfied with what they've done here in the group stages. Unfortunately there for Bren Esports. Could have been the clutch coming from Brain Freeze off of one of the picks, but the pings rather, but he did have a Spectre in his hands. I want to preface this, you know, with, of course, Bren did lose, but these guys, they're a young roster. They're a very young team, and we've been saying this even since the start of Stage 1, that they might not be just it yet right now, but they are part of the future of the Valorant scene from these young stars that we do got.
These young studs, stars, these stupendous players. Yeah, very promising, I think, is the words that we are looking for at this point. And As the dust settles, as the series concludes, 13-6, very dominant performance overall from the Oasis squad here. Bren, they did what they could. They managed somehow to get more rounds up against this Oasis roster. And as you mentioned, they have still so much more to learn, but very, very promising is their performance. We saw lots of glimpses of amazing plays from every single player that has competed in this series, and we can only look to the future to see more of them to come.
Of course, Bren Esports, a large organization which brings with it, lots of expectation as well, especially, with the Team Secret formerly coming from that camp, from that Oregon. It's going to be really hard for them to live up to that, but for the meantime, they're going to have to really rethink things, settle down and kind of talk about what they can really fix, what they can adjust, and how they can improve come stage 2. It's such an unfortunate end for the team, but somebody's got to go home, one from either group. And for Group B, that's LFO. For Group A, it's going to be Bren Esports going home and eliminated. I mean, this team, they had a relatively good start week number 1, but it just was never super to the same caliber that teams like NAOS and, Action and, I guess, Oasis have had. And so that lack of consistency did, in the end, ultimately bite them in the back. They're only, mind you, only down 1 single point on their Action, which could have really turned things around.
Sad tale for Bren fans out there, at least for this tournament, but there always will be one more. That's why we got, this whole VCT circuit. There's Masters 1, there's Masters 2, there's APAC Challengers. There is always an opportunity here for Bren to thrive and for other teams to follow suit. So, don't be disheartened, guys. It's all good. And we had ourselves, I would say, a good-ass time here with Valorant Competitive. That being said, though, let's just enjoy the highlights a little bit more. And again, next match to look out for, it's NAOS Esports. It's the top dog of the leaders going up against SBE. So, with all of that, me and Black and Blue will retire for today. We'll pass it on to the panel and the casters for later on for you to enjoy the last series of the last day for the group stage here at VCTPH 2022. So, once again, guys, we'll see you then.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go. Go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on lean. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. for me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, touring at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you'll never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
With that 2-0 result, Bren Esports is the first team to be eliminated in our top 8. Going back to the panel though, my name is Taylor. With me is Raf and Dax. Oasis Gaming looked like an unstoppable force here, guys. Marky was popping off on that second map, but really, was Oasis that unstoppable, or Bren was just really having a hard time getting the rounds in?
I mean, Oasis, we've seen them go as high as they can. Somewhat of an Icarus flight. The real question now is, when are those wings going to burn out? Obviously, it's not now. They've honestly, I don't even think they needed to 2-0 that. They were just really showing everybody that we come to play. The bloodthirst is there and we are getting ready for the playoffs. The killer instinct, it's setting in. Despite what happened though, I still think props to Bren because they're still a relatively young team. Their upside is amazing. Their potential is still through the roof.
Look. They didn't even need to go that far for Oasis, okay? They just needed one map to secure the first seed, but they went above and beyond and showed why they're on top. And I have to say, this might not just be the better form you're seeing from Oasis right now. Maybe there's even more to come in the playoffs, but that's the Oasis gang. These guys are doing so stellar right now.
Above and beyond, it's what they did as we look into the series highlights of this game. I still stand by my tweet here, guys, saying how clean Oasis Gaming is nowadays, and of course, a totally different team from last year's VCT, and definitely you can see how far they've come. The growth of this team is just exceptional to a point where this is the not usual game that we've seen from last year.
I mean, once again, it's the support staff behind Oasis too. It really helps elevate their game. The consistency that they've developed getting into this tournament is something that we all have to look out for. And aside from that, it's in their system. They've been communicating so well. Whatever they've been doing, their swings have been on par, been clutching. And might I have to say, Coco and Wild Oreo, come on, those dudes are crazy.
No, the thing is about Oasis right now, if you compare them from last time they were here in the VCT stage, there's something that they have with their more main roster right now with their newer additions, and it's consistency. Oasis has always had incredible talent within its rosters, but this iteration with Wild Oreo, with Invi, and with, of course, Coco right now impressing even more so being that IGL, it just amplifies the talents of the usual mainstays here of Oasis Gaming. You can see Marky having such a stellar series right now against Bren Esports. You always expect Ripper to do something amazing, and even though Bren, there is that potency to be volatile, but he's just so deadly out of nowhere, and it would come from time to time. But truly, in the test of endurance, it's Oasis Gaming that can stand tall and proud and stand on top, and that's something we couldn't really say too consistently about them last year. That was always the problem then, but for now, it looks like the problems have been solved. It's a new focus, and it's a new Oasis Gaming.
A new Oasis Gaming, definitely. I also love the reaction gameplay coming in from this team. Seems like every death of a teammate has a reaction or a trade-off too. Just going with our series MVP, I'm not even surprised. Like I said, Marky popped off on that game. 218 ACS right here, an average kills 14.6. But honestly, aside from that, I just want to commend also the other key players of Oasis Gaming. Naming, of course, aside from the other teammates, we have Wild Oreo as well. Now, Raph, I just want to touch on also, like, with the Bren Esports, now that they are eliminated, what could have they done differently maybe from the previous game or matches that they had as well, that maybe at some point, at some degree, they would have gotten back to the game?
Fundamentally, Bren has always been strong, and that's been a constant for them. They displayed that very well, and we even saw flashes of brilliance from their individual players. But I feel like the biggest advantage Oasis over has Bren, it's the tenure. Yeah, the core of Bren is just so young. Despite how long they've been in this scene, how long have they been in the VCT? You know, that's also one of the biggest questions that we have to address, because this is a completely different animal. No matter how many leagues you compete in, once you jump into this Shark Tank, it just becomes completely different. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Bren Esports, it's a 4-month-old squad, and they're still trying to grow from it. Experience will come, maturity will come, and it does feel like the more Bren Esports is put under the test, they will try to be durable, they will look to improve and impress. And as Raph said, the mechanics are already there. We know the talent is in its raw form, and it's all up to the Bren Esports organization to really hone that talent and sharpen it for the next time. So keep an eye out on this squad of Bren Esports, because it might just be them having a bit of that Oasis storyline. Will we see those shades where they're just going to take their time to improve, to impress, and later on into the year, we'll see Bren Esports instead in the region?
Like you said, Dax, I honestly believe as well that there's lots of improvements that is to come for Bren Esports roster right now, especially that they are in a team where it's not too far off, like not even 1 year altogether. So I really think along the way, along the stages of VCT, this team will definitely go through the roof and make changes on what happened for this season. But aside from that, of course, in this panel show, when we finished that game, we are expecting an interview for the winning team. So heading towards the interview right now, I'm passing you to Donut, our virtual correspondent.
Yo, what?
Okay, so we're here right now with with the team of Oasis. They are so happy to get the win, and they're all with us right now. But Coco will be the one leading the interview. Hi, Coco.
Hi, Donut. Thank you.
How is everything there? You got another 2-0 against your opposing team. How do you feel about this?
We're very happy, every one of us, and yun lang, walang gusto magpa-interview. Kaya ako ulit. Yan, sinama na lang namin sa camp.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to interview, but they still want to be involved. And well, actually, I just really wanted to ask: did you expect to have the same score, a 2-0 similar to last time?
Yes, we're confident that we can 2-0 them. But Bren is really a good team. We know that they can defeat us as well, but we expect a 2-0 because when we saw the maps Icebox Ascent, I think those two maps, we can win sa both map at the first place.
Yeah, and actually, historically speaking, you guys banned the map of Icebox before. What was the reason, and why did you consider this in your map pick now?
Actually, they pick Icebox, and I think we banned Breeze, so that's why we did not ban Icebox. They left Breeze open, so that's why we banned it. Breeze is we don't like really playing Breeze at all.
Auto ban for you guys in Breeze, but for the map of Ascent, you guys did so well. What can you say about Marky, the MVP, and his performance?
Marky is my super idol. I look up to him since day one. Uh, that guy is very good. I have no words for him. Papunta na siya dito, like lilipad na siya in 23, so magkakasama-sama namin lahat in the playoffs.
That's great to hear. You are stronger together, and I feel that you guys have a lot in store as well. So, any message for your opposing team, because you have already qualified for the playoffs? So, do you have any message for Bren?
To Bren, nice game, and thank you for the beautiful Valorant. Also to APH and Secret, you guys are really good, and it's not easy. Nahirapan din kami. We just need to always relax, mentally reset, work as a team, comms, and my team, sobrang galing ng mga kampi ko eh. Like, ako, tagahod lang nila ako ng flank. Yun lang yung ginagawa ko.
Thank you so much for that. Well, maybe before we go, because I'm really, really focusing on your background, can you tell us who's who for your teammates right now, so at least the audience can know?
This one, player siya ng APH. Player siya ng APH, si Spider-Man. This is Envy, the best player. And this is Reaper, the gatekeeper. And this is Courtesy, the tall guy, handsome guy. And this is our coach, Fluffy, the 5'11 Lasallian guy. He also streams on Twitch, so watch his streams. And he's single, by the way.
So, to everyone of you watching, he's single, by the way. But yes, thank you so much for introducing the team. It's good to take a close look at all of you. But that concludes the interview. Thank you so much, Coco, for joining us today. So, we're going back to the panel. Tay, Raf, and Dax, back to you.
Thank you.
I love the ending. This team, man, Oasis Gaming, you wouldn't be surprised they won the match. I mean, who are their teammates? They have Spider-Man, they have the chimpanzee as well, they have a player from Action PH. It's just so much. And of course, I just want to reiterate what Coco said. Marky is my idol too. But boys, closing remarks for this match that we just witnessed. Raf, anything you want to say?
I mean, if there's anything that hasn't been said yet, didn't you just hear that, Dax? He's a coach. He's 5'11". He's so humble.
He's single, by the way. What a
That's right.
handsome man. Fluffy 02 guys. Don't forget to check him out on
Hit
TikTok.
him up on Twitter.
That's right. TikTok, dude, he's the lineup god there. So all of the things, the videos he makes, he brings it to the team. Like, here, I have some secret lineups for you. But dude, really, it's great to see Oasis all together, man.
It absolutely is. I mean, didn't you know Fluffy is the man who invented the wheel and the first person on the moon? Guys, look it up. It's Fluffy. There's a photo of him. He's the pinnacle of humanity. Just check him out.
The Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and whatnot. The butter up is real here. He should be smiling right now.
I love how we just talk about the team after the interview just like that. But congratulations yet again for Oasis Gaming getting that 2-0. Like we know, Bren Esports not in the spot anymore as we take on the top 6 teams for today. So looking at it as well, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to take a look later on by the end of the day who are the teams that actually got in for this last stage, or rather for this last day of the group stage. But right now, closing remarks, how about you, Dax? Anything you want to say before we actually go on a break?
Yo, deciders are done. The last one, I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So I can't wait for SB versus NAOS Esports. But Group A, that was so bloody there, Taylor. And I can't believe that this is just the group stage of VCTPH.
There you go, Dax said it already. SB in NAOS is coming up to you next, guys. And of course, we are all excited to do so. But right now, we are just going to go in a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be the last series of the day. Don't go away.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking. The real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime. Thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline. And I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to VCTPH 2022 Stage 1, Week 2, Day number 4. We are still your panel. I'm your panel host. My name is Taylor. With me is Raph and Dax. And before we start, of course, we would just like to thank our sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Being in the zone has always been about being fully immersed in the game. Be free from tangles and noise with the ROG Strix Go Series gaming headsets featuring a stealthy, lightweight, and comfortable design. The ROG Strix Go series features top-notch audio quality and AI noise-canceling microphone, which eliminates over 50 million background noise from your area, so your teammates can clearly hear you. Then, of course, we also have the Go BT. It's even better with active noise canceling, and of course, so you can really focus in getting your rank higher. Want your own ROG Strix Go headset? Go check the pinned comment section down below. Aside from that, guys, if you want to watch in local and of course in English, we have language redirect for you. For English broadcast, we have twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 3, youtube.com/c/PPGLGG, youtube.com/she/Valorant Esports, and also VeraEsports.com. For Filipino local broadcasts, we have it on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH and facebook.com/PPGLGG. We also have the mirror link on our YouTube as youtube.com/c/PPGLGG. Now that we've covered that, we are finally heading back as we talk on about the teams that we have for the last series of the day. We are going to be having SBE versus NAOS, and I'm just really excited how these two teams will actually play it out. I think both of them are currently safe so far when it comes to points, and looking at these two matchups, we've seen NAOS played perfect, like patiently from the previous days as well. So how are you looking at this two matchup right now, Raph?
That's quite a bit to think about because historically, at least in our league, SB hasn't toppled NAOS yet, despite coming into our VCT as very heavy favorites. Somehow the foundation has looked a little rickety. NAOS has been perfect on capitalizing on that. They've studied the VODs and they've adjusted perfectly. If I remember correctly, they even put Z in the lineup the last time they faced off.
That's true.
Yeah, he was the one who popped off. And Breeze, right? And guys, the thing is, let's be real here. The magic number is 1. If NAOS Esports gets a single map in this series, everything else is rendered moot, in all honesty. What South Built desperately needs right now, if they want to get that second seed of Group B, is to get that 2-0 versus NAOS Esports, which is already a tough task seeing the performance of them so far, but it'll also go bound basically to the stats of the tiebreakers to see which one of these two teams, Zeal Esports and South Built, will take that second slot. Because it's important here, guys. If you are the third seed of Group B, you know who you're going to be facing off against in the playoffs first and foremost? The second seed of Group A, Team Secret.
Ooh, that's going to be tough for the teams that we have here for today. But unexpected things happen at unexpected times as well. But we are going to look at the first team that we are seeing for this matchup. That's going to be SBE. South Built Esports from the veterans of CS now heading to Valorant. They've come a long way from last year, but looking at this roster, we are seeing Aziz, Ja, Micro, Papi Chulo, and Pro. I just want to say how Papi Chulo played from the previous games that we've seen. This guy is just crazy popping off, and I'm excited to see if he will also do that today, Raph.
everybody on this team complements each other so well. Again, Poppy has been an anchor for them, something to really rely on, or someone to really rely on. Those clutches that we saw, I'm pretty sure there's a certain set of colors out there that's been super happy about their performance. But just talking about this this roster overall, just the calmness of Pro and his calls really bring this team together, as this has been a whiz-bang firecracker when they need him to frag. Of course, we know Micro as that's once again yet another calm player. You know, I just realized South Built has a super mellow they have a super mellow approach to the game. We know that they're super fundamentally sound and they tend to rely on that, but I feel like this is the most important game they have in the league, because this will dictate how their playoff run is gonna go, or you know, how it's gonna be, or what's their bracketing. I don't know. I'm already getting so confused. I'm already getting so excited. The multiverse, everything is just coming to it's a peak. I don't know.
You know, the veteran rosters, they redeemed themselves this week. South Built, they got the job done already, getting 2 of the series that they need. But at the same time, it's going to be very important until they lose a single map, and then everything else is like, oh, okay. But I'm really liking what South Built has done recently. On the flip side, we got Flippy getting more and more of that playtime. He just brings that extra punch that can really assist the likes of Aziz, the likes of Ja, and the rest of the roster to play a more aggressive style, which can keep up with the pace of some of the younger teams that we have here in the group stage.
Aggressive style, but looking at the patient team is their opponents, which is NAOS Esports. Let's take a look on the roster right now. NAOS Esports, like I was saying a while ago, this team is definitely patient. And looking at the roster, we have Blast, Blurred, Delicious, Kakarot, and Kevs. I just want to say, and I want to highlight, this Sova from Kevs is just phenomenal. And I just want to say also that patience is key when it comes to NAOS Esports. They know and they realize immediately how long rotations are. They have that prediction where the team is going to go. They have that major prediction, or rather that percentage is coming from experience and all the teams that they've been up to and all the games that they've played with. Are you okay,
Why is everybody
Rap?
so quiet?
Rap
What
is
is
like
happening?
smiling.
No.
It was
No,
supposed to
hey,
be
hey.
you, man.
Was it
But
supposed to be me?
yeah,
No.
it's okay, man.
always
But
you,
now
man.
Esports, like I was saying a while ago, I think they are a very patient team. What about you, Raf? What do you think about now Esports?
I love that you value my opinion so much that you asked me for
I
my
wait for
opinion
you,
on
dude.
SBE.
I
and then-
wait.
It's okay, Dax. You got this, dude. Naos has been the giant slayer and has reclaimed, or rather taken that throne for themselves. I can see you laughing, by the way. You have a camera. Camera's technology. Anyway, but yeah, Naos, the unexpected kings at the top. As I've said many times, I really did not think this team would be where they are now. But here we are. Everybody on that team is cracked. You touched on Kevs, who's considered a support player, by the way, who's been tearing it up in his previous series. His ACS has been ridiculous. His body count with all those frags has also been really up there.
You know, as surprised as I was with the sudden silence of tension we got here, NAOS Esports has been the biggest surprise, truly, of this VCT. No one expected them to be where they are right now. They secured their first seed yesterday. They were that sure about their slot already, and today of all days, I think it's just up to them to just show again to the rest of the world how good they are. I don't expect NAOS right now to bring anything new to the table. These guys are going to be hiding something a little bit of a surprise for later on. But the thing is, the NAOS problem, the NAOS conundrum, has not been really solved by many a team right now. And, well, if they can just keep going with the pace they are on right now, then they're just gonna keep winning from what we've seen so far.
Also, like you said, Dax, I think that this team isn't gonna show any new strats, like you said, because they are in a pretty good spot right now. They are secured for the playoffs. They're just gonna hold on those pocket strategies that we are having right now. But aside from that, we are gonna look into the map veto. This is the first step of actually seeing how these teams will falter. As we look into it, it is gonna be Icebox. If I'm not mistaken, this is Split and also Haven. Let's see what the teams have banned, as well as we are looking at SBE banning Fracture, NAOS banning Split. Oh, it's Haven, and SBE banning Breeze, bind for NAOS. Now, the first map is gonna be Icebox, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be the choice of SBE as well. How do you feel about this map veto, Raf?
Of course, it's gonna be me. Okay, this map veto.
You're in the middle.
I am in the middle. Yeah, but like this is the third time. Anyway, Icebox. We've seen quite a number of set play from South Build. The question is, have NAOS picked that up on their footage? Have NAOS reviewed the VODs and whatnot? Because as we mentioned, the number of set plays that South Build here has a contingency plan if ever their fundamentals fail them. It's just ridiculous. And, well, I don't think I can say it. Well, yes, I can. There's just so many points of the map where they dominate. They've had so many set plays in Kitchen specifically. They even have double wraparounds. They have a strong emphasis on mid control as well. So this is something that NAOS have to look out for. Ascent, I'm not so sure about this one because Ascent is one of those maps, as well as Haven. I think this is true for both maps. A lot of our teams here played these maps really, really well. This is, of course, from the foundation of their predecessors and whatnot. The real question is, how can we evolve from that? KO has been a pretty recent addition to most of the team's lineups. Are we going to see double duelists? Are we going to see double ini? Well, who knows?
You know, I'm just really interested why they picked Icebox over Haven here first. And it's a bit of a curveball here, courtesy of South Built Esports, just to kind of psych up NAOS Esports in terms of their matchup, because they already faced off against Haven before in last week, and it was a NAOS victory. And in this situation, maybe, just maybe, they can bring some extra aggression that can surprise NAOS Esports. But NAOS Esports is no slouch whatsoever on all these maps. They were able to dominate Zeal Esports on Icebox. We've seen what they can do on Ascent. One saving grace right now for South Build is how they've really retooled their Ascent play, especially when Flippy's on the roster. And I really feel like right now, that's the main configuration they're going on. Having Flippy in many a different configuration. We might not even see Papi Chulo here on Icebox just because they want to go for that swap. And it's going to be difficult here for South Build because they really have to take this map by map. They can't just be like, oh guys, no worry, we can get back into the third map. No, because they know if they lose one, that's pretty much it for them. So really, just the surprise factor of Icebox will make or break this series.
Make or break situation for the teams, like you said, Dax. They dominated Icebox against Zeals. Not only that, they also dominated Ascent against Zeal Esports. So this map, veto map selection that we are having, I really think it's time to predict on what team is gonna win today. And I think also there is a certain curse for panel hosts. I haven't had correct predictions, but right now I'm gonna go for it and just go with a 2-0 on the side of NAOS Esports. Raf later, Dax first. What do you want?
Oh, I get to go first this time. Okay, let's go. The thing is, I really feel like for South Build, it's just such a difficult win condition right now. If you really look on what needs to be done for this series, it has to be absolutely clean. And against a squad as hot as NAOS, I don't think you can find a way to get that proper 2-0 unless you really perform to the highest level. So I'm going to go for NAOS in this series.
Raf?
Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm really processing this in my head because Dax has already discussed the win condition for South Build here. We know the heights that they can reach, but it is strictly conditional. See the thing he talked about, Flippy being in, Papi Chulo being out, we lose a bit of that sentinel power. So I would have to say, in terms of stability, in terms of track record, I'd have to go with NAOS. So just in case, I get to drag Taylor along with me.
We're all gonna drag down each other here if they lose, but NAOS, I'm just basically excited if they win. about the interview with Kakarot. I'm just looking forward to it each and every time. But
yeah.
it's not yet over because SBE, you never know if they're gonna win this, of course, as well. But I think it's finally time to head into the game as we pass you to our wonderful casters. Casters, please do take it away.
Well, grab your coffees because Raph needs one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final series of the group stage. My name is Dax. I'm here with Raph. This is VCTPH, and week number 2 coming to a close with one final series. South Built Esports versus NAOS Esports. And in all honesty, Raph, when we first came into the group stage, we kind of looked at the series and be like, maybe we South Built on top and NAOS they're fighting for survival, but it's completely the different story that we see here.
It absolutely is, and you did mention that this is the final series of this day. It is, I would say, one of the most important ones for SBE because their life depends on it. The lifeline for the playoffs, oh boy. Big asterisk, big exclamation point. But again, let's look at the agent compositions here. Does anything surprise you? Are these picks out of left field or what?
Well, the thing is, we get again the no Papi Chulo composition here on Icebox. That's something I tackled a while ago on the panel, right? And I believe they did run it in their last series in the first place. So Southpool truly integrating more and more of their newer additions. They do have that chamber though. That is pretty interesting to say the least on the other teams here for now. But then again, I really just am excited for the South Built resurgence. In all honesty, the performance right now that this squad has brought to the table is looking a bit more refined, is looking to be more up to their standard, and it's still a good test for them to gauge really how much they've bounced back between weeks 1 and weeks 2 to face off against the top squad of Group B.
Yeah, this is somewhat of a litmus test on how they're gonna provide the performance that they need to stay alive in our playoffs. And again, maybe we're just getting a little too ahead of ourselves. By we, I mean that's me. Oh man, huh?
Don't worry. I won't leave you. I'll be here.
Aw, you are so sweet. You know, Dax always makes sure I am not down bad. You know what I mean? Thank you, King. Thank you.
You're the real MVP. But in all honesty, for Southfield, they need to have an MVP performance if they want to get this victory. Let's not forget LFO. They took the reins of that Icebox map when they faced off in the last series SBE had. And there was some good recovery on the attacking side until they kind of forgot about the spike defuse. So a little bit of oopsie there. A little bit of an angry analyst probably telling them, guys, don't make these rookie mistakes. But Southfield has looked a lot more, on it in just simplest terms, better at what they do. And on the side of NAOS, though, we talk a lot about Southfield because in reality for NAOS, there's really not much to lose here. They can do whatever they want. They can still play the same old compositions. They can win again to establish their dominance. But in reality, this does nothing to their standing whatsoever.
That is true. It is such a stark contrast when it comes to the opposing side. Goodness me, the whole series, the whole week has been grueling for most of the teams, and as I mentioned, the chances have become finite. If not, this is the last. Icebox, we have seen quite a few adjustments. I know you feel strongly about Chamber because of the nature of his kit. It really does promote, and it really does thrive off dry peeking. Despite the utility of his drones, of his bots, there's really not much slowing capability when it comes to, you know, actual sentinel duties and info gathering and whatnot.
Skill check. That's just it. If you know you're good, just make sure that you can make it work. And NAOS last time they did run that KO, so it is really a bit of that variance. And that's one thing NAOS can really do here. If they want to experiment on a few different compositions right now, they can do so. I said on the panel though that they might not whip something out too different because that might actually be a pocket strat they're gonna have. So expect pretty much the core composition here of NAOS to shine like always. And I just want to give props to this whole team, this NAOS squadron. They were building up their story, UCFC Fallen 5, NAOS, and it wasn't really the most, I'd say, prolific ones. They did win, I think, one community tournament, some really great placements in local ones and regional ones. But now, this is their time. This is now where everyone has to keep an eye on them. And the fact of the matter is, they were the first ones to make it to the playoffs, the first ones to completely seal their slot and get that second round bye. It really proves to many that the VCT dream, the PH grind set, it is a possibility. And case in point, that's NAOS Esports.
That's right. And again, there's also another team that I feel like has a very similar story that didn't really come out of the gates incredibly hot when it comes to the local circuits, to relatively smaller tournaments when it comes to the league. I feel like the 6045 Pirates specifically, now known as Zeal, which their fate sort of hangs in the balance of how this matchup goes. I'm not too particular about the numbers, nor do I remember it as clearly as I should. But we must look forward. We must look at this matchup. Just to touch on how I would say proud everybody is of NAOS, just to break the expectations, just to blow everything out of proportion and blow the competition out of the water. The pocket strats, you did touch on that. I do have to say that I'll agree on that, because this is probably going to be a very default heavy game, knowing we have South built across the board.
It's Southbolt who has to pretty much expose their hand if they do want that second seed. Basically, it's gonna be dicey. I who has been doing a lot of math right now for the group stage, just to see who's gonna be making it, the situations. I'm not entirely sure what will happen if Southbolt gets this 2-0, because that will tie them up with 9 points with Zeal Esports. It will go for the round map differential and whatnot, and that's when the complicated matters do apply. But again, let's not forget the position they're in right now. What if Southbolt loses a map here? They will face off against Team Secret in the playoffs. In the meantime, if they actually find a way to make that 2-0 and the numbers go in their favor, they're going to be facing off against Action PH instead. So both matchups looking very, very difficult. It really proves how tight the field is. But at the same time, you know, South built, from what I know, they just love those Team Secret matchups. But I'm not too sure entirely if they want to face off against Team Secret in the first round, if they're going to be looking to establish themselves again against that squad. They're going to want it somewhere in the finals to be like, oh, look at us. This is the generation that came before everyone, and we're still the best. And then that's going to beat them. If you remember, previous community tournament we have your VXC banner, that was just, you know, that was the experience there. So really, there is a bit of storytelling still to see in terms of the seeds. There's still, I'd say, some ambition right now for South Build to try and make this series a convincing win for themselves.
Let's be real here, though. Let's be very honest. Nobody expected South Built nor Secret to be in the circumstances that what we're witnessing right now. I hear that chuckle, and I know a lot of people would agree with me, because as you mentioned, everybody just thought, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a South Built. It's definitely going to be a Secret versus South Built finals. That is just set in stone. But remember, guys, we are no longer in the Stone Age. The future is now, old man. That's also another interesting too. I'm not saying, well, okay, a lot of these teams, they're actually up there in age, right? Relatively speaking, in esports years. You know what they say. If you're over 25, you're at least 1,000-year-olds in esports years. That's just how it works here.
Wow, why are you boomer shaming, man? Why?
I ain't no boomer shaming. I am not boomer shaming. What I'm saying is that the experience, the years and years of experience could potentially be such a big factor in the playoffs, because once again, NAOS is new. This is a new environment, VCT, but that the Shark Tank only gets more vicious, only gets deeper and darker and more closer to the abyss when we hit those playoffs. Everybody just switches on a gear, everybody plays differently. But speaking of playing differently, Dax, since Secret has a different support staff now, do you think SB is, well, absolutely they're taking that into account, right? But the adjustments, how long do they have before they can figure that system out?
Which one? South Built? Secret?
Yep.
I think really it's just it's not a matter of time. In all honesty, it's a matter of willingness. Because sometimes many veteran players, they have experienced success that they rightfully earned all throughout the years. But when they need to make a change later into their careers, it's a little difficult because they already have that confirmation that it worked
Ingrained, yeah.
before, right? Exactly. That this is okay. This is gonna work out. This is gonna be fine. And sometimes the reality check happens. It's not about getting old or whatsoever. It's just how you need to adjust against your opposition. And I think a while ago we were able to tackle it on the Team Secret interview, right? That they understand that it's a completely different beast when you play on the global stage to the local stage. You have to play the hard aggress against the opposition. You have to be willing to fight to them. And the Southfield side, though, I think the problem was in week number 1, they were too eager to fight against them, too eager to try and make those Eagle Peaks happen and just be so confident with the talent. And the problem is, the Young Guns, they're very, very willing to fight that style, where Southfield is such a squad that has so much experience that can really differentiate themselves with the talents of their thoughts, with the talents of their, I'd say, responsible actions. And from that point on, with Southfield, they are capitalizing on that strength instead coming into week number 2. Smarter decisions, giving them the better results, giving them the victories. And it has been dicey. It has been close against what we saw from Zeal Esports, against what we saw from LFO. But the fact of the matter is, they got the job done with the lessons that they have learned. And that's the thing. That's why Team Secret a while ago redeemed themselves. And that's why Southfield has been able to redeem themselves into the playoffs this week as well.
Redemption is truly something that weighs heavy on someone's mind. Pardon me. But I think that's where you hit the nail right on the head again. NAOS is the rude wake-up call. They're here, they are now. Well, now's the time, obviously, guys. Wink, wink. Icebox.
So funny.
Yeah, it's so funny. I'm so clever. It's like I took a tagline from a different org. You know what I mean? It was right there. I had to do it. I had to say it. But I feel like we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here too much. I know everybody's excited. Icebox is, once again, potentially the decider of the series already, because we know how well these teams ride off momentum. We know how these teams prey off weakness, and honestly, they can feel the intangibles of the game too. Mental fortitude is one of them. A lot of the players we have now, sure, they can be incredibly cracked. Sure, they can hit 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 shots on a good day. But how do you get to that good day if you're having, I don't know, tilt? Tilt is so dangerous. It's so incredibly dangerous. It's a weight that you can't really completely remove at times.
It's been a factor. Let's look at teams like Bren Esports, Oasis Gaming. We notice when the tilt does affect them more so. But comparing it now to the NAOS Esports roster, I really feel like they just have a great support system within each other. When someone has an off day, there's so many players willing to pick up the pieces for the squad. They're all together in the same building anyway. It really feels like they are living the high life, being provided everything they need to focus on the game. And that's exactly what they do. They make sure that their mental is 100% into the action, into the matchup. And it really goes to show what this external support can do, that internal support can do, and what an org and a team can do together. So success story, guys. This is why people invest in esports teams, because if you give them the right resources, if you fix everything and all you say to the team is like, go play computer, they will be willing to do so, not having to stress out about anything else, man. Who'da thunk? We make careers just playing Vidya. That's all.
Well, I feel like we're getting sidetracked, but me and Dax, we go way back.
We can go sidetrack. This is a roller coaster ride that we have rid on for 2 weeks now. The technical pause experience. So hopefully everything will be fine and dandy. I think everyone says casters start the game. Why are there all these tech issues? But if we don't wait on these kinds of problems, we're not gonna get the amazing games we've had. And VCTPH, they've been just absolute wonders in terms of the matchups.
That's right. And despite the fact that we want to share more stories with you guys, we have way too much time when we get into the game later on. So for now, we are going to be jumping into a small break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you
low, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
Well, hot day, hot match coming your way. Let's cool off as we get into Icebox. This is it, guys. SPE versus NAOS Esports Stacks here with Raf. And the wait is over. We're going to be getting into the game. Finally, Raf, we've been anticipating the action. We are always excited for the game in itself. And let's not mince words anymore. this is the matchup coming your way. Hey, that was the matches. You know, we'll see the matchup in itself. There you have it. We're back into Icebox. There you go. But Southbelt on the attacking side. You got NAOS Esports on the defensive. And truly, big difference there. Kakarot not on the KO. Gonna be on the chamber this time. Let's see what it's gonna bring to this table.
They have maximized his savvy, his timing with those flashes. This time they want his aim to shine, or at least that is the consensus of why he is on that sentinel role on that chamber. But looking at this, like I mentioned, SVE is a very mid-dominant team. They're doing that right now. Ja makes a quick dash under tube. He will find a little bit of resistance here. He checks the far corner first. It doesn't matter. One bullet is all he needs as Kevs will find a trade, but as this, he opens up Kevs as well. Now we are in 2v3 all of a sudden. In the blink of an eye, everybody's falling like flies. Aziz, he finds the cornered block and blasts him in the face. And now Blurred is here too, looking to be the hero, as Delicious is still trying to make his way to reinforce his teammates. Blurred has to make all the space in the world right now. Pro is very wary and Pro is very sharp, looking like a true professional. Quick, clean, and ice cold, just like Icebox.
Mid-tick already trying to get the round here. Jin now gonna get found out by Pro. And that's the first round here for Southbelt Esports. You mentioned the draft, and you call it mid-take into the skirmishes, into the action. And the beautiful thing about Southbelt, they're more known as a defensive-centric squadron. But here on Icebox, they just go full blast with the attack. You get the double duels between Ja and Aziz. And it really is there to just keep parity with the pace of the rest of the PH team. Flippy, though, again, something I do want to mention, him on that stage, not going to have Papichulo. And they usually rely on Papichulo to be that anchor on the defensive side, but they still need that focus on the aggression, on the attack, and Flippy is there to guide the rest of the roster to go at it for more so. It's going to be a different side, a different face, truly, of Southfield here. As let's round, got advantage here for Southfield. Flippy gets one, but the headhunter on point Blurred, even with its takedown, and just some beautiful pickoffs here on the equal stage. Now Esports can assist, get that kill, awesome Blurred, and that's going to be it for him.
Sometimes you don't need to aim for the head. As this, he will get that Devour going. Get it chopped up. The overheal is going to do wonders. But he changes his mood. He wants efficiency. He wants cold, ruthless efficiency. He is so cold. 6 feet under as Kakarot looks to turn into Super Saiyan. Micro is here. I don't think Kakarot anticipates him to be this close. Micro has found a little bit of space for himself here. Once again, a 2v2 situation. This time, NAOS wants the odds to be in their favor. Blast looks to play at range with the Sheriff. But so far, nobody's overextended. Josh jiggles just a tiny bit, but it's Kakarot finding Micro. Josh can make a move here, otherwise the stick is going to haunt him. But a 4K to equalize this.
Maybe shades of the past there. Kakarot reminding Southfield who he is, and memories from years past now. Gonna be answering here. Thrifty victory from NAOS. And you said it perfectly a while ago. Screw the flashes, we're going for the aim. And Kakarot, he's just on it yet again. Maybe he wants to interview again, man. This is Kakarot just willing his team to victory with an incredible 4K, getting the Spectre for himself after the Headhunter bullets. And for NAOS Esports, this is such a big way to deter any kind of momentum Southfield wants to build.
One thing that I've noticed on the side of NAOS so far, they're just really running a 2-1-2 split. There's not really much aggression on, or rather set play being shown yet. They want this conditioning, or at least this early on, to be a set of conditioning rounds. Here we go. We have a little bit more aggression towards Luke here. Aziz is going to find the first duel. He will fall, but not before the rest of his team can chime in. Now Blurred does have that big gun advantage. Delicious, you can hear that. The Pro will deny Blast of a life. But Delicious, what is that timing? No, he's gonna be sandwiched. He has up one and multi-kill, and that he does! He takes it! He takes all 4! And Delicious, you are disgusting! I hope you've had your fill.
What was that? Flick training 101? Left, right, what is that perspective? And he still scans and exterminates the opposition in one fell swoop. Delicious, how do you do it? His entry into VCTPH, let's not forget that amazing play of right, left. How can anyone keep up and still get that kind of precision? Only if your name is Delicious, apparently. And it's 2-1 for NAOS. It looked to be Southfield saying Thrifty is the answer. But now it's Esports. That was just Delicious' time. And you have to watch out for the control from the fighter. But then, now gonna have the gun. Will they be felled here yet again? Kakarot with a takedown on the Flippy. I still can't get over just how impressive that round was from Delicious, man.
Kakarot, though, looking to rectify the mistakes of whatever happened in the previous rounds or whatever happened in the previous loss, as he takes up the operator, not really waiting for that tour de force. Despite being online for him, Ja looks to create something. They need something. That's exactly what it is. You can't run. You can never leave, but Blurred, he bolts Ja down. No more Jets on the side of SBE as they're once again relying on Micro and Pro to make some magic, but right on cue, he finds Blast.
Last player standing.
Using a lot of the map right now, and Micro.
One enemy remaining.
The one up onto Blurred. Jeddo in the meantime with a catch onto Pro. Viper Spit is ready, but he will be backing on away and try to get a better angle against his fellow Viper. Gotta give props though, Southfield. You can see that they love getting into enemy lines and trying to make those circumnavigates happen versus NAOS Esports, but Jet has a different plan. High ground into play, and this is a mission impossible. Sneaky stuff on the rope and over on top. It will be Jet getting it yet again. Another round won by Delicious. And this is just delicious treats that NAOS Esports is able to feast on. 3-1. The clutch here, and the ROG clutch from Delicious.
A very impressive one at that. As actually none of our clutches have disappointed at all. It's been incredibly exciting. And just to remind you guys who this is brought by, it's ROG. So if you took a peek of that, there we go. Also got a lot of products for, you know, any gaming related needs. You know who to call, you know who to hit up. Right now, SBE, they are down 2 rounds and they're forced on a little bit of a reset here. Pro's been ice cold. He looks to continue the streak with the Guardian, and it does look like they're gonna take, or at least deter, the people pushing from B-Lock.
Yet again, get the double stab here on the green side. Feels like now it's just setting up these watch points at the very least. And Kakarot up in hand, trying to go for a target. Quick shot into the rendezvous. Doesn't really get one though. Delicious again. He is prepared to fight, and he is willing to get up close and personal. 1 and 2 stop him there. Pro in the meantime making that Guardian count. Kakarot finds the refrag along the way.
Last player standing.
Right now, trying to get
Spike down, attacker spawn.
But NAOS Esports is taking the credits and taking the names. Good shot though from Micro. Gets rid of the Hebs. But in the 1v2 slate with low HP, it's gonna be way too difficult. There's the wall up, and that's Micro going down. Blast making high ground for himself through the wall. And it's NAOS Esports with another one.
NAOS taking care of that priority around there, making sure that SBE get no freebies, get no upgrades whatsoever, pushing them to yet another breaking point here. The economy is still looking stifled. Meanwhile, NAOS, they have enough in the bank for another gun round, no matter which way this goes. SBE, they're looking to make a little bit of adjustment here. It does look like they are going to try and take care of green as much as possible. Viper, Delicious, he's been absolutely disgusting. The moment he sets foot in that belong, the corridor it's much like Star Wars. When you see Vader walk up with that, you're done.
Oh, there's the force right there, courtesy of Micro. And Kakarot gonna get pushed down to the abyss immediately.
Deploying drone.
For Southfield to get rid of the chamber there. And I love the fact that they still keep going for that mid because they know the sides are gonna be heavily fortified. Ja now with the takedown onto Jet after the kill onto ASUS. But there's the rest now. And Blast gonna see Micro. Where are you looking, good sir?
Spike
the
planted.
vision is not gonna be able to see the size, but right now it will be Southfield deciding that B side is their baby. Blurred in behind though, looking for a pinch. Pro is ready for it. Jiggle, out to the swing, out to the middle, and look at that. He just makes it work anyway. He says it's all about the aim, and it's how you play it. Blurred already up on top. Flipping in the meantime catches out Kevs, but in this scenario, Blurred is the one to watch out for. Cloud versus one to the right-hand side. 1v3 now. Southfield's here. Let's try at least to keep their numbers advantage in, so they want to make sure that they can protect each other. And ASUS will watch the right-hand side to get that takedown. 2-4. It's Southfield getting another point here.
And so timely here. They make a little bit of a cushion for themselves here. And that was the momentum swing that NAOS was looking to capitalize on. We saw the aggression, and for a man named Micro, he was a little too big for that too, as his gun was sticking out. Just a little addendum there, here and there, folks. But looking at the utility here, it's not going to be that much different. Everybody's going to be locked, stocked, and loaded. This time, SB is banking on the fact that they might have conditioned NAOS to really aggress on B long. They have a little bit of a force here towards A, but this Viper's Pit could be the one to tell them no, please choose another place. Kakarot is also going to be one of the main factors why you don't want to cross his line of sight. Job
It's even
falls so early.
It's even worse. It's like, please don't go here, says the Viper's Pit. And then Kakarot just adds one more to that equation. But this time now, the solution Satfield gets are to get the frags over to the middle and to the left-hand side. As this into the tube, he will go, and Blast is there to catch out Flippy in response instead. But Kakarot now tour de force, going on a tour, and the first snapshot there will be the kill onto Aziz. In the meantime,
one enemy remaining.
Right-hand side sees Micro
Spike
yet
down
again.
A.
Micro, his name may be Micro, but it won't matter in one. It's not gonna be small enough there, but Pro, just ambition to drop on down, get that takedown. There's the resurrection, but it's 1v3. And Pro, he has to play to his name if he wants to make this clutch happen.
Oh, and the timing.
That was so close. Bro, what you looking at?
That's right. They just swap out at the very last moment, but Kakarot positions. He hopes to find
Was
Pro.
that their best?
Pro,
How embarrassing.
not meant for that round, as he will fall, and yet another clean round on the board for NAOS. But as I mentioned, that cushion is going to come into play now. SBE, the adjustments are going to be there. Maybe they should try and stick to the speed that they succeeded with. We saw that in the first opening rounds. They really dominated that. NAOS, as we know them, they are like robots. They will adapt as fast as they can. It seems that is the story already. The Viper, they've repositioned him towards A, and the preemptive wall is going to be there, anticipating that mid control. But look at SBE. They don't seem to be too bothered about it.
I mean, they play like Terminators
Revealing
here
area.
on NAOS Esports. Wouldn't be surprised to see them just this adept in the first place. But you mentioned it, Southfield, the aggression here, especially those mid-takes, something to watch out for. But the thing is, they do want to play it, but NAOS is just shutting the door on them so quickly. Who's willing to fight them in the same parity? It's NAOS Esports. Blurred there, just keeping his aim raw and getting killed from up above Micro. Having the Sheriff, but that can't match up to the rifle of Kev. Flip it right now, takes down Kevs. Here we go with Blurred, though. Dueling against Ja, who gets the
Spike
takedown.
down mid.
And yes, you do get
One
the
enemy
so
remaining.
There is the semblance of what worked a while ago here for Satfield. At the same time, NAOS just has the guns to fight on back. Ja, no, now. Still fighting for his life. 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Up top the tube. Gets the surprise on the jet. Kakarot now will see him this time. And in the 1v1, the spike is just down below. Someone needs to drop. Kakarot going up on top, and he finds him! That was a trap that Kakarot set. You have activated my trap card, and with the updraft there to seal your fate, it's NAOS with another one.
3000, and you know what comes next. Going back into the game, the more the rounds pile up, the more labyrinthian this puzzle becomes for Southfield. This is not a maze they want to be in. This is not the Minotaur that they want to try and slay. They want to go above this. They want to see this at a bird's eye view, because somehow it does look like NAOS is a step ahead of them strategically at the moment. We do see a little bit of a hero buy here on the side of Flippy, so they are going to be looking to set him up, which is interesting because he's a Sage.
Come on. He's gonna go for the red, man. Straight there. He brings someone back to life. With life. But Blurred will catch onto Ja. Making sure that is the demise of the Jet already. Southfield can't find any kills here of NAOS whatsoever. They are getting the shots, yes, they are bringing in the blood. But beyond that, they're just unable to really fortify their post-match scenarios, and in many an instance, it's just NAOS Esports already fighting them early on, but this time the fight has been brought by Flippy. You asked why he has the hero rifle? That's why. With a takedown there on the Blurred. 410 now controlled here by Micro. Flippy gonna be a bit will push on forward, sees the Viper, and Delicious this time. You're gonna get that for Southfield, but the wall on up.
Down
Needles
A.
to demise. Kakarot is there to get that takedown. 2v2 now. Southfield
Spike
is able to
planted.
set up on Psychograph.
And this timing by Kakarot is absolutely diabolical.
One
Bro,
enemy
he will
remaining.
not stand for such debauchery. Now it is down to a 1v1. And Pro, ice cold, just like the map he is in. And a free upgrade for himself, too. SBE, try to swing this back in their favor.
Yeah, thrifty win. Just take it there, take those guns, and it's gonna be scrappy. I think this whole series right now, this whole matchup already telling us what Southfield is willing to do, coming out in all honesty of their comfort zone from before, and now willing to play the style that the rest of the PH is embracing. But now Esports is a style of their own. It's a class. There's hard aggress, there's defensive
out of
play,
my way.
and then there's the NAOS play style. And really, this third category has been so good all throughout their run. Here we go though with the lesser guns on NAOS Esports. Something Shackles can capitalize on White Storm. And that's a fly high moment here from Ja. Can he get another one? No, Kevs will deny him.
Denied
You
indeed.
will not kill
They
my
work on a
allies.
man advantage. Flippy makes it even more so with that res. Now they are a full 5-man unit. Kakarot, though, still looking to play off those timings. What's
Spike
crazy is that
planted.
his spacing has been absolutely wonderful. He's never too far from his team. But I believe that's going to be the last of Flippy, at least for this round. Kakarot, is he too sharp? Yes, he is! Ja, with a blade of his own, will find Kevs. 2v3. The tension is racking as Kakarot's health is too. The heal is gonna come out, but Ja, all he needs is one click. Full or none. Full or one. It doesn't really matter. Kakarot yet finds another timing. The window that these boys are creating for themselves is absolutely inhuman. But Kakarot, he takes a bit of damage. The defuse the wall! Oh no!
Oh, he's just gonna stick it! He's sticking it! He's to protect the
enemy
nest!
remaining.
Bro cannot get the angle whatsoever! Kakarot is not human! He is just Super Saiyan, and he's saying right now, that's the 4K for him! You noticed it, we watched it, and we have witnessed now Esports protect one another.
Oh my goodness, that is not a memory that Southfield want to see again. For it to happen in what? 2 days in a row?
This is trauma, man. This is trauma for Southfield now. What is up with this map? Why are they getting the spike defused right in front of them? They see the wall, and they already know. They were like, we know what's going on. Guys, someone watch out for it. But no, but now they're just playing with their minds right now, and this is freaking out Southfield. And not only that, their economy can be basically shambles here. A few Euro rifles into play because they have a bit of money still built up. But beyond that, it's now again in control here.
Indeed they are. It didn't look that way just a few moments ago, but with that ice wall, this is where, or rather with that barrier orb, this is where you're really, buckled down, because things like that, as a player, no matter how veteran you are, it is going to feel bad, it is going to sting, as this post plan is going to come through for NAOS. Or rather, for SBE, they do get the advantage here for the moment, but Blast has already found himself here. The pushback on yellow. They scramble down, they get pinned out by Blur, but Ja is here to trade. Ja is here to do more than just that, but Blur answers the down to 1v1. He is on par. He is one away. But this could... Oh! Hey! I'm at a loss for words. What is that?
You should have seen your
That's
faces.
Nace from Blurred.
Last round before the switch.
One blade from that far. That's how sure he was, man.
Valiant.
A single click, the confidence, the bravado, every single thing, the belief into that blade storm is just incredible. It's Blurred. You just can't make it out. That's what Blurred is. You really can't make out what he's trying to do, but you know it's destructive. You know he's gonna try and tear you up.
Impressive. That's all you gotta say about that, man. And now it's Esports. They were psyching out Southfield the whole time, also going for a few of those fake defuses. As soon as Flippy did show his position, was the diffuser moving on away. Right now we're moving on from that round, and it's now Southfield. He just can't keep up with the high offense angles here by NAOS Esports. You give them the duels, NAOS Esports gonna win them. And while the likes of John and Assist have gotten the frags along the way, it hasn't really amounted to the wins that they would like. Is the call is there, but Blur again! You can't see him coming! The last one remaining. Get Kakarot delivers the blast! The rest of NAOS Esports comes in to clean up nicely. The first wave is blurred.
Switching sides.
The second, and there is no stopping the momentum and the force that is NAOS Esports.
His name is Blurred, but the domination is oh so clear. Blurred making a case on why he's one of the most explosive, the most consistent duelist out there. But now we are at the half. We've seen so many teams recover from this. The question is, does Southfield have enough in the tank? We know how sturdy they are, but now they are cutting away at the legs.
This is just surgical, man. From NAOS Esports. Many a time, it's just them getting high octane duels in absolute valuable moments. Look at Kakarot, look at Blurred right now. 90 takedowns for the Chamber, 15 on the Jet. And if you haven't been able to see Kakarot before this VCT, don't forget that he actually is that dual player. So he knows that aim and he knows this game. But Aziz and John, they can fight on back. Southbolt now. They utilize still some aggressive elements here on their defense. These guys, they've been in the pair for quite a while. The Reyna and the Jets, at least fending off the NAOS push.
And it really is so impressive to me how NAOS is such a cohesive unit. They find the lurking Viper, the snake in the grass, as Kakarot will not stand for any shenanigans here. They try to make the most out of the situation in a 3v4. They want to isolate as many fights as they can. And Blas, although he had a chance, Ja will be the denier, but look at all those dinks. It lands on Aziz, but Ja as well is so low. A gentle breeze could bring them to the heavens above as the gates are waiting for them, Dax.
Oh no, bring an umbrella, Aziz, Ja. The winds are coming. And it seems like the Cyclones themselves are named Kakarot and Aziz, though. He's just holding on the opposite side of the pipes. Ja is right there to watch.
30
Perhaps
seconds
his
left.
friend die in front of him.
One enemy remaining.
Closer and closer, and Jay's looking behind, and that's it. That's a pitch, and that's them dead. SBE gets another one, and at least this time they win the pistol. That can build some momentum for them. Every round now that they get here early on will help them out immensely for them to build that confidence against NAOS.
That's right. They really needed that. They really needed that. SBE, they need everything. But now they are going to put the Marshal on Aziz. They want to engage in the long-range duels here, I believe, towards Belong. No. They are posting up in mid. But as NAOS would play, they are going to poke and prod up until they find a weakness. But as you can see, they look very intense on doing the mid strat against SB, and they've done it. They find Aziz. They have nothing to recover that Marshal away from NAOS. And here we are. SB a little scrambled at the moment. They are dealing with a one-man loss. Pro still has quite a bit of utility, but even that is going to make this investment such a big one for them.
We just started and someone's already dead. And it's the guy with the gun. That's so quick here. From NAOS Esports, wall in the way. Time to get the orb instead. But as that happens, Jet actually gonna catch out Pro. Last finds Ja, who did get rid of Blurred.
Spike down A.
The left-hand side.
One enemy remaining.
Delicious now. Pinching Flippy and making sure that he will be wide awake for his own demise. Now, Micro all alone. And you can see what NAOS does. They just go for the push. They win out the duels. And it doesn't matter if you have had that gun advantage.
Oh, and narrowly missing him. Gee, he finds his mirror, but he will fall to the snake bite as he himself was not immune to the poison. Kevs, who's been outstanding, will find a frag for himself, and now we enter double digits. This looks incredibly dangerous. This is the woods that SB don't want to be stuck in.
They're just lost right now in the eyes of this forest, and now it's Esports. Oh man, they've just been able to prove truly their strength all throughout their group, all throughout this group stage, and we see it here again, that for the NAOS playstyle, it's just utter domination on a map like this, and I really feel like Icebox amplifies their talents. We saw this against Zeal Esports also, that this is just a perfect map to play the angles, to play those contests, whether from the further or the short ranges. And those angles are the ones that NAOS Esports just loves to play. We see Blurred, we see Jet. They can be very creative. Kakarot has been eager to make his chamber work. But at least now, Southbolt here able to stem the tide of the buy of NAOS. First kill here, courtesy of Flippy. Aldrin right now, at least being covered at the first place. And NAOS going to be out in the open, wanting to get at least a bit of presence towards this B site, but deciding to go for the rotation instead, towards A perhaps.
They choose not to be stubborn as they make their move to an open A site at the moment. But mid, there's going to be quite a bit of resistance here. The information gathering is going to be key. Pro is going to be the X factor in how the adjustment is going to be made in this round. Now once more, they find the timing. They shoo Pro away, but that's enough for Ja to move in to try and reinforce those long angles. They could be traitors on the side of NAOS because we know what those sheriffs can do. Despite having a bit of a fall off, they are still absolutely lethal. Kevs, he could play the spoiler. Micro says, I want to enjoy my movie. Don't do it. Just let it run.
Yeah, it turns off social media and turns down the approach of NAOS Esports on that side. But up top, job missing the first shot, but will connect On to the next one. And Blurred will go down as soon as the
10
Jets
seconds left.
saw him coming. Blasto gonna be in cover on right-hand side. Will set up the wall as well to segment the site into two. But it's Kakarot now setting up the rendezvous. He's the one with the Spectre here. And he's gonna try to get up close and personal against
Last
all the
player
numbers
standing.
that Southwood will bring. Ja will still on the Blasto. And up top, Kakarot finding Ja. Kakarot gets a second. But that's all he wrote for that fight. Now Esports now falling here. Southfield turning it around in the third round of the second half in thrifty fashion. Just trading these thrifties and getting the guns back basically from now Esports.
If I'm not mistaken, quite a bit of teams have a hot start against SBE. Was it LFO who had a pretty strong run against SB? And SB, they turned it up. They turned the heat up, but we all know how that went down. That's not something that we should really remind SB of. But now they have the big advantage here in the gun round. Does look like NAOS look to play this a little bit more conservative. Kev's getting that Vandal just for the hero play and to equalize
You
the
want
economy.
to play? Let's
But
play.
it does look like Aziz is still not interested in leaving this corner. He's been playing this a lot. He does get top pipes control here. Flippy finds that Sova dart, and Ja even finds a consolation in Blast. That is going to be a lot of sustain being removed. So this slow play on the side of NAOS, it's gonna be stifled. But look at Kakarot, still trying to find the timing here. Blurred manages to find one himself.
Spike down
Can't
A.
seem to retrade though. Aziz, he wants to move forward. Kevs will stop his march. He has a Vandal of his own, Dax.
I think the biggest thing right now is Ja catches out Blurred. Is Southbuild's initial positions, they're very risky, and sometimes now
player
Esports can
standing.
even find an angle to take them for free. But what we see here in their comeback run, as Kevs gets 2 more to wrap the round 3 overall, Southbuild just finds ways to win those duels quickly in the first place. And I really feel like for now Esports, they need to punish those initial positions of Southbuild right now, because those angles aren't going to be as covered as they would like. If they can win out the first fight in the first place, that will immediately dismantle any net of safety courtesy of Southbuild. And from that point on, Southwold will have to shoot their way out of those positions if they want to survive and reset themselves in the backs of those sites. So it really just needs to be that first domino here for NAOS Esports to stop whatever defense Southwold is building. Blurred though, already making a move on the high ground. Bulldog here from Micah though, backs on the way. It does feel like the rest of NAOS will follow suit and try to push it towards this B side.
I'm glad you addressed that NAOS, their mid-round is incredible. Again, their adjustments is just something that, honestly, I could say have been the best so far. SBE trying to end this as quickly as they can is the best thing they can do, but Micro isolated here. Kev doesn't even need help on that. And 3 of the members suddenly disappear. How did Jalicious land that? And Flippy, all on his lonesome. He still has a full dose of utility. But what can he do? He finds G, he digs 1! This could be a clutch. This could potentially be another one of those moments. As he finds a 3rd, 1 more, and he has res up. Again, everything is unfolding. And the fates, they smile upon Flippy for now. Both players, they are on the yellow side. They are on the main side. They have to double swing this. Otherwise, they are gonna get gored by this man on a mission to isolate. Here's the swing! He gets the utility out! So the fates, they were only teasing him at his fingertips, but not a gift he can control or have.
As soon as he put his hands up there with the utility, that was his surrender. Might have been a mispress, might have just been a mistiming, thinking about walling away from one of the sidelines. But in the end, the conclusion still is NAOS Esports getting the job done. 11-6 there. A great effort from Flippy, to say the least. And because of his efforts, he's now rewarded with the resurrection. But you said it a while ago, that could have been the clutch, could have been just a hero moment for Southbuild. And even though it's not something you should really ask from a single player, it really could have put Southwood back on this map. But that Viper Spit is the call. Blurred here gonna be up on top. And you know, these early fights are where Southwood can try. But when NAOS Esports just gets a better position, you know they're coming from any different angle. Tour de Force though has been... Oh, I thought I heard something apparently, but not. But this is gonna be Kakarot here, trying to go up on top. He does have a lot of bullets ready to hit Hunter. Aziz in the meantime goes to the rope, able to dislodge himself in time to stay away from the peeking chamber.
That's it. That is the game plan right there, as this chamber has proven to be absolutely lethal, absolutely fatal.
Stealing
on the side of Southfield. Assist, he will throw that leer out to deter that drone from getting any meaningful information, but instead they get Assist himself, who, well, rather is something that they already do know. The Viper's Pit is gonna come out immediately. The Hunter's Fury will try to dissuade them, but so far it hasn't really hit the mark on anybody. But as I say that, Kev finds Pro, and this comes straight, and everybody's falling where and everywhere. But Jai, he's busy. He gets lost. The knife will reset. He only has one left. He has to aim for the head here. He has to aim for the jugular. He can't get a weapon. But Word, somehow he sniffs out Pro here. He does finally find them. As the Word will keep it here.
Last enemy remaining.
What is going on here? Delicious find still, but Ja, how is he not dead? He's still on 34 HP as Kakarot has to be the hero this time. That is gonna disappear, but is it this time? Are they gonna stick?
One enemy remaining.
And he's gonna win
And he
for
does.
SGE.
Doesn't think whatsoever.
Ooh.
That's reality here. Pro takes the round, takes the final kill. Convenient enough to Southfields. They're able to bring this gap only to 4 now. Just Ja, though, out of nowhere, getting those takedowns. So watching his position, just spamming on through, getting the kills onto 2. You were looking for the Blade Storm. He brought out the gun, and you can see it here. Ja going on to the inside at the right time, spraying down Jay all the way on the other side. Sometimes you just gotta believe in miracles, know about the information, and just some great instincts there from Ja to keep the team alive. It has been Southfield, though, fragging out like crazy too. This is such a high-octane battle between the two squads. 25 for the top frag of NAOS, 24 for Southfield, but that's one more here for Blurred against Ja in the first place. Sheriff's gonna be the main king for NAOS. The thing is, we've seen them win out an eco round before. Southfield, though, they don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, and they get 2 here so far, and even go for the wall in the middle.
That they feel Flippy will try to hold this down, but
Spike
Micro is here
down,
to assist.
attacker spawn.
Doesn't want to leave his compadres, his brothers in arms. Blurred, we know what he can do. His
One
first
enemy
shot
remaining.
accuracy is going to be in question here, as he's going to be the one to duel, but the adjustment is not going to be present, as that gun round is going to go the way of Southfield. Now, Dax, it does seem that Southfield have figured out the speed, the tempo that they want to do. Now, well, right now, they have to deter them from playing fast, because look at the round swing. It's not that big of a difference anymore, especially now that they're so close to reset point.
Right here.
Yeah, I think for NAOS in itself, they're just running out of those angles that they'd love to play to just be a bit unique versus Southfield, because this time Southfield is checking it. This time Southfield is expecting something to be amiss, and you can see sometimes from the movements of some of the players for Southfield, I've noticed, especially Micro, especially Pro, these guys, they're gonna be taking an angle to go for the kill, they immediately back on away, expecting something else to come. 1-for-1 trade though to start things off here, as Ja will fall the side of Southfield. Blurred also dying, so Jets are traded. But in this instance, if Southfield can keep pushing in and then suddenly reeling back, these guys are just fishing for these points here.
Absolutely, and the map control has to be in the way of Southfield if they don't want these big round adjustments to come. Look at Kevs, he's already anticipating the mid push here, and it does look like Flippy has his back turned, but we're going to be looking at this situation right on cue, as I mentioned it. Now we are back on Blast, as he is the one to try and fortify this position, this forward operating base for now. So they do have the man advantage here, but the question is, how careful can they be approaching such red-hot SBE players?
Ooh, the bounce? That's a lineup and a half to catch out a bit of that mid intel. Someone take note over at Orange, but right now we're seeing here at Snowman Chip building up his potential, but Micro gonna snuff it at the seams already. Spike planted though. 3v2 scenario, and Blast very low on the HP here, as this is gonna come from the high ground though. Down the Lear over on the right hand side, does he expect to see right there? Sees the gun, makes sure the Blast is dead, and that's the first one there from Assist. Taps the Spike even just to bother the opposition. Kakarot though not giving up the angle and catches out Micro instead. Sacrifice down as this happens his way out this one. There's the first, dismissing on away. Can he get a second and clutch it here for SPE? Time though taking on away. Goes for the touch one more time, but Kakarot, will he fall for it? Headhunter is out and about. Sees already the rendezvous is there, and peekaboo! Kakarot is just playing with you. Southfield with the shot, but now with the round. 12-8, map point for them.
The humble six shooter is from an age gone by. The West trying to run into the sunset, but the automatic rifles, the wit, the technology, it's just a little too strong.
I think it was kind of a Cowboys versus Aliens moment, man. You see guys,
you're
a guy
right.
teleport to the right, to the left suddenly. What are you doing there? Oh, okay, sure. He got toyed with.
And all your spike are belong to us as Kakarot. He plays this perfectly. As this, although he does get that exit,
You want to
it's
play? Let's
a little
play.
too late, literally. But now the tour de force is gonna be here. Although we did have a little bit of a Cowboys versus Aliens, I thought that was a shot on job, but as this, it's him to heat up. Now he lets it loose. He gets that Empress out. He finds Delicious. They need these early fights, but the trade isn't there this time around. Assist gets a
Spike
third.
down
He is
A.
unstoppable. He
Last
gets a
player
fourth.
standing.
He's hungry. He wants to devour all the souls, but Kevs, he remains holy. He remains divine as the darkness of Aziz is not gonna consume it, but it's Micro. Hello, sir. And yet another round for SBE.
I wonder if he was thinking of just shooting the shock dart on his feet. Just say, you know, this round's
Don't
over,
do
but
it.
don't do it. Don't do that. He tried to run on away though, but got caught in the middle. But a great round there from Aziz. A bit of revenge in all honesty, just deciding to slam against the NAOS Esports oppression. And that's one thing Southfield can bring to this matchup right now. The hard aggress is not really as expected from the likes of Southfield, but when you have Aziz and Ja this hot, 24 kills apiece, you know that it is a possibility. But every single round that Southfield gets right now, they're gonna have to basically struggle for it. It will be a lesser buy here for NAOS Esports. And Southfield, they're responsible enough to know what the situation is on the other side, and instead, they're holding the angle. Flippy though, gotta be careful. Someone's cooking up something in the kitchen. Jedo missing the shot, and Flippy, he's gonna be happy. That rest. Oh, no, not again. No, not again. Flippy getting flashbacks, and this time he gets caught on out.
How does the wall, the barrier orb, keep attacking Southfield despite it being their own? But as we've mentioned, this is the speed that Southfield will prefer, but Kakarot, he is crispy, he is clean, with a Vandal not of his own as Ja reclaims it. That is not yours, give it back. Blurred does have a Marshal in hand, but will need a miracle and a half to take this away. I believe he does have Spike. Now he has a Vandal, so chances are going to be a little bit better. Southfield's positioning right now, too, Dax. This is going to take quite a bit for them to have a cohesive retake.
The other thing is, Southfield, when they go for the wall, it's not a "you're stuck with me" here moment. It's an "I'm stuck with you," unfortunately moment. It kind of hurts them in the long run. But right now, the run has to be real here from SBE. Exposing the position and a good timing there from Southfield. Great discipline. They already had a semblance of where Blurred was. They made sure both were ready to go for the peak. And they just swung wild with the two, giving them at least still more of a lifeline. 2-round gap now between the two squads. And in all honesty, for NAOS Esports here, this has to be the round that they should be basically trying to win with the buys they have. Because if Southfield gets another one, big possibility for us to go into overtime from what we've seen for them. Southfield has already understood how to play against the eco states of NAOS Esports. But in terms of gun parity, the duel can happen. It can be 50-50. It can go in NAOS Esports' favor. And do we get the far fight at the corral? It's time now for High Noon. As the fight was split, we'll see immediately that the B side is off limits, courtesy of Southfield.
This is such a big gamble, but we haven't seen the likes of this yet, so SBE, they are counting on that. Now, they know better. They know what this play is. They know what this is designed for. And Micro wants to play this as tightly as possible, but how does Blur even find that? I think we saw the trail from the snakebite, so that's gonna be the biggest wall, literally the biggest deterrent on B to fall. And Aziz, who was red hot, will sizzle out, will fizzle out. Hits a supernova in the form of Delicious. And now they've taken a different approach. They play as 5. They play so clearly. And look at this. They even have a lurk in the form of Kakarot to deter from any of those flags. So this 4-man stack is looking to absolutely demolish the broken through the X Factor. He doesn't even find one yet, but he does get the spike down.
One
That's gonna give
enemy
them
remaining.
enough time, but Ja, this is a tall order. We know that this man is a hero, but Kakarot is there. He plays perfectly.
Attackers win.
He's a shadow in the dark, and now Esports bringing the limelight yet back at them. They will take the first map. And that's pretty much it for the standings. NAOS Esports 13-10. What else can we even say about this wonder of a squad, this team that has already built up this reputation of greatness this year in VCT? Just by this point now, NAOS Esports, now is their time, and this is their statement.
What is crazy to me is that none of these teams really made any mistakes. Southfield, they played the way they did. They played the positions how they wanted to. But now, once again, it's that adaptoid nature. They did slip just a tiny bit, but looking at the stats, it's Kakarot who was a silent killer but made the loudest impact on the side of NAOS. So meanwhile, on SBE, it was Ja to pop off, nearly landing 30.
You know, the beautiful thing about Kakarot's chamber play that we've seen here is something I also wanted to point out in that last round, but you know, the game was done, so you know, we just put a stop to it there. He is so eager to be able to hold basically two different angles that are so important on Icebox. We saw there on the right-hand side, he was waiting right outside the entrance of A. He also had basically a rendezvous and framework getting ready in the middle as well. And as soon as, you know, we got that peek, that was it. But look at the highlights here for NAOS Esports. It starts with Jet, and with just him so eager with the shots. The creativity of NAOS Esports was in full blast, especially with the blast wall on up. And there were just so many moments here from NAOS Esports that they were just able to psych out the competition. I do have to give it to Southfield Esports though. There is that discipline, but they're really adapting a much more aggressive nature on maps like this, on these kind of configurations. And when Ja and Assist did shine, they had so many takedowns through the names and so many chances to bring the battle versus NAOS. But in the end, it's just NAOS Esports who has the right timing, protecting each other, watching the right angles, and it's just hard to ask Southfield to watch that angle in the first place, to watch that corner, because they're expecting something a little bit more standard, something that's a little bit more, I'd say, well, basically expected in the first place. And what happens there is NAOS is just on the other side.
This bravado is backed up by science. You can really tell by the way they move, by the way they route themselves towards the map, and how quickly and efficiently they clear angles. They are hitting the lab 24/7. Whoever is behind that support staff should be so proud of these boys, and not to discredit the players too. They've been absolutely wild. We've been championing them all week long since the first week. One of the most pleasant surprises, but of course, SBE, they still had a lot to give. If they continue with this form and only improve upon it through our playoffs, then they have a very, very bright future ahead.
Yeah, this is really the next generation. Again, this is now their generation, and especially NAOS Esports. This is their time. But guys, we're going to be going for a break. It's still a series here between Southfield and NAOS Esports. Staff here with Raph, and we'll be right back for more of VCT. Well, you're in for quite a ride here as we're going to be going into the next map of Southfield Esports versus NAOS Esports. Welcome back, guys. Dax here with Raf. Last day and the last match of the group stage. We've already set up basically our playoff picture, and the rest of the maps, we're here to just enjoy the action. But NAOS Esports cementing their dominance, getting that 1-0 lead versus Southfield Esports, removing the chances from them getting that second seed in the first place. And it really proves to us that this NAOS Esports roster, they cannot really be considered as an underdog anymore. They've been an amazing surprise, yes, but this has just been one of the biggest forces of the PH scene here so far.
It just boggles my mind still. We've been watching them for 2 weeks now, and we're probably going to be watching more of them as the year progresses. But the way that they've been approaching the game is just, I would say, just a step above everybody. Whatever they're eating, whatever they're drinking, whatever VOD they're watching, it's been practiced. The theory behind their mechanics is just so impressive. I can't help but gush over this. But again, we are moving into playoff territory very, very soon. Sustainability is maybe a question still because of the differences between the group stages and the playoffs. But Dax, I want to hear your thoughts on how can SBE build from this?
They can just play something a little bit different now. They can do a very aggressive composition, just run out perhaps a very, I'd say, attack-centric side, perhaps. Maybe 2 duelists, 2 initiators, something like that. Something a little bit cheeky, because I'd love to see more and more of the experimentation here from Southfield Esports, because they've already taken that first step in the first place, just adding really Flippy in more on the rotation, trying to cycle out how when Micro plays, when Pro plays, when Papi Chula plays, and trying to see what other maps they can actually bring forward here to amplify whatever is expected from them, because there are things that are known about Southfield, what their tendencies are, what sides they're best at, what maps they're best at, but their way right now to really bring up their rear, to balance out their game, is to be willing to face adversity in these, I'd say, lesser maps for them, especially in the official tournament circuit.
Yeah, and maybe the new ban pick system is, I wouldn't necessarily say a factor. Well, no, I am saying it's a factor. I think it's something that's been heavily discussed. Who does it really favor? The ban system is, I would honestly say, it's something that I'm not used to. I'm really used to the format of ban pick. I'm pretty sure everybody knows about that now, but hey, that's already spilled milk. Unless you like drinking spilled milk. Good God, guys, don't do that. Ugh.
No. Ugh. Man. Ugh. I was thinking about it right now, dude. The images in my mind right now. You're so much of a narrative guy. So when you say something, immediately I see Raph decides to do this. Wait, what?
What? No.
I
am lactose intolerant. No milk.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of us are. But yeah, back on topic, Dax. That is a very, very vivid image. Moving into the series now, how do you think the teams are going to approach this now, since that was the game? I feel like that was the game. But now this is where they kind of have to shell up with whatever they want to show in the playoffs, save it for that. This is very, very much true for Southfield as well, but it's also the pride, the glory that these players want. They want that W.
I think right now, coming into the next map, it's just, hey, what you guys doing here? You want to play some Valorant? That's it. That's the show, because in all honesty, our playoff picture is set. Oasis Gaming and NAOS Esports will get those buys. It will be Team Secret versus Southfield on the first group stage playoff matchup, rather, and then you'll have Action PH versus Esports in the other one. So beyond that, I really feel like for Southfield, getting a victory over NAOS can rebuild their confidence. This has been their redemption arc. This has been the week where they've been getting those dubs, and just having one over NAOS to try and solve that puzzle, I think that will build them a big foundation. So, I was thinking about maybe they're going to experiment a while ago, but in all honesty, I think they're just going to want to study again how NAOS plays some of their default strategies, how NAOS is able to protect each other, because we saw glimpses of that on Icebox. The later rounds, we would get Southfield to poke, prod, get the kill, then back on away against angles that might not be really that expected, but against NAOS Esports, you just have to expect the unexpected. So there were moments where they could protect themselves, just backing on away from where they came from, basically backing towards their initial positions, and just resetting themselves and going for a search on another 1v1 duel that gives them, at least parity in those rounds.
it's really at face value where it doesn't seem like they're doing anything special, right? At the very first, they were doing a 2-1-2 split. That's something that you see pretty much everywhere. You see it in ladder, you see it in pubs, you see it in scrims, and you see NAOS doing it. But then suddenly the mid round comes. I think one of their biggest strengths right now is securing all that space to rotate and using it to cut off the movement on the enemy team. Again, that just sounds very, very vague, but I think that's one of their biggest strengths right now. That's why their mid run is almost unstoppable. The moment we cross that 30-second mark, you bet NAOS has already found themselves in a position where they can succeed.
Yeah, the rotations are strong, and the thing is, NAOS, they can actually be read by their opponents the more they get the experience in the first place. But we're going to be getting now into the Agent Select as we go for our second map, and it will be Ascent. What's the play here? Should expect Southfield to have PPGL back into the roster, and there he is already in all his glory. So it means the Sentinel that can't clutch gonna be in the squad, and the Killjoy is there yet again. But look at this!
Okay.
Let's go! We're back!
Alright.
The Kakarot on the duelist. It will be him on the Neon. Also, a bit of a substitution. Seems like it's ZN with Blast.
You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. That is exactly what I felt like when I saw Kakarot on the duos. Again, it's been so long! Welcome back! Oh my goodness. But this comp is just, let's fight. Let's fight.
Let's fight. Let's get it. No, I keep telling everyone, you're not a real Filipino team if you don't integrate Neon in your composition. That's Pinoy pride right there. That's 100% a fact. You get the Filipino buff by being in game. You hear the Filipino voice lines, you know you're good for it, man.
Do you think Neon is literally the lumpia of Valorant? Like, you lose your Filipino card if you don't play Neon.
She's the adobo, basically.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm hungry. It's so
okay.
early. Come on,
you needed
guys.
coffee a while ago. You need a meal now, but we're gonna be in for a treat here.
Absolutely.
This is gonna be hard aggress from NAOS. When you play Neon and Jet together, the rounds, they can be done very, very quickly. Dash in, run in, put the fast lane up, and then it'll be utter chaos from there. So in all honesty, I'm liking the fact that Southfield does have that Killjoy into play. Papi Chulo is going to be one of the strongest anchors you can have in the PH scene, and you know he's not going to be faltering easily to that double duelist on the other side. You also have that Astra along the way just to help out with the Guardian Wells and the like. So if Southfield can just at the very least keep themselves finding the answers against the pace of NAOS Esports, it's going to help them out immensely, not only for this map, but also in preparation for next week. Because again, the more Southfield is tested against faster paced play from other PH teams, and especially in this scenario where you're gonna get the fastest duo in the East, basically, this is gonna be one map that Southfield can actually build on. But let's get into the game. We've been talking about what is to come, and now it's Esports as of the moment gonna be ready for the action. There's also a bit of role swaps actually, because I said it a while ago, Blast and Z, you don't usually see these guys together. It's Kev's out, so someone else has to play the Sova, and it will be Jet instead. So now it's Esports. Let's try something new, and let's go through middle. Oh! He's just hopping on around like a bunny, Papi Chulo. And let's just enjoy it for what it is, Raph. This is gonna be a brawl.
You know, it's one of those things where you just kind of do it, and Kakarot was just like, yeet, and he did it, he got a pick, he did his job, but now we are on the back foot here. Rather, NAOS is on the back foot. They are at a 3v4 situation. They've lost both their hares, their bunny rabbits, in the form of Blurred and Kakarot. And now SBE, they look to hold strong. They have the numbers advantage, they have the Sentinels. Stars are going to come out, but we actually have Flippy finding player here,
standing.
and we even have yet another unfortunate fall on Jalicious there. They are looking to mad push.
Need that back. The thing is, they're basically crippled immediately if they lose Blurred as well as Kakarot. It's gonna be a snail pace from the other three, and Blast right now, he's all alone. He's stuck here, and the thing is, he has to shoot his way into a site. And in 1v3 with 40 HP, it's gonna be absolutely
30
slim.
seconds
So
left.
it's interesting, you know, you got that Neon, you got that Jet. They will honestly live and die by that duel right there. It will define their attacking side heavily. Later on the defense, we should see more from Z and Blast, but that's it. Ja with a 3K, and Southfield Esports will get the first round. I gotta give props to Southfield again, being very responsible right now with the composition. I'm liking the fact that they're gonna be using this as more of a litmus test against a squad like NAOS right now, and at the very least, they do have the gun advantage coming into the second.
That is true. That is absolutely correct.
That's maturity, man. That's maturity.
Yep, absolutely it is. Like I said, guys, despite some things have already been put into place, set into stone, put in motion, however you want to put it, when you're a player and you're playing the game, you still want to win. It really comes down to that. No matter if it's the pro league or just the rank game, you want to win. You're not playing to lose. But now we are going to have a little bit of aggression this time from ASUS. We're very wary of that top mid position as this Aling Neon is going to jump right on cue. But instead we see a Sova running. Whoa, zoom.
Zoom. Zoom. I didn't know we were watching Running Man. Okay. Okay, where are the angles, the Korean camera angles? There we go, ASUS. That's beautiful. At least gets tapped.
Blocking sight.
On the Blast. Pretty simple shot. The rest of NAOS. They still have the duel. Oh, come on. Do we get the... Good. Poppy there. And they're dead.
They're dead
Poppy
is the
Pro.
best explanation. They're dead. We walk at the Poppy. I think this is what Papi Chulo really brings to the table, right? He is an absolute wall. Even if he's alone, it's gonna take so much to actually make him budge.
Poppy Pro? PNP?
A heckin' love.
There you go. They're just doing so well. You just gotta love it, man. What are you saying?
I heckin' love Southfield. Actually, I heckin' love all these teams. I mean, they've just provided so much entertainment, so many new strats, and hopefully foundations for future teams to build upon. That's what happened from last year. It does look like it's gonna be happening now, but the old guard, they're looking a little shaky, don't you think, in this overall arc?
Well, these guys had months to prepare, and there's always something new along the horizon, man. There's always something new, shiny. There's a new phone you want to get. There's basically a new game you want to get, and here and now, the hunger for the newer teams to beat the older names that have already dominated the FP scene on the PH for so long. It's right here, and we're seeing it right now for the past 2 weeks. This has been a really good group stage, in all honesty. It's been so enjoyable to the wacky results of the first week, the redemption arcs here to normalize things in the second. There's just so much to enjoy here at VCTPH, and I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm really happy to see so many people enjoy it as well. Here we have it, Southfield, maybe trying to defend the land of B-side. Tiger being placed, as well as fast lane tap rush, trying to at least get the bits of that movement in. Blast though with the takedown onto one. Pro catches out Z.
30 seconds left.
Gonna have Pro in the middle of everything. But this is now trying to take that side. They do get the trades though, so it's 2 versus 3 for now.
And Delicious throwing that recon dart, showing that where did it land?
Do you know the lineup? I don't think it landed. I'm not sure.
It's trying to land on Icebox. That map has passed. We're now on Ascent. Papi Chulo and the rest of the boys, they're trying to hold us down. They're trying to get this post plant into their favor. They're still continuously jump spotting. This is still a fantastic hold so far. Acheron will find a trade, but 007 is Papi Chulo already making his mark despite only the 3rd round he's played all day. And this will finally finish that. And I want to add to that, you know, if you're happy to be here, how do you think I feel? You know, what I got.
Welcome to VCT.
Oh, absolutely. It's my 2nd week, but it just still feels so fun. Feel so lucky to be here. And I hope everybody's been enjoying my stay, everyone's stay, really.
Yeah, I'm like the old man on the rocking chair, be like, I've been here since year 1. I'm still here. And year 2, you young whippersnappers with your casting and the new teams and the new orgs, all the new fans, the new streams. You guys are amazing. But Southfield, they got that 3-0. They look for the triple-digit code name, and right now it's 3 up for them in the first place. Thing is though, NAOS does not have the guns, and they only have the Hunter's Fury available. We've seen from NAOS they can actually shoot the way out with the Sheriff, but ASUS is there for the takedown. You can see that there's a bit more of a lapse, in all honesty, for NAOS and the utility might just be a bit of that unfamiliarity with the agents compared to their other peers on the team. But this is a try, and Blurred almost dying there to the hand of Flippy.
Almost indeed, as Pro wants to push that agenda. He wants to weed them out. The tree right now is looking a mighty green for South Build as everybody just clears it out. Blurred is going to get tagged up. He is fairly low, but the nature of this composition, they don't have sustainability at all. They have to fight, they have to kill fast. Because that's what's gonna happen. It's really not the speed that kills, it's Papi Chulo.
One enemy remaining.
Chulo has been the period at the end of the sentence. He also destroys the life of Z there. And that's the one counterpoint that Southfield can just keep building on. Flawlessly done. A triple kill from Papi Chulo. And he's just the perfect counter against these kind of compositions, especially on these kinds of narrow maps. Expect Papi Chulo to really flourish even more so coming into next week. He's 7 kills right now, 6 there for Aziz. The 2 ultimates between the Killjoy and the Jet are ready. But this is just what an anchor does for your team. You expect him to do wonderful things when he's in position. And on the defense, he's the man he can count on.
Flawless.
Absolutely. You can count on him to just hold it down. As you mentioned,
better call Papi, man.
Better call Papi. He's gonna whip out that belt. You young whippersnappers, get off my lawn. And he's been doing that all game long. But Aziz, I think he has to burn the dash here. Otherwise, they're gonna hard commit on that. They already throw out the utility to try and stun him out. The Blurred is just a little too fast on that crouch peak. Peak evolution is the crab, by the way. And Blurred proves removed. Otherwise, as he gets shot by the operator, Papi Chulo, once again, the reliability. Flippy is here to trade. Flippy is here to support. Now Z, just like the last letter of the alphabet, one of the last, or 3 remaining members on NAOS, they don't have the speed that they're relying on so much, especially with a 4-round advantage on the side of SBE.
You know, it's that part on Fast and Furious movies after they hit the turbo and bring the cars past the tower, basically, as Flipper gets the takedown there, where everything's just calm. You know, the 2 guys are looking at each other and we're like, we're family. That's it! It's a family affair here, courtesy of Southfield. It's okay.
We've been avoiding this for 2 weeks. Oh, what the dog doing? As Aziz stays safe, Flippy the Trailblazer just misses the mark completely. But you know what? At least they don't over-aggress on this. Sometimes the lack of information is all the information you need. As Aziz, true to his name, is going to be the last. But Papi Chulo finds his Killjoy counterpart. The fortitude of SB is finally coming alive here. 5-0. Now they're starting to play with a very volatile composition here. As we mentioned, it's just speed, no sustainability.
I am speed. Float like a butterfly.
Ka-chow!
I'll give you a piston cap after this one, man. But the thing is, South built. Okay, this is the thing I said about Team Secret 4, and this is the same thing I'm gonna say about South built. If you don't bring your absolute A game against these 2 teams, you will get score lines like this. You will see utter dominance from them, and they were touted to be, the 1v1 number 2 seeds. This is the team that was at the very top of the local scene at the end of the year, Southfield Esports, and you have to really prove your moxie all the time against them, because if you falter for a single game, this is what's gonna happen. The conclusive evidence of how hard you really have to try in the PH scene at the top echelon, because this is how close the matchups are when they're at their peak levels. And when in doubt, let's go for the overdrive. Oh my god, what kind of game is this? Kakarot gets the first zap, slides on in, and gets second, and might be Morocco looking at him right now. He comes on in, and he still does it! That is not what Southfield is used to. You don't see that in other TAC FPS, man.
You don't. You really don't. This was so foreign to me the first time I saw it. Bro, he's completely composed. Aziz will also find the last member. But just to add to what you said, the teams or the compositions that these teams employ, they are so practiced. A lot of the viewers think, oh, they just picked this for this map, or they picked this right there because it's on a win. No. There's just thousands and hours upon hours of practice theory, watching VODs behind every single decision they make. And I feel like a lot of times chat's like, oh, silver game. Man, shut up. Like, really.
You know, I'm gonna teach you something real quick while we're waiting for what this is. Let's play guessing game. Tac or tech buzz?
Tech. No.
Mid.
But
tech or what? What? Go tech or tap? Is it tech?
I think this is a tech pause. I think this is a tech pause.
No, like Southwell's like, wait.
Oh!
It's a tech pause.
Okay.
It's a tech pause.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Because it's 6-0, of course. Of course,
Okay.
it's a attack pause. Yeah,
We can break. A bit of a breather, but no. You say your point first. I want to hear what you have to say.
It's just sometimes a lot of people and a lot of people who aren't initiated yet in the competitive scene, they see the whiffs, they see the mishaps, they see the decision making, and they're like, oh wow, if I were in that, no, if you were in that situation, you would not last a single second. You put these guys in anything less in a Radiant game, they're gonna absolutely destroy everybody on that server. But people don't understand, these are gods amongst players already.
Blinded.
And that was the Raf rant of the day.
Yes.
There you go. You have learned something from the Tactical Pause podcast, companion piece of the Technical Pause podcast. But there's not much to tactics here, as we've seen from now. But this time, we're gonna get the full force aggression from now, but it's immediately stopped by Job. But here goes Blurred Energy. We do have the angles on the site, and this is what we want to expect from a Neon Jet approach. Just go in, go ham, and the rest of the team will follow. You will suffer casualties along the way, but NAOS Esports actually the post-match scenario. Blurred though comes in close, gets to the pro.
One enemy remaining.
Open box I see from the cubby. This now versus the world. Too much fire, too much lightning, and too many things to deal with at the same time. NAOS Esports, that was a real tactical pause. They get back with the first round for themselves.
The day after tomorrow,
Right
the
here.
perfect storm brewing, and NAOS, they finally find the eye to their storm. First round on the board for them, still a little bit of a climb here as they do have weapons, but this operator on ASUS and that 11-3 scoreline still looks mighty dangerous and mighty impressive. The real question is, Dax, how do they keep the sustainability of this composition? As we mentioned, it's just go fast, but the guessing game can only last for so long.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just keep going, fast. But I think the biggest NAOS Esports can do right now is to make sure that information isn't leaked until they actually execute. These guys can take their time psyching out the opponents bit by bit, trying to say, oh, we're going A, oh, we're going B. Because this is one of the hardest hitting duelist duos you're gonna have in terms of sudden impact. So as soon as you commit, that's it. But if you make sure that the rotate is on the other side, if you can catch out a few of the opponents off guard, or at least not looking at that immediate direction, it's gonna be even easier for you to go for the execute. But of course, picks like that, even better. Assist, trying to be ambitious, gonna get taken on down, and you can feel already the setup is there from NAOS Esports. Lockdown is a go. Duelists are ready. Give them the green light here with the fast lane.
That's right, ready for takeoff as the pit crew is gonna let him loose! And Kakarot with a full tag and a fresh set of wheels. He will run over everybody with the sudden speed, the sudden burst. Blurred is right here too, having a little bit of an issue there with the switch. It's like, oh yeah, I figured it out, but Flippy is a little too quick. Where did that come from is the question, as this post-plant position is incredibly aggressive. Very telling on this lineup. But SB, I feel like this could be a save call. They do have enough for a rifle buy, but maybe they want to save that for yet another rainy day.
Yeah, they're ready to go, and they keep going at the opposition. Now then, Flippy still a bit ambitious here on the left-hand side. He's spot out by the turret, and Kakarot has the angle of his retreat. So 3K here from Kakarot, and now we're seeing some great executes so far from NAOS Esports. They're getting the push that they need. Jet in the meantime also just out-maneuvering his brother from another team, Ja. And it just goes to show here, NAOS Esports, they do have a plan with this kind of composition. 2 rounds in a row for NAOS Esports for now. I'm really liking the fact that you can never count out what Blurred and Kakarot are gonna do. And look at that beautiful spray, just a basic intel of where the opening is in the side of the defense. And from that point on, the fast lane was quickly used rather, by Kakarot to his advantage.
Does look like they are getting a little bit of steam behind whatever engine they're running, a little bit more wind to their sail, but it does look like it is going to be a mid-default for them. And wow, the courage to just kind of walk up here. The drones are going to butt heads, but Kakarot and the rest of the boys, they found a little bit of an opening, and they intend to squeeze through it. But oh, there is the timing here by Aziz. but what can he really do? He only has a shorty and an operator. I know these players are absolutely fantastic, but the rate of fire just will not allow those tight-ranged engagements.
NAOS has already gotten into the market, but Papi Chulo will already make sure the opposition calls him daddy there. Blur, though, in the meantime, able to get the knives out on the side. Papi Chulo now that's the infiltration from NAOS. And give them a kill, at least on the Killjoy. But this is now Bladestorm updraft into play.
One
and
enemy
watch it
remaining.
here as the Master is here.
Last
South
player
now gonna be able
remaining.
to get those takedowns from Blast 3! Equalizing the odds, 10 HP now and a Dream. Blast here, finding a piece of beat more out of this tank. But Ja has a full set of HP. Blaster on the side. And he's not gonna lose that one. A great effort there from Blast. But Satbelt will still stand here. They had a great stopgap at the start there with Papi Chulo. They just have to be careful of, again, the off angles that NAOS will take. And that's one more for notation here. Southbelt gonna be learning their lesson, gonna be expecting now that NAOS can do something like that to push into market right under their noses and yet again adapt and overcome.
I'm thinking where Neon really fits, because Ascent, I don't think it really allows her mobility to shine. There's just a little too many spaces that you have to occupy as a duelist. For example, Switch. Jet can just clear that distance. I mean, yeah, sure. Neon can do the same, but it really is not as safe. It doesn't have vision deterrent like a cloud burst. She doesn't really have the updraft for, you know, stuff like that. The fast lane could be argued, but you can still be shot. It is a straight line. It's not like you can go anywhere else with that thing.
I think the Breeze Factor maps, those has to be better for the Neon. Case in point now, John knows where it's coming from as one is able to get the takedown. And as soon as everything fades away, Flippy will be back there on the spotlight. 2 for him, Z, the only one left. The last member of the alphabet, the last one standing here for NAOS, will be basically traded there in the end. Ja will find him after the kill onto Pro, and that's 8-2 in favor of Southbelt. Its only issue right now here for NAOS is many a time you can expect what the competition is going to do with their basics, but they're so multifaceted about it, I have to say. They just know how to extract so much of the compositions they love to run, you know, those KO Sova base comps. They're just so adept at it in many a map. But when you give them something a little bit different, this was the problem of NAOS before. What was their identity? And when they're experimenting like this, their dimensions from 3D, 4D, it becomes a bit one-dimensional instead. And I think that's the only real weakness right now of NAOS as a team. Let's see though if they can get a few more rounds as they overdrive is Popsido with taking out onto Papi Chulo. Here we go again with the fast lane to cover the approach. And Orphan ready to go for run, slides, and guns. And no, the operators not the best against that whatsoever. Bring in the legends because this will be the apex of APAC Rod's performance. Bro, though, throwing out the dart blast right underneath into the corner. Gets scanned. Ja looking for the execution. Pro is there to get the tag instead. But it's 4v2. Already a quick take here from NAOS. In the meantime, Phil has the outro, gonna spot out the target. And where is Kakarot? He's right behind the Sova. Will he slide on in? That's the question. No, Pro is there with a takedown. On the shot instead. Shotler flies on by. Pro with another one. Really shades of his youth. He's still going for it. 20 HP. Has to be careful though, as the right hand side they need to cover the left for blurred. Ja with a takedown, and SBE are they able to make it in time? That's the question.
One enemy remaining.
Yes, they do.
Not much on the timer, but Ja is there for the defuse. Blurred is now forcing the shot, and will get the takedown. NAOS, that was just
last round in the half.
In that ROG clutch, they gave SB a hope on a prayer, but NAOS is there to just snuff that out quickly.
Grass grows,
play some
birds
Astro
fly.
Stars in
Blur,
this
he
reality.
hurts people. He wins in the clutch.
that,
If you're from where he's from, you'd be dead. He won that clutch, and honestly, that was quite a bit, you said. And honestly, it got me thinking. It got my brain juices going, because just seeing this Neon pick that isn't on Breeze, where it is fairly apparent how she's used, I feel like the inner theory crafter in me is really, you know, starting to come out. But now we are in a game, we are mid-cast. NAOS does want to stop the top. He's been a king, he's been the domineering force in B main, but Kakarot will not allow, as this Neon has yet to be stopped. 8-3 in favor of SBE though, but now they look to make a swing. They finally have a bit of an advantage here. The brick wall that they were trying so hard to scale has finally crumbled, but everybody else is here. Spectre is a main rifle, by the way, guys. Kakarot is still very healthy here, Dax. But what utility do they have, really, aside from last single star?
Oh, man.
Spike
even
down,
finding
B.
Kakarot there, sees the shades of blue on the side. But if you think the Spectre is a main rifle, I'm gonna tell you that the Judge is a fair and balanced gun. That is how it works.
Okay, we draw the line there. We
hard
draw
statements.
the line there.
Good day, sir.
Good
Oh,
day,
man.
sir.
Look. I think I want to make this point about NAOS Esports. Is their kill potential is there, but if they're not
enemy
really
remaining.
on a competition they're not accustomed to, the biggest strength they've shown so far, the positional advantage, they're not able to make it in time. And look, that case in point, SB is prepared
Switching sides.
even when they're the ones willing to go for those jiggle peaks. 9-3, curse be real though, that's the question. But NAOS Esports, this is going to be a very interesting
I got enough
defense
time to
now
go into the
as they
Astrophobe?
struggled on the attacking side.
Defense for the Neon? Do you mean attacker part 2?
Just go in.
That really is the telltale
Spike
sign
down.
of the team and how they want to
enemy
play. So
remaining.
Southfield, knowing this bit of information, they're probably going to try and hold this down as much as they can. They are very well equipped in doing that. They have the Sky, obviously, the Sova that's been around since the age of the dinosaurs. But once again, a bit of a reset, another pistol round to come. Again, more theory crafting. This Neon pick is really under a microscope, to me at least, because I just really am curious. What is the potential of this agent? She doesn't seem underpowered. She doesn't seem overpowered either, but she seems incredibly situational.
Yeah. At least for now, though. South built back on the pinnacles now. The situation is there will be gun parity. Blurred though, caught on out by Ja. South built now rebuilding that confidence yet again. And you can see that they're just a lot more eager now to at least capitalize on any potential punishes on the NAOS positions. But in this scenario, they are a bit stuck here on a main. It is up to them though to go for the rotation instead. And that B side, Raf, that's absolutely clear. If they see Z here in the link cubby, basically, if they see him in the corner, that is just free real estate for Southfield. But look at that, look at the minimap. See how fast that Neon goes. He's so quick. He's
Why
already
are we
there.
whispering? This
I
is
don't
not
know.
secret tech. I don't know either. But Z, he heard those footsteps from a mile away. He should know.
30 seconds left.
SB's like, wait a minute. I thought I saw a weapon. And they're holding down the fort as much as they can. Z, he's stuck on an island right now. He has no proper information. Check.
coming back.
They're not checking. This is a bit of a horror movie, and everybody passes, but Z! Oh my goodness! He whips!
10 seconds left.
Pretty sure right there.
Spike
That was
down,
the real
B.
horror. Z is gonna have nightmares about that one. 2 for 2 trade. Those South will need to get outside. But no, they're getting delayed.
Last
They're getting
player
delayed and they
standing.
have to go for kills now. John with a 3K, but there's no
Last
time.
player standing.
And what did we just watch? The whips?
I don't
Plus
know.
the missed timings? I'm scared for what's next to come after that round.
I feel like the call there was I hear footsteps, but this could be a fake. That's why they never really pushed out mid, because that could be the trap. I think NAOS is really smart about that. But SB, I feel like they might have overplayed their hand there because they waited for such a tiny time frame. And it kind of bit them in the back here. Now they get their fourth round and they get a little bit of a bonus for themselves with this anti-eco. But SB, they're looking to get rid of this round as quickly as they can. They are going to go for a mid-execute. Blurred sees the bow, and he avoids the dart. Not before getting revealed. The smokes are going to come up, and it is going to deter him, or at least push him away to a different side. But the default is still there. Tree is going to be the #1 priority on the side of South Build. As we see the Sova trying to rotate in. Blurred. Without armor, this Marshall is as good as an operator, if not better, as he tries to spam the shots. He is a smooth, dead person. That is so anticlimactic.
One enemy remaining.
Falls apart, but Kakarot comes in quickly and cleanly. Brings the... I don't even know what it is in English. The ballisting thing, that kind of thing. That's the new melee weapon.
Broom?
The broom. No, it's a special kind of broom. Because it's a special kind of broom. I wanted to say broom, but it's so different. It's the one with the sticks all together. that kind of thing. That's why I was thinking about it. I know what a broom is, man.
I
say it
know,
a
I
lot.
know. I was thinking how much rating night you got unlocked that, yo. You know, when you just buy a default broom and the variants are just like different.
All the different
broom
kinds
types,
of
yeah.
brooms?
Because we
Yeah,
have
that'd
so
be
many,
cool.
dude. We have
There's
so many brooms here. Like, what is that?
We have like what 3 kinds of brooms in the PH, and then
Yeah.
around Asia, all the different other kinds, the ones that have like art inside the broom, etc. There's a lot of brooms, guys. There is a whole broom universe that you
A
might not know
broomiverse.
about. But let's get back into the Valorant universe real quick, as it will be Southfield now having the gun. 2 rounds having taken here. Why now it's in the row? Gravity well, it's the play, and that's a shock dart flying by also to bring the damage to Pro's armor. NAOS, in the meantime, one thing they can really do with this Neon Jet is the tendency for those quick rotates. So as soon as they get that intel, reinforcements, well, cheers, the cavalry's gonna be there soon.
Indeed. They might not be able to blink out of this one though, because despite the fact that they can rotate as quickly as they can, they just simply do not have enough recon and info gathering here. And ASUS, they'll be a block blinded there for a split second. Now see, we know what he can do with the Spectre, but a whiff. But the recovery is even better. Papi Chulo will finally find Blur, and Z is doing such a great job of delaying this. Even though he falls, they were forced to hang out in that tiny corner for just enough time for Delicious to create this crossfire, and Papi was left on an island there. Ja has to double swing this, and that they do. A 2v2 situation, but the HP is definitely in favor of NAOS. As they try to hold this down, there's 13 seconds.
One enemy remaining. 10
Ja's gonna
seconds
fall. Kakarot, he's essentially won this round for them. Pro is in a 1v2 now. He has to check both. Nope. The Spectres prevail, and the upgrades, they come in free without a price at all.
Hey Dion, what you doing there? Oh, I just got here. Don't worry about it. So quick in the movements, and you have to recall how potent NAOS is. But this is where it all started. You mentioned it. C making sure that they're hanging on around by the exit of the market. Kakarot putting himself into the boathouse. From that point on, it's again the positional warfare that NAOS Esports loves to employ and loves to enjoy. So 3 rounds now at the gap. Southfield's gonna be put in an eco state. And I really feel like that tack boss just put NAOS back a while ago in the proper mindset for this matchup. You can see for them, they were like, hey guys, let's now try to make these execute works. Our poke squads on the attack side didn't happen. And here on the defense, they're playing the rotations to an absolute T that can give them the proper numbers in the right angles when they need it the most.
And here we have again, yet another attempt. This time there is not going to be a Z present to deter them, and I think they know this, but they are slowing down just a tiny bit. They are going to check that corner. Yeah, I believe what they said in the attack boss. Guys, just don't be bad. And now it's like, that's amazing advice. We're going to take it, as they have already taken quite a bit of space away from here. Kakarot should be aware. I'm not entirely too sure about that dash. I feel like that was just to have the quick rotate, but that is very, very important information. They know the main duelist is not going to be there. As this is going to take quite a bit of time to reinforce his teammates. As Delicious, we know what we can do. He can do in these situations, but he is getting peppered down. Not before he finds one. John will find him. The Pro and the rest of the crew are going to fall.
One enemy
John
remaining.
finds a second. The Blur, he won't let him get a third.
They're coming out the walls and they're coming out the lanes. It's just so quick. The pinch is here from NAOS as soon as they see Southfield commit, and especially with Southfield only on an eco state, there's just that absolute confidence to come in and swoop for the kill. The birds of prey, and the wings are clear. NAOS Esports right now mounting their comeback on defense. And we said it was going to be interesting for NAOS Esports. We never said it wasn't going to work on out. And this is the power of basically the Neon, the Jet together. You can have these guys cross the map, just be in tandem with each other, and especially the Neon to be there when the world needs them the most. So Operator now in hand here for Blurred. Gets tagged a little bit, has to dash on the way and already utilize the Tailwind. On that, Southfields might want to see them get a bit more viability in some of the angles that NAOS has to cross. Maybe a mid-take and even deeper than that can help them here from Aziz.
Right, and as you mentioned, he did come back after 100 or so years, mastering the 4 elements of Valorant: entry, dueling, supporting, and anchoring. but Blurred finds Aziz. Now SB, they're a little stifled here. The speed that they had to rely on to break into a site is no more. Surprisingly enough, Aziz was somewhat unsupported there. They put a little more attention towards A here, and they might actually find a little bit of contact as Pro and Ja are gonna have isolated fights on each other. Kakarot, he holds strong, he holds firm, but that is going to be such an important sound cue. They let Pro lose.
Nice drive.
Oh, but he
Spike
beats him.
down A.
Oh my goodness, the
30
game sense
seconds
on
left.
this man is absolutely amazing. Now
enemy
SB, they
remaining.
don't seem to have what it
Ace.
takes to win this round, and see, he finishes it, and suddenly we're in a 9-8 scoreline.
Yeah, everyone gets a piece of that pie, but I feel like for South Build, it's gonna be really hard to play the infiltration style. You mentioned it, there was no support whatsoever on Aziz, and it's just not gonna work against this kind of setup from NAOS, and especially a team that is covering these angles. The confidence for them to be everywhere at once. In the first place, they have the capability to group up later on anyway as soon as Spike is down, so they can play the scatter shot defense because they're that confident they can win the duels. And Southfield, their biggest strength has been that support system, has been them making sure that the opening is clear. And when you're playing single duelists, you want to utilize all those utilities for the part of the map that you want to take. So I really feel like you hit your point there perfectly. Southfield right now, this has to be them playing as an absolute unit, because now if you play Search and Destroy, they will divide, they will conquer, they will get some pickoffs yet again. As case in point, there's Kakarot with 2.
What is going on? It just seems like Southfield is a little disjointed right now. They want to get this, but wow,
One
Slick
enemy
right there
remaining.
and somehow survives.
Spike
Delicious
down
fight
A.
job. Pro, who was on explosive in the previous round, will find himself in a similar situation, and that's a little bit overkill. The shock dart, the classics, everything is there, and now we have a tie game here.
That was... Curse?
I don't know about this, Chief.
At the very end? Is it happening?
Here.
We'll
Here.
try not to agree it early on here, but the thing is, that was a respect though. We saw it there, Blast ripping out the pistol, knows that Pro only has it, and then suddenly Jess says, hey, I want a piece of that action, and flings the shock dart perfectly. So a gentleman's agreement, a little bit broken, but right now the leader of South Build has been broken apart by NAOS Esports, and I don't think that Southfield has gotten a single round whatsoever yet on their attacking side. So the ailments again that do affect and afflict the Southfield roster, it's still happening here, and they're gonna need to find a setup that can work out for them. They're still gonna be big fans though, if they can concentrate their actions towards the single side with all the utilities they have anyway. Assist narrowly threading the needle, avoiding the operator shot. Platinum's there with the Cosmic Divine. And they should give an outlet for SP to go on in, but not that far. Blurred. He knew it was coming. He still stayed there, and that's one.
Spike
That's two.
down
He
B.
found the catch all over the
Go
spot,
try
but
him.
on the
I
inside
got
of
the
the boat
spike.
house. It seems like Jet was trying to steer the ship across. South built now, making sure the frags are there. It's 2v2 as the spike's planted.
The waters look a little too treacherous as the Kraken, everything has devoured most of the occupants of that, as we are entering a 2v2 here. Pop does have that lockdown. It'd be interesting to see if he's actually going to... Oh, no, there we go. Right on cue. They have to fight this though. None of them have a safe area to run to. Honestly, now he's gonna wait this out. This is super dangerous. He gets hit by the gravity well, and John to finish them off. One thing that I've noticed with SBE, the rounds that they were losing, especially on this defensive side, or rather on this attacker side, they've been defaulting a lot, which is arguably one of their main playstyles and one of the predominant things of our region as a whole. I think this is where Neon truly shines, because you mentioned many times she can rotate incredibly quickly. She's very fast, she's very nimble. What does that mean? Well, if there's a fight on the map, she's gonna be there as quickly as quick can be. So what does SBE think about, or rather, how are they gonna approach the situation? They probably want to do as much set play as they can. The rotations are still gonna be there, but you know it's gonna be mostly a 3v5 or a 4v5.
Just find an answer as they go on, and as Blurred can't hit the shot. And I agree with that. Southfield right now, if they can make their play work and they set up on side, post plant, they're gonna have a lot of staying power with the 4 different types of utilities that they have in the first place. Azisto catching out Blurred a while ago now is a little too ambitious in terms of that retake. But see now, not one two left behind,
No
catching
more.
out Papi Chulo, and here watching out from the defensive spawn, and Flippy is there for the trade. This opens up the B site. We're gonna be seeing two there in position, but Ja might be the X factor here, coming in from B main, as the rest of NAOS Esports on the other side are stacking towards the market.
And indeed they do. They do quite proud this. They still have quite a bit of neon utility.
to run!
Hiccups are kind of hitting me here. But hopefully, Southfield, they don't get a hiccup here because they someone stole from away. It is an equal situation, but the duel just does not go in any of the favors here. And Blast, he's not going to leave for anything for anybody. He's like, I got this. Relax. Keep it cool.
All mine. That's all Blast has to say. And I'm gonna redeem a hydrate for you, good sir, because right now, this has been quite a hot match. 10-10. We are all tied up. And the experimentation here for NAOS Esports, we're seeing now their elements in basically these implications. It really feels like for NAOS Esports, they're understanding more and more how to play the style that is accustomed to them, get back the strength that they have, even though they're trying something a little bit different. And in all honesty, the Neon is actually working for the NAOS brand. 21 takedowns here for Kakarot. He has just been absolutely on fire, and he just proves he can pretty much play anything by this point, whether it be the initiator or the control. He is here for the spot. Oh no, the updraft is gonna be so difficult. Seems like ASUS have the best movement there. Hit by the guy, like he has to drop one down right behind default. And Z looking on around place, but they'll connecting on to Bird instead. Another target perhaps with the assassination. No, it's a distraction for Ja instead. Kakarot Blasto. Do we get on back? We get 3v3. The Hunter's Fury is there. Faster now is the approach. And here comes the thunder and lightning. Look to be very frightening as Kakarot is there to get the zap onto one. Jato with the refrag now. Jet in the meantime, sticking on around by the staircase. Seems like the Blast wants to take the angle that gave him success a while ago. Yet again, here by the speedway, Shock Dart over on the corner, but home and Java push to get that takedown. Aldro now gonna be disregarded. Jen instead throwing away the life of Ja, and it's 1v1 as time is ticking. Naos has to go on site already, but ASUS is waiting patiently inside both house. No tap whatsoever. And surprise, Jen is there. Does he have enough time? It's gonna be nail biting here from Naos, but
barely
be able to make it. Barely at the second. There you have it there.
Is nice
1 second for the clutch to counter destruction, but it's an ROG clutch from Naos Esports.
Oh boy. That's gonna take a while to kind of unwind. Oh my goodness,
did
again.
Hiccups disappear because of that?
Oh, they did. I was just, oh boy. And again, now somehow they bring this back after the domination that Southfield displayed early on. It seems that the Now Show has returned to regular programming. Once again, a default is in play for Southfield, which honestly has had mixed results. They should have recognized this earlier already, but it seems that they want to take a fight, even expending a nano swarm for this, which is such an interesting choice, but the operator is going to be there to cut off whatever aggression, even nearly finds a double, a second. Papi Chulo, once again, old reliable. Was he moving? It doesn't matter. He is stable. The laws of physics do not apply to this man. He does not drive to work, he teleports to work, as he's already found himself in tree. He is looking to chop down any resistance. And I believe this glass is gonna be broken already. Instead, he takes the secret route. Blast. No, he's gonna hero Dax.
Blast in behind the double
One
box.
enemy
Seriously,
remaining.
gonna be there as well for the
Spike
crossfire.
down A.
And it's a funnel setup courtesy of Naos, but Papi Chulo, he has been able to infiltrate.
One
and
enemy
drop one down and go
remaining.
for takedown. Blast doesn't see him coming whatsoever. And Papi Chulo is what from Southfield Esports. Can he do it again? Yes, he does. Make a wish. Southfield fans, because the ROG clutch is in your favor. It's 11-11 thanks to Papi Chulo. And this is just it, bruh. It's not him moving on this earth. It's the earth moving around him. He will have that accuracy. Look at that stop and pop. One enemy the
remaining.
opposition. In the Papi Chulo moments on Ascent, they never stop popping, man.
From whom the bell tolls, not for Papi, not for Papi Chulo. And this is the reason why so many players look up to him. honestly, again, guys, that was
Here.
yet another clutch brought to you by ROG. If you want to play like Poppy, you probably never will, but you can attempt to do that with all the peripherals that you have available from ROG, guys. Again, get every edge you can get and keep dreaming. As this is, they changed their pace. They try to attack market, the word has adjusted perfectly. The timing on the door is impeccable. And Delicious, he gets assist. That was once again the spearhead broken. SB, they have to resharpen this. They have to make do with what they have now.
Only had a bullet. Night, night. And you would see that slide down. And here we go again. Bullet time here for Blurred. Annihilation into the takedown over to Fliffy. And now it's Esports yet again putting a stop to their opponent's push. This has just been the problem for Southfield. As soon as they lose out early, you can see that the pace stops. And the
One
pieces
enemy
that
remaining.
NAOS and the bring to
Down
the table.
A.
They are just
Flawless.
dominating whoever is in front of them. Flawlessly done. But now it's Esports, they hold things together,
Match
and they are
point.
here on match point. If you want to break records in the group stage, now it's Esports is trying to do it here. Can they end these 2 weeks with a 5-1 scoreline? The problem
One
really for
enemy
Southfield
remaining.
is they take their
down.
time to basically reset themselves as soon as they lose out on a crucial member of their execution, because they know that they need to adjust accordingly since they lose out on the extra utility. But while that happens, now Esports will take that time to re-rotate the reposition, and we get the now special to answer them. But this is it. One last execute perhaps, last round of regulation, and Southfield is here going towards that A side committing even.
You should
Perhaps
run.
this
Concealment.
lockdown.
I've got your trail.
And they don't really have anything to deter that on the side of Naos. They're not unshaken at all. They're standing still here. And that's why you kind of have to worry about that, because Aziz, you don't want him to get upset with you. Blurred does still have that smart
planted.
decision by Aziz here to just kind of back off. And Kakarot, we were talking about its speed, is already looking to wrestle control out of SB for the street position. But the way this crossfire is set up is going to make it incredibly difficult. Flippy, although he's had a bit of a quiet game here, the focus is on him. Now Z, he will finally find the initiator that's been causing so many problems. Z is trying to position, but somehow Aziz, he falls. There's no trade. Kakarot,
enemy
he's too
remaining.
fast. The speed is a little blinding. And now they look to go for the throat. Chop, he's desperately holding on. He has no health, he has no bullets, and they have no time to give. Now takes this 2-0.
You failed.
There you go. Then
Defenders
NAOS
win.
end forever. This has been the NAOS esports experience, and we are all witnesses to it over the past 2 weeks. NAOS esports will take down Southfield 2-0. They already got the job done in the first map, but they made sure that they enjoyed along the way in the second. A great run for Southfield to start things off, but the comeback there completed by NAOS Esports. And who says the 9-3 curse doesn't apply to the PH scene? There you go with the neon in. So just, you gotta enjoy what NAOS brought there. You can see there's so much different flavor for the squad. And it's not a matter of an identity crisis. It's just a matter of how they're gonna beat you. You see a neon with the MVP? I see a Kakarot with its 77 kills.
Oh my goodness, I am just so surprised at what I am seeing right now. But what do we expect from NAOS? They will always try to bring the best with whatever they have. Again, I just really have to be at awe with how they're adjusting to such a strange comp. Again, strange is only the beginning of it. Delicious on that Sova and everything else. Most of the stats going in the way of NAOS, but SBE, I still think this is such a, important return to form. Papi Chulo, oh my goodness, we are about to witness those highlights that some of you might have missed, but definitely not the shots being displayed on your screen.
The thing is, you see that overdrive and Southfield's like, hey, we're not used to that. That is not how this game goes. And it was cheap to see the Neon go in just like this, go past and get at the of the opposition. Now as Esports, this is such a unique roster right now. We're seeing here the absolute trust with one another, the way that they know how to play off each other no matter what, and just the absolute frag potency to begin with. Southfield, they have proven many a time how stellar they can be, how organized they can be, but against these kind of more chaotic rosters, and especially the composition that now has brought through this matchup, I really feel like Southfield will have to hunker down even more. Being ambitious with the off angles is not going to be as potent as it does. I think for the only time it really worked on the Southfield offense was the Pappy Chulo play, thanks to the Cosmic Divide. Beyond that, they can't really expect themselves to be winning these duels as consistently as they would like. They have the utility advantage anyway, so why not just go for commitment? So a bit again of the, I'd say, the testing grounds here for Southfield, but they're in the playoffs anyway. They're going to be facing off against an old rival Team Secret, while NAOS will be sitting pretty in the second round and looking for their next attempt.
Wait a minute, Dax. Did I just hear you call both teams old? I think that's what I heard. But again, the playoffs is just right around the corner. It's right around the corner. Just like Neon, you'll never know where she's gonna come from because of this blinding speed. Just to touch on what you said, old rivals. I know the bad blood isn't there, but you know everybody wants to compete. They want to one-up everybody, and that's why we have this. This is where we display, or rather look at how these players really flourish.
Yeah, well, there you have it, guys. That is it for our matches. We're going to be breaking it down in the post-session, but let's not forget, we're also going to show you guys the standings to, of course, have that playoff picture. But my name is Dax. I'm here with Raph, and don't go away. VCTPH will return in just a bit.
Running in place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The ranks before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, truth we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is blind. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Another 2-0 victory here for Action. Sorry, excuse me, not Action PH. NAOS. They take a 2-0 up against South Built in what a defiant fashion, making a comeback in the second map as well. Really, really well done here from the boys. But you're joining me right now. If you're wondering what the hell happened to Terror, well, I'm filling in for her as she's trying to get herself better. Okay, so you're joining again the panel. The rest of us is Dax right here. This is, budget Terror, so you guys have to make do with it. This is Dax on the other side, right beside. So yeah, welcome back, boys. What a great series, man, that we just saw. But I feel like some of us expected that it would go 2-0, but to that extent, that kind of comeback, not so much, Raf.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been 2-0s all day long. It's one of those things where it's been demanded. It's not even necessary, but it's a demand that the winning teams have been making. For example, Bren, they were honestly buried 6 feet under with the bloodthirsty scythe of Oasis, once again locking down that sanctuary. That is the playoffs, and I just can't help but be so excited. But again, we just had so much to happen today.
It feels like when the pressure is there, man, it just seems like that we have these squads willing to dominate, willing to really show why they're at the top of the standings. And here at the end of it, with NAOS Esports and that late run, they made the experiment work, and it just all panned out for them innocent.
Oh, we saw Neon go absolutely ham, but let's take a look if we can see some of those plays as we take a look at the highlights. So a lot of really great plays here. Neon at the very top. I didn't think I'd be able to see it, not right now, not maybe this early this year as Neon MVP. But I'm glad we got to see it. On top of that, here a lot of great plays from NAOS. They really proved that they were just the more solid unit, Raph. They just looked like they were more cohesive. Their attacks were more coordinated, I'd say. And even on the defense, it felt like they were much more structured and responded better to anything that Southbrook threw at them.
A step ahead is truly what NAOS has been all league long, and it's just really hard to deny what's been going on. I mean, we thought it was a fluke, or at least some of the people thought it was a fluke, but then the stability, the reads that they've been doing. Again, I talked about this on air with Dax earlier, is that sometimes they look like they're running a standard play. Early on, they'll do a 2-1-2. But then when the mid-round comes, this is where NAOS truly shines. Their adjustments are just absolutely inhuman.
Yeah, just the strengths really that NAOS has is when at the start of round, it's that dual potential that they have a default position that you should be expecting them, but they're quicker on the trigger finger. In the meantime, it's just those mid-round rotations, those movements around to get to those off angles to psych you out. That is just the beauty of NAOS Esports, and with the talent that they have, the caliber of mechanics that they are really accustomed to, they will quickly hit those shots before you can really react in the first place. And Southfield, they were struck by it, especially here in the second map. It looked to be a good start for Southfield. They were up 9-3, but the curse was inflicted. But in all honesty, it was just NAOS understanding bit by bit how to really integrate that mid-round approach in their composition. They realized that Neon, that Jet, they could circumnavigate so quickly. They could be in the face of SB as soon as possible. From that point on, it was just NAOS experience in absolute perfection.
Absolutely, man. Just now showing why they are one of the best upcoming teams here. I think they're exceeding everyone's expectations in multiple ways. And, you know, it's not just them coming out with like new players and being like, hey, we can out-game everybody. They're showing that they can go toe-to-toe with the best, not just mechanically, but tactically speaking as well, Raph. And this isn't really something that we'd expect from a team that has been together for, what, a couple of months at most?
Maturity is one of their strongest points, and as you mentioned, it doesn't make sense. Like, how does that work? But whatever their support staff, whatever everybody's discussing in that room of theirs, when we've seen in the interviews, of course, and the game MVP Kakarot, the Neon himself, bring the Lumpia a double pride to everybody.
Man, just you had to bring the dishes.
Yes,
didn't you? He's a real Filipino right here. He made the Neon work, and he just proves how deep his agent pool is. He brought out the chamber there on Icebox. He's been whipping out the KO for so long, and Kakarot is just an absolute unit of a player in the first place. This is just him understanding what his role is in the team. When you let him let go of those reins and just go crazy at the frags, he is also there to deliver.
This is somewhat of a renaissance here for the player Kakarot, because, you know, we talk about him in the previous year, and sure, he was always, you know, highlight, top frag, able to put up the numbers each and every single game consistently. But now it seems like a whole nother side of him has come out and, you know, blossomed the way he has as a player. It's just like showing us that he not only can be at the forefront getting those kills, but Raf, he's also been showing us that he has been able to step back and just sort of support his team when push actually does come to shove.
It really is such a rare trait to be an amazing support player and an amazing fragger yourself, because you know you have the innate ability to demolish people straight up. But to be selfless and to allow your teammates to do that for you, that man has a winning mindset. Again, it truly is a champion mindset if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, for the
Absolutely.
team, by the team, and you have to see here now that NAOS Esports, this squad just has so many elements that they can have in the first place. Besides Kakarot, you gotta give props to how potent Jet is, how quickly Blurred can just go on in, and the absolute fragging and clutch potential of the rest of the roster. This is just how complete NAOS is, and there's a big reason why they're at the very top of these standings.
Well, if we want to really figure out how the hell they are at the top of their stands, we're gonna have to go into an interview and talk to the players and ask them directly, why are they so good now? What the hell have they done during this break to be better than pretty much everybody right now in the Philippine scene? To give us a better look, to give us a closer insight, we got Donut winning the wings here alongside Kakarot.
We have the president of Domination Nation with us today. It's actually Kakarot and the rest of his teammates. So, the panel mentioned about you guys being on top of your groups right now. So, can you tell us the reason why you have that buff that you're at the very top?
Yeah, okay, I'm back again with this accent. I think our buff, just like I said in the first interview, it's bonding like this. We bond and we believe. We believe survive. Starstruck.
You dream, you believe, and you survive.
yeah.
And I think everybody else was starstruck with what you did earlier, especially for the map of Ascent. It was an uncommon pick usually to have Neon on that map. But what can you tell us why you selected this?
It's actually my first time playing Neon. To be honest, like in comp or unrated, I haven't touched Neon like. Hey guys, yeah, first time.
So it was your
This
yes, it was your first time. But how did you feel about the experience of using the agent? Do you think that we'll be seeing more neon from you?
yeah, the agent is very complicated. I know, very simple. Like the stand and the wall is very sufficient, very efficient. I mean, yeah. And Filipino
Very
pride.
efficient in terms of
Yeah,
yes, of course, the Filipino pride, the efficiency of the utilities that she has in her kit. I think that's one of the reasons why. But we noticed something else from you today. You said that you loved KO, but for Icebox, you selected a chamber instead. So can you tell us why you switched it up this time?
yeah. I think I need to apologize to KO for not picking him or her. Sorry, KO. Chamber is now my baby.
Well, Chamber is such a great agent to actually play with, especially if you know the kits and you know how the rendezvous works, and you did it in such good form. I mean, usually you would be so aggressive when it comes to Neon, but then you know how to hold your certain angles as well as that Chamber. So can you tell us why you were able to get so many multi kills in Icebox despite it being picked by your opponents?
It's just I think my confidence is higher than ever right now because I don't know, maybe because of the top seed. Yeah.
Well, that's it. And also for Ascent though, you SBE got a 9-3. Do you believe in the 9-3 curse?
No, because I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe not. It's so random.
Well, you mentioned that to me before when you did an interview that it can be anybody's game, but you played it so well. So do you have a message for teams in your group?
Good luck everyone. I know you prepared something for everybody, and let's show the Filipino people that we deserve the attention we're getting. Let's go.
Yes, again, picking Neon, Filipino Pride, Dream, Believe, and Survive. This is the call of NAOS for week number 2, but there is actually more to come for the playoffs. Thank you so much, Kakarot, for joining us for the interview. I will go back to the panel. Illustrator Raf and Dax, take it away.
Thanks, Donut, as now soars high like a paro-paro. We'll see if they can keep that momentum all the way through the playoffs. And yeah, it's been an amazing run here. We got to take a look at how things went in the previous days rather. But I do want to talk a little bit about the bracket. We have that coming up for you guys in just a second. So let's take a look at the standings first and see where it all lies. Raf, I'm going to let you break this down for us. Dax, feel free to follow right up.
Oh boy, yet another 2-0 under the belt of NAOS. With so many wins and so many points under their belt. Again, not a lot of shifting at the very top. It's pretty much locked and loaded, but this is the day where we say farewell to one of our beloved teams, which is truly a heartbreaker for a lot of the fans out there.
Yeah, just look at that at the very bottom. Bren Esports looking for org, both gonna get eliminated from groups A and groups B respectively. In the order right now, it's all of the groups together, but now Esports has proven truly how superior they can be with that 5-1 standing. So again, the matchups themselves, they're gonna be crisscrossing between the two groups. Zeal Esports self-built there, especially making it at the very end, and it really feels like because of the standings that we have here, that's how important these maps are, not just the matches.
As we take a look at where this all leads to, let's go ahead and go to the brackets themselves and start to break that down. So like you said, Bren Esports looking for org, a great endeavor from them, a great attempt, but unfortunately they will fall short at the very end of it. So let's take a look. Very tippy top. We got the bracket Zeal right here. Starting things off, they're going to be the first one. Oasis will be waiting in round number 2 up alongside NAOS. How are you feeling about this, Raf? I'm going to start with you.
I like the theme of this. It's firepower versus firepower, veterancy versus veterancy, and the top seeds, they're very, very comfortable getting a bye there. But yes, these are streaks upon streaks. Team Secret versus SBE is the matchup that everybody has been looking forward to even since our break. And wow, we get spoiled so early with this. And like I said, this is something that should be and still is grand finals material.
I can't believe we get it so early. First day of the playoffs, you already have it there between those bitter rivals. But at the same time, don't count out that Seal Esports versus Action PH matchup. That's going to be two high-octane teams that are very willing to do battle. If you want to see PH ingenuity and PH tendency, these two squads, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail for it. Expect, the likes of Fire Sergeant and Senior Carl on one side versus the Georgie Emmons show on the other, and everyone else to frag out. So I feel like you're going to have one very tactical, very old school between Team Secret and South Build, but on the other, it's just going to be waves after waves of action from Seals and Action PH.
And I've said it better myself, Dax. Again, action upon action is what we're looking to see for the next week, and we do have a lower bracket, so there will be multiple chances here for your favorite team to come back into the picture if they do drop out early. Thankfully for Team Secret and, the likes of South Build, they hang on by a hair, by their chinny chin, and they manage to come back and claw their way in. Fortunately for Bren, one of the teams that we imagined would be in the top 3 even, just didn't even make the cut. So a lot of surprises will be in store in the upcoming days here. Now let's talk a little bit about it. You already touched on what you are looking forward to, Dax, but I want to get your opinion here, Raf. What matchup here are you looking forward to seeing the most?
NAOS versus Oasis, when that happens, we haven't really seen too much of a extended incubation period for their head-to-head, and their play styles, they're somewhat similar, honestly. It's the adaption versus the red hot streak, the most dominating front in Oasis versus now. So yeah, there we go. That's my opinion now. Those are my 2 cents.
Well, yeah, we've talked about the past. Now let's talk about the future. Thank you to the sponsors for making it happen. If you want to level up your gaming gear as soon as humanly possible, we'd like to thank of course our sponsors. So the VCT 2022 is brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers. Being in the zone has always been about fully immersed in the game. Be free from tangles and noise with the ROG Strix Go series gaming headsets. Featuring a stealthy, lightweight, and comfortable design, the ROG Strix Go series features top-notch audio quality and AI noise-canceling microphone, which eliminates over 50 million background noise from your area, so your teammates can clearly hear you. The Go BT series is even better with active noise canceling, so you can really focus in getting your rank higher. Want your own ROG Strix Go headset? Well, check out the pinned comment for more details. But yeah, thank you again to our sponsors for that. Let's move on with a little bit of the program here. Moving on, I do want to get your last impressions. We do have to say goodbye to everybody. Raf and Dax, feel free to go ahead. What are you looking forward to the most for next week? And any final thoughts before we wrap the show up?
It's just the adjustments. I want to see what's the new strat book. What have they adjusted? What kind of rotations are they throwing? Are we finally going to see a Phoenix pick? Who knows?
Maybe, just maybe. But the matches have already been so great here in the group stage. I feel like it's going to be even better. And I can't wait to see what's in store in the playoffs. Who will be our top 3 to move on to APAC and bring that PH banner? Because we already know how incredible the action here has been.
Well, there you had it. You heard it from us in the panel. Again, Illustrado, Raf, and Dax, we're signing off on behalf of everybody here in the VCT Philippines. So thank you all for tuning in. We'd like to bid you all good game and good night. See you all next week for the playoffs.
One 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Planted. enemy remaining.
We turn to dust.
One enemy remaining.
They were not good.
30 seconds left. Spike down B. Last player standing. Thrifty.
There they are.
30 seconds.
You want to fight it?
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Yikes.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Finished. One down.
One enemy remaining.
Got three. I had
One enemy remaining. Strike down.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused,